Hello, dear listener. We're so glad to have you here. Before we begin, a quick note. In the description you'll find a link to get the physical book, in case you'd like to keep this work in your personal library. And if this audiobook inspires you even a little, we kindly ask 3 small favors that help us grow immensely. Leave the podcast a 5-star rating, follow us so you don't miss upcoming titles, and comment on which idea resonated with you the most today. Your voice helps more people discover this content. And if you'd like to listen to complete audiobooks filled with powerful ideas and premium knowledge, check out our other collections. Pigeon Audiobooks, Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks, Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks, Classics, and Pigeon Audiobooks, Top 100 Bestsellers. They're hours of learning designed to accompany you while you build the life you want. Now, get comfortable, turn up your headphones, take a deep breath, and let's grow together.
Pigeon Publishing House presents Money. Author, Émile Zola. Narrated by Henry Wells. Preface. First published in 1891, Money, Largent, is one of Émile Zola's most powerful and compelling novels, offering a vivid portrayal of the world of finance, speculation, and ambition in 19th-century France. As part of Zola's monumental Les Rougon-Macquart series, the novel examines the forces of wealth, power, and human desire that shape both individuals and society. At the center of the story is Aristide Sacquard, an ambitious financier determined to build a financial empire through bold speculation and grand investment schemes. As fortunes are made and lost, Zola explores the intoxicating allure of wealth, the fragility of financial markets, and the moral compromises that often accompany the pursuit of success. Through a cast of richly developed characters, he reveals how greed, hope, idealism, and corruption become intertwined in the relentless movement of money. More than a novel about finance, Money is a profound study of human nature and the social consequences of economic ambition. Zola examines how financial systems influence politics, industry, personal relationships, and public morality, raising questions that remain strikingly relevant in the modern world. Renowned for his meticulous research and commitment to literary realism, Zola transforms the complexities of banking and stock market speculation into a gripping narrative filled with drama, psychological depth, and social insight. More than a century after its publication, Money continues to resonate with readers interested in economics, history, and the enduring relationship between wealth and power. Whether approached as a classic work of literature or as a penetrating exploration of financial society, Money remains one of the most significant novels ever written about the influence of money on human lives. Money. Chapter 1. The clock on the Bourse Asterisk had just struck 11 when Sacquard walked into Champeau's Asterisk into the white and gold dining room, with its 2 tall windows looking out over the square. He cast his eye over the rows of little tables, where busy customers were huddled elbow to elbow, and he seemed surprised not to see the face he was looking for. As a waiter went bustling by, loaded with dishes, he asked, "Tell me, hasn't Monsieur Hurrick come in?" "No, sir, not yet." So Sacquard made up his mind and sat down at a window table that a customer was just leaving. He thought he was probably late, and while the tablecloth was being changed, he started to look outside, peering at the passers-by on the pavement. Even when the table had been relayed for him, he didn't order straight away, but waited a while, gazing out at the square, so pretty on this bright sunny day in early May. Asterisk at this time of day, when everybody was having lunch, it was almost deserted. Under the fresh green of the chestnut trees the benches were all empty, and along the railings where the carriages pull up, a line of cabs stretched from one end to the other, and the Bastille omnibus stopped at the kiosk on the corner of the garden without a single passenger getting on or off. The sun was beating down, and the great monument of the Bourse was bathed in sunshine, with its colonnade, its two statues, and its imposing flight of steps, at the top of which there was, as yet, just an army of chairs, drawn up in neat ranks. But turning round, Saccard recognized Mazad, the stockbroker, asterisk at the table next to his. He held out his hand. It's you, Mazad. Good day. Good day, Mazad replied, with a perfunctory handshake. Small, dark, and very lively, he was a good-looking man, who, at only 32, had just inherited the business of one of his uncles. He seemed totally engrossed in the guest facing him across the table, a large gentleman with a florid, clean-shaven face, the celebrated Amadou, revered by the Bourse ever since his famous coup on the Celsius mines. When the Celsius shares had fallen to 15 francs, asterisk, and only a madman would have been buying, he had put his entire fortune into them, 200,000 francs, quite haphazardly, with neither calculation nor flair, but only the pig-headedness of a lucky brute. Now that the discovery of real and substantial seams had raised the share price to over 1,000 francs, he had made about 15 million francs, and his idiotic venture, for which he could have been locked up as a lunatic, now caused him to be regarded as one of the great financial masterminds. He was admired and, above all, consulted. Besides, he no longer did any buying, content now to sit enthroned upon his sole and legendary stroke of genius. Mazad must be longing to acquire him as a client. Saccard, having failed to get so much as a smile from Amadou, greeted the table opposite where three speculators of his acquaintance were gathered, Pilleralt, Moser, and Salmon. Good day. Everything going well? Yes, not bad. Good day. He sensed a certain coldness, almost hostility, in these men too. Pilleralt, however, very tall, thin, jerky in his movements, and with a razor-sharp nose and a bony face like that of a medieval knight, usually had the familiar air of a gambler who made a principle of recklessness, swearing that when he tried any serious thinking, he just tumbled into disaster. He had the exuberant nature of a bull trader, asterisk always expecting victory, whereas Moser, by contrast, short with a yellowish complexion, ravaged by a liver complaint, was always moaning, forever prey to fears of disaster. Salmon, a very handsome man, looking decidedly younger than his 50 years, and displaying a fine inky black beard, was regarded as an extraordinarily clever fellow. He never spoke. He replied only with smiles. You couldn't tell what he was speculating in, or even if he was speculating at all, and his manner of listening made such an impression on Moser that after telling him something, disconcerted by his silence, he would often go dashing off to change an order. Meeting with so much indifference, Saccard continued his tour of the room with fiery, challenging eyes. And the only person with whom he exchanged a nod was a tall young man sitting 3 tables away, the handsome Sabatani, a Levantine with a long, brown face, lit up by magnificent, dark eyes, and marred only by a poor and rather disturbing mouth. The friendliness of this young man further exasperated Saccard. He was a defaulter from some foreign stock exchange, one of those mysterious fellows that women love. He had made an appearance on the market the previous autumn, and Saccard had already seen him acting as frontman in some banking disaster. But he was gradually winning the trust of both the trading floor and the curb market asterisk by his studied correctness and untiring graciousness even towards the most disreputable. A waiter was now standing over Saccard. What can I get for monsieur? Ah, yes. Whatever's going, a cutlet, some asparagus. Then he called the waiter back. You're quite sure Monsieur Harrit didn't come in before me, and then leave? Oh, absolutely sure. So that's how things now stood, since the disaster last October when he had once again been forced into liquidation and had to sell his mansion in the Parc Monceau asterisk and rent an apartment. Now only people like Sabatani would greet him. His arrival in a restaurant where he had once ruled the roost no longer made every head turn and every hand stretch out towards him. He was a good loser and felt no resentment over that last scandalous and disastrous land deal, in which he had only just managed to save his skin, but a fever of revenge was awakening within him. The absence of Hurrit, who had solemnly promised to be there at 11 to let him know the result of the approach he'd undertaken to make on Saccard's behalf to his brother Rugen, now the powerful government minister, made him furious above all with the latter. Hurrit, a docile member of parliament, a mere creature of the great man, was but an emissary. But Rugen, with all that power, could he really just abandon him? He had never been a good brother. It was quite understandable that he'd been angry over the disaster, and had broken with him to avoid being compromised himself. But after 6 months, shouldn't he secretly have come to his aid? And would he now have the heart to refuse this last bit of support that he was having to seek through an intermediary, not daring to see him in person for fear of an explosion of rage? Rugen had only to say the word, and he could set him back on his feet again, with the whole of great, cowardly Paris under his heel. "What wine for monsieur?" asked the wine waiter. "The house Bordeaux." Lost in thought, and not at all hungry, Saccard was letting his cutlet get cold, but he looked up when a shadow fell across the table. It was Mash's, a big, ruddy-faced chap, a jobber, who when Saccard first met him had been poor and needy. He was sliding around the tables with his list of share prices in his hand. Saccard felt sickened to see him glide past without stopping, then go on to show the list to Pillault and Moser. Involved in their discussion, they paid no attention to him and scarcely glanced at the list. No, they had no orders for him, perhaps some other time. Mash's, not daring to approach the celebrated Amadou, who was bent over his lobster salad and talking quietly to Mazaud, went back to Salmon, who took the list and studied it at length before handing it back, without a word. The dining room was getting busier as more jobbers came in, keeping the doors constantly swinging. Shouts were being exchanged across the room, and business was growing more and more feverish as the hour advanced. Saccard, with his eyes constantly returning to look outside, could see the Place de la Bourse gradually filling up as carriages and pedestrians flowed in. On the steps of the Bourse, now dazzlingly bright in the sun, men were already appearing one by one, like so many black specks. "I tell you again," said Moser in his lugubrious voice, "these March by-elections are an extremely worrying sign. Indeed, it means the whole of Paris gained for the opposition." Pillault just shrugged. Carnot and Garnier pages added to the benches of the left. What did it matter? "It's like the duchy's question," Moser went on. "It's really fraught with complications. No, really, it's no laughing matter. I'm not saying we had to go to war with Prussia to stop it getting fat at Denmark's expense, but there were some possibilities for action. Yes, indeed. When big fish start eating the little fish, you can't tell where it will all end. And as for Mexico, Pillault, who was enjoying one of his days of total contentment, interrupted him with a roar of laughter. "Oh no, my dear chap, don't bother us any more with your terrors over Mexico. That will be the most glorious page in the history of the reign. Where the devil do you get the idea that the empire is sick? Didn't the 300 million loan get covered more than 15 times over, back in January? An overwhelming success. Anyway, let's talk again in 67. Yes, in 3 years' time, when they'll be opening the Universal Exhibition the Emperor has just announced." "Things are really bad, I tell you," Moser insisted in desperation. "Oh, give it a rest, everything's fine." Salmon looked from one to the other, smiling with his air of profundity. And Saccard, who had been listening to them, began to connect the difficulties of his own personal situation with the crisis the empire seemed to be heading for. He had been brought down once again, and this empire that had created him, was that too going to tumble, suddenly crumbling from the highest down to the most wretched of destinies? For 12 years now he had loved and defended this regime, feeling himself living and growing, and swelling with sap, like a tree with its roots plunged deep in the nourishing earth. But if his brother intended to uproot him, if he was to be cut off from those who enjoyed the fruits of that rich soil, then let it all be swept away in the final grand debacle that marks the end of nights of festivity. Now he was just waiting for his asparagus, quite detached from this room with its ever-increasing bustle, lost in his memories. In a big mirror on the opposite wall, he had just seen his reflection, and it had surprised him. Age didn't seem to have made any impression on his slight figure. At 50, he looked no more than 38, still as slim and lively as any young man. Indeed, with the years his dark and hollowed marionette face, with its pointed nose and narrow, gleaming eyes, seemed to have taken on the charm of this persistent youthfulness, so supple, so active, his hair still thick, with no trace of gray. And inevitably he recalled his arrival in Paris, immediately after the coup d'etat, that winter evening when he had found himself out on the street, with empty pockets, ravenously hungry, and tormented by all sorts of raging appetites. Oh, that first race through the streets when, even before unpacking his trunk, he had had to launch himself upon the city, in his worn-out boots and greasy overcoat, eager to conquer it. Since that evening he had risen in the world many times, and a river of millions of francs had flowed through his hands, but he had never been able to make fortune his slave, like a personal possession, at his disposal, alive, real, and kept under lock and key. His coffers had always been full of lies and fictions, with mysterious holes that seemed to drain away their gold. And now here he was back on the street again, just as he started out long ago, just as young, just as hungry, never satisfied, and still tortured by the same need for pleasures and conquests. He had tasted everything without ever satisfying his appetite. Never, he thought, having had the time and opportunity to bite deeply enough into people and things. Now he felt quite wretched, a good deal worse off than a mere beginner, who would have hope and illusion to sustain him. He was seized by a frenzied desire to start all over again, to conquer once more, to rise even higher than before, and at last plant his foot firmly on the conquered city. No longer with the facade of mendacious wealth, but the solid edifice of fortune, the true royalty of gold, reigning over well-filled bags of wealth. Then the voice of Moser was heard once more, harsh and very sharp, drawing Saccard out of his reflections. The Mexico expedition is costing $14 million a month. That's been proved by Tier Asterisk. And you'd have to be blind not to see that the majority in the chamber has been shaken. There are more than 30 now on the left. The Emperor himself has seen that absolute power has become impossible, since he now presents himself as the champion of liberty. Star. Pillaralt had ceased to respond, now just sneering contemptuously. Yes, I know, the market seems solid enough to you, and business is good. But wait for the end. You'll see there's been altogether too much demolition and rebuilding in Paris. These great public works have exhausted our savings. As for the powerful financial houses that seem so prosperous, just wait until one of them goes down, and you'll see them all collapsing one after another. Not to mention the fact that the people are restive. This International Workingmen's Association asterisk, which has just been founded to improve conditions for the workers, that really frightens me. There's a protest movement, a revolutionary movement here in France, and it's growing stronger every day. I tell you, the worm is in the fruit. Everything is going to go bust. This provoked a roar of protest. That blasted Moser was decidedly liverish. But even while he spoke, Moser's eyes never left the table at which Mazad and Amadou, in spite of all the noise, were still talking quietly. Gradually the whole room began to be concerned about this very long, confidential chat. What could they have to say that needed all that whispering? Amadou, no doubt, must be placing orders, preparing some financial coup. Over the last 3 days, disturbing rumors had been circulating about the Suez project. Moser narrowed his eyes, and he too lowered his voice to say, "You know, the English want to stop all the work there. There could well be war." This time Pillaralt was shaken by the very enormity of this piece of news. It was incredible, and immediately the word flew from table to table, acquiring the force of certainty. England had sent an ultimatum demanding the immediate cessation of work. That must obviously have been what Amadou was talking to Mazad about, giving him the order to sell all his Suez holdings. A buzz of panic arose in the air, among the rich smells and the increasing clatter of dishes. And at that moment what raised the excitement to a peak was the sudden entry of one of the stockbroker's clerks, little Flory, a lad with a gentle face almost swallowed whole by a thick brown beard. He rushed forward with a packet of order cards in his hand and handed them to his boss, whispering in his ear. "Good," was Mazad's only answer as he tucked the cards away in his order book. Then, drawing out his watch. "Nearly midday. Tell Berthier to wait for me. Be there yourself too, and go and pick up the telegrams." When Flory had gone, Mazad resumed his conversation with Amadou, took out some other cards from his pocket, and laid them on the table beside his plate. And every minute some departing customer would lean over as he went by and say something, which he promptly noted, between mouthfuls, on one of the pieces of paper. The false news from who knows where, arising out of nothing, was growing ever bigger, like a gathering storm cloud. "You're selling, aren't you?" Moser asked Salmon. But the silent smile of the latter was so sharp with perspicacity that it left him anxious, worried now about this English ultimatum, not realizing that he had invented it himself. "Personally, I'll buy whatever's on offer," said Pilleralt in conclusion, with the vainglorious temerity of a gambler with no system. Saccard, his brow heated by the fever of speculation provoked by this noisy ending to lunch in the narrow dining room, decided to eat his asparagus, irritated anew by Hurrit, whom he had now given up. For weeks now he, who was usually so quick to make decisions, had grown hesitant, troubled by uncertainties. He felt an imperative need for change, to start afresh, and his first idea had been of an entirely new life in the upper reaches of administration, or else in politics. Why shouldn't a position in the Legislative Assembly lead him on to the Council of Ministers, as it had his brother? What he didn't like about speculation was the constant instability, the huge sums lost as fast as they were gained. He had never been able to sleep on a real million, owing nothing to anyone. And now, as he took stock of things, he decided he was perhaps too passionate a person for this financial battle, which needed such a cool head. That must be why, after such an extraordinary life of both luxury and poverty, he had emerged empty-handed and burnt out from those 10 years of amazing land deals in the New Paris, while others, less astute than he, had garnered colossal fortunes. Yes, perhaps he had been quite wrong about where his real talents lay. Perhaps, with his energy and ardent convictions, he would triumph in one bound in the political fray. Everything would depend on his brother's response. If he pushed him away, threw him back into the abyss of speculation, well, it would be just too bad, for him and for others. He would take his chances on the big plan he hadn't mentioned to anyone, the enormous project he had dreamed of for weeks, and which alarmed even himself. So vast was it and capable, if it succeeded or if it failed, of setting the world astir. Pilleralt raised his voice once more. "Mazad, is the Schlosser business settled?" "Yes," replied the broker. "The notice will go up today. That's how it is. It's always unpleasant. But I'd had the most disturbing reports, and I was the first to make demand. Asterisk now, and again you just have to clear the ground." "I've been told," said Moser, "that your colleagues, Jacobi and Delaroque, had some considerable sums invested." The broker made a vague gesture. "Bah, there have to be some losses. That Schlosser must have been part of a group, and all he'll have to do is go off to Berlin or Vienna and start plundering the stock exchange there." Saccard's gaze had fallen upon Sabatani, of whose secret association with Schlosser he had happened to learn. The two men played the well-known game, one bidding up and the other bidding down for the same stock. The loser would simply share the profit of the other and disappear. But the young man was quietly paying the bill for the meal he had just eaten. Then, with the typical caressing grace of the Oriental mixed with Italian, He went over to shake hands with Mazad, whose client he was. He leaned over and placed an order that Mazad wrote on a card. "He's selling his Suez holdings," murmured Moser. Then, giving way to his need to know, sick with doubt as he was, "So, what do you think about Suez?" Silence fell on the hubbub of voices, and at the neighboring tables every head turned round. The question summed up the increasing anxiety. But the back view of Amadou, who had invited Mazad to lunch simply to recommend one of his nephews to him, remained impenetrable, having indeed nothing to say. The stockbroker, on the other hand, increasingly astonished by the number of orders to sell he was getting, simply nodded, with his customary professional discretion. "Suez is good," declared Sabatani in his sing-song voice, making a detour to come over and very courteously shake Saccard's hand before he left. The sensation of that handshake, so soft and supple, almost feminine, lingered for a moment with Saccard. In his uncertainty about the road he should take and how to rebuild his life, he decided they were all scoundrels, every man there. Ah, if he were forced to it, how he would hunt them down, how he'd fleece them all, the trembling Mossers, the boastful Pillaralts, the salmons hollower than a drum, and people like Amadou, seen as a genius on the strength of one success. The clatter of plates and glasses had resumed. Voices were getting hoarse. The doors banged ever louder in the raging hurry to get to the market in case Suez should indeed be about to crash. Looking out of the window onto the middle of the square, lined by carriages and crammed with pedestrians, Saccard could see the sunlit steps of the Bourse, speckled now with the continual surge of human insects, men smartly dressed in black gradually filling the colonnade, while behind the railings a few women appeared, prowling around beneath the chestnut trees. Suddenly, as he was about to start on the cheese he'd just ordered, a loud voice made him look up. "I beg your pardon, my dear chap. I really was unable to get here any sooner." It was Hurt at last, a Norman from Calvados with the thick, broad face of a wily peasant, but who affected to be a simple man. He immediately ordered something, whatever was available, the dish of the day, with a vegetable. "Well," said Saccard curtly, trying to contain his annoyance. But the other was in no hurry, looking at him with the air of a man both crafty and cautious. Then, starting to eat, he leaned towards him, lowering his voice. "Well, I saw the great man. Yes, at his home, this morning. Oh, he was very kind, very well disposed towards you." He paused, drank a large glass of wine, and popped a potato into his mouth. So, my dear chap, this is how it is. He's very willing to do all he can for you. He'll find you a very good position, but not in France. For instance, the governorship of one of our colonies, one of the better ones. You'd be the master there, a real little prince." Saccard had turned pale. "Come now, you can't be serious. This is a joke. Why not just deport me straight off? Oh yes, he wants to be rid of me. He'd better be careful, or I might end up seriously embarrassing him." Hurt sat there with his mouth full, looking conciliatory. Come now. We only want what's best for you. Just let us get on with it." "And allow myself to be wiped out, eh? Well, just a little while back they were saying here that the Empire soon wouldn't have any more mistakes left to make. Yes, after the Italian War, and Mexico, and the attitude to Prussia. My word, it's the truth. You'll do so many stupid and crazy things that the whole of France will rise up to kick you out." With that the deputy, faithful servant of his minister, turned pale and looked about him anxiously. "Ah, please allow me to say, I can't go along with you there. Rugen is an honest man. There is no danger of that, so long as he is there. No, don't say another word. You misjudge him. I must insist." Saccard interrupted him violently, controlling his voice between clenched teeth. "So be it. Go on loving him. Carry on cooking up plans with him. Yes or no, will he give me his support in Paris?" "In Paris, never." Without another word, Saccard stood up and called the waiter over to pay the bill, while Hurt, accustomed to his fits of rage, very calmly went on swallowing big mouthfuls of bread and let him go, for fear of a scene. But just then there was a great commotion in the room. Gunderman had just come in, the banker king, master of the bourse and the world, a man of 60, whose huge bald head, thick nose, and round, protruding eyes seemed to express immense obstinacy and weariness. He never went to the bourse, even affecting not to send any official representative, nor did he ever eat in a public place. Only once in a while he would happen, as on this day, to enter Champeau's restaurant and sit at one of the tables, to order just a glass of Vichy water on a plate. For the last 20 years he had suffered from a gastric complaint, and the only food he took was milk. The restaurant staff were immediately in a flurry to bring the glass of water, and all the diners kept their heads down. Moser, looking quite overwhelmed, gazed at this man who knew all the secrets and made the market go up or down as he pleased, the way God controls the thunder. Pilleralt, having faith only in the irresistible force of 1 billion francs, greeted him. It was 12:30, and Mazad, swiftly abandoning Amadou, came back and bowed to the banker, who occasionally did him the honor of placing an order. Many of the brokers who were just leaving stopped and stood around the god, paying court with their spines respectfully inclined, in the midst of the clutter of messy tables, and watched with veneration as he took the glass of water and raised it with trembling hands to his colorless lips. Some time back, during the land speculation on the Monceau plain, Saccard had had some disagreements, and even quite a quarrel, with Gunderman. They were incapable of getting on, the one a gambler full of passion, the other cold, sober, and logical. So the former, already angry and exasperated by this triumphant entrance, was leaving when the other called out to him. "Tell me, my dear friend, is it true? You're leaving the world of business. Upon my soul, you're doing the right thing. It's just as well." Saccard received this like the lash of a whip across his face. He drew up his slight frame and replied in a voice as sharp as steel, "I am setting up a banking house with a capital of 25 million, and I expect to be calling on you soon." And he went out, leaving behind him the agitated hubbub of the room, where they were all jostling one another in their anxiety not to miss the opening of the bourse. Oh, to be successful at last, and stamp on these people who were turning their backs on him, to engage in a struggle for power with this king of gold, and maybe one day bring him down. He hadn't really made up his mind about launching his grand plan, and he was still surprised at the declaration which his need to respond had drawn from him. But would he be able to try his luck elsewhere, now that his brother was abandoning him, now that men and even things seemed to be wounding him and throwing him back into the fight, like the bull that is led back, bleeding, into the ring? For a moment, he stood tremulously on the edge of the pavement. It was the busy time when all the life of Paris seems to pour into this central square between the Rue Montmartre and the Rue Richelieu, the two congested arteries carrying the crowds. From each of the 4 junctions at the 4 corners of the square flowed a constant, uninterrupted stream of vehicles, weaving their way along the road through the bustling mass of pedestrians. The 2 lines of cabs at the cab stand along the railings kept breaking up and then reforming, whilst on the Rue Vivienne the dealers' Victoria's asterisk stretched out in a close-packed line, with the coachman on top, reins in hand, ready to whip the horses forward at the first command. The steps in the peristyle of the Bourse were overrun with swarming black overcoats, and from the curb market, already set up and at work beneath the clock, came the clamor of buying and selling, the tidal surge of speculation, rising above the noisy rumble of the city. Passers-by turned their heads, impelled by both desire and fear of what was going on there, in that mysterious world of financial dealings into which French brains but rarely penetrate, a world of ruin and bankruptcy and sudden inexplicable fortunes, in the midst of all that barbaric shouting and gesticulation. And Saccard, on the edge of the stream, deafened by the distant voices and elbowed by the jostling bustle of the crowd, was dreaming once more of the royalty of gold in this home of every feverish passion, with the Bourse at its center, beating, from 1 o'clock until 3, like an enormous heart. But since his downfall, he had not dared to go back into the bourse, and even now a feeling of wounded vanity, the certainty of being greeted as a failure, still prevented him from climbing the steps. Like a lover driven from the boudoir of a mistress whom he desires all the more, even while telling himself he detests her, he kept coming back irresistibly, making a tour of the colonnade on various pretexts, crossing the garden as if taking a leisurely walk in the shade of the chestnut trees. In this sort of dusty square with neither grass nor flowers, on the benches among the urinals and the newspaper stands, swarmed a mixed crowd of shady speculators and bareheaded local women suckling their babies. Here he effected a nonchalant saunter, but kept looking up, watching, furiously imagining he was laying siege to the monument, surrounding it in an ever tighter circle, to re-enter it one day, in triumph. He went over to the corner on the right, under the trees that faced the Rue de la Banque, and immediately came upon the little bourse, trading in downgraded shares. The wet feet, as these bric-a-brac dealers are ironically and contemptuously known, who trade in the shares of dead companies in the open air, out in the wind, and, on rainy days, in the mud. Here was a tumultuous group of unclean Jewry, with fat shiny faces and the desiccated profiles of predatory birds, an extraordinary gathering of typically Jewish noses, huddled together as if fighting fiercely over their prey with guttural cries, ready to devour each other. As he went by, he noticed a big man standing a little to one side looking at a ruby in the sunlight, delicately lifting it up in the air with huge and dirty fingers. "Ah, Bush, seeing you reminds me, I was intending to call on you." Bush, who had an office in the Rue Feydeau, on the corner of the Rue Vivienne, had on several occasions been very useful to Saccard in difficult circumstances. He was standing there in ecstasy, examining the purity of the gem, his broad, rather featureless face thrown back, his big gray eyes seeming dulled by the brightness of the light. One could see the white cravat he always wore, rolled into a string, while his second-hand overcoat, once superb, now extraordinarily shabby and stained, reached right up into his colorless hair, which straggled from his bare skull in rare, rebellious strands. His hat, yellowed by the sun and washed by the rain, was now of indeterminate age. At last, he decided to come back down to earth. "Ah, Monsieur Saccard, so you're taking a little walk round here?" "Yes, it's about a letter in Russian, a letter from a Russian banker based in Constantinople. So I thought of your brother, to translate it for me." Bush, still unconsciously rolling the ruby tenderly in his right hand, extended his left hand, saying the translation would be sent that very evening. But Saccard explained that it was only a matter of 10 lines. "I'll come up, and your brother will read it for me straight away." He was now interrupted by the arrival of an enormous woman, Madame McCain, well known to the regulars at the Bourse, one of those rabid and wretched speculators whose greasy hands are always poking into all sorts of dubious activities. Her moon face, red and puffy, with narrow blue eyes, an almost invisible little nose, and a small mouth from which emerged a childlike fluting voice, seemed to spill out from under her old mauve hat, tied on lopsidedly with red ribbons, and her enormous bosom and dropsical belly seemed to stretch to the limit her mud-bespattered poplin dress, once green, now turning yellow. She carried on her arm a huge, old black leather bag, as deep as a suitcase. This she was never without. That day the bag, full to bursting, was pulling her over to the right, like a bent tree. "Ah, there you are," said Bush, who must have been waiting for her. "Yes, and I've received the Vaudome papers. I have them with me." "Good. Let's go to my office. There's nothing to be done here today." Saccard's eye flickered over the huge leather bag. He knew that this was where downgraded stocks would inevitably end up, along with the shares of bankrupt companies in which the wet feet go on trading. 500-franc shares fought over for 20 sous, or even 10, in the vague hope of an unlikely recovery, or more practically as criminal merchandise, passed on at a profit to bankers needing to inflate their losses. In the murderous battles of the financial world, La McCain was the crow following the marching armies. No company and no bank could be founded without her appearing with her bag, sniffing the air, waiting for the corpses, even in the prosperous times of successful share issues, for she well knew that failure was inevitable, that the day of massacre would come. The day when there would be dead bodies to devour and shares to pick up for nothing from the mud and blood. And as Saccard turned over in his head his grand banking project, he gave a slight shiver, feeling a premonition as he looked at that bag, that charnel house of devalued stock, into which went all the dirty paper swept up from the bourse. As Bush was leading the old woman away, Saccard stopped him. "Shall I go up then? Can I be sure of finding your brother?" The eyes of the Jew softened, expressing a worried surprise. "My brother? But of course. Where else would he be? Very well, I'll see you later." And Saccard, letting them go, resumed his slow walk by the trees towards the Rue Notre Dame de Victoires. This side of the square is one of the busiest, full of small businesses and minor workshops, with their gilded signs blazing in the sun. Blinds flapped on the balconies, and a whole family, up from the provinces, stood gaping from the window of a hotel room. Without thinking, he had raised his head and looked at these people, whose amazement made him smile, comforting him with the thought that there would always be shareholders somewhere in the provinces. Behind him the clamor of the bourse, the roar of the distant flood tide, was still there, nagging at him, following him, as if threatening to swallow him up. Just then another encounter made him pause. "What's this, Jordan? You at the bourse?" he shouted, shaking the hand of a tall, dark young man with a small mustache and a resolute, determined air. The son of a Marseilles banker who had committed suicide a while ago after some disastrous speculation, Jordan had been tramping the streets of Paris for 10 years, madly devoted to literature and struggling bravely against dire poverty. One of his cousins, who lived in Plassans Asterisk and knew the Saccard family, had recommended him to Saccard back when the latter was entertaining all of Paris at his Parc Monceau mansion. "Oh no, not at the bourse, never," the young man replied, with a violent gesture, as if he were driving away the tragic memory of his father. Then, starting to smile again, "You know of course that I got married. Yes, to a childhood sweetheart. Our engagement was arranged when I was still rich, but she insisted she still wanted the poor devil I've become." "Yes, indeed, I received the announcement," said Saccard. "And do you know, I was in touch with your father-in-law, Monsieur Magindra, some time ago, when he had his tarpaulin factory in La Valette. He must have made a pretty penny out of that." They were having this conversation near a bench, and Jordan broke off to introduce Saccard to a short, fat, military-looking gentleman who was sitting there, and with whom he had been chatting when Saccard came along. "This is Captain Chave, an uncle of my wife's. Madame Magindra, my mother-in-law, is a Chave from Marseilles." The captain rose and Saccard shook his hand. He knew by sight this apoplectic face, with a neck stiff from wearing the military collar, one of those petty cash speculators who could always be seen around here from 1 o'clock until 3. They played for tiny but almost certain winnings of 15 to 20 francs, which had to be realized within one session of the bourse. Jordan had added, with a pleasant laugh, to explain his presence there, "A ferocious speculator, my uncle. I just come along from time to shake his hand as I go by." "My word," said the captain, "I have to gamble. On the government pension I'd starve." Then Saccard, who took an interest in this young man on account of his robust attitude to life, asked him how things were going on the literary front, and Jordan, brightening up, told him that his needy family was now installed on the 5th floor in the Avenue de Clichy, for the Magindras, distrustful of a poet and feeling they had done more than enough just by consenting to the marriage, had given them nothing, on the pretext that after their death, their daughter would have their whole fortune, untouched and fattened by savings. No, literature did not feed a man, but he had in mind an idea for a novel, which he didn't have time to write. So he had had to go into journalism, where he dashed off anything he could get, from writing a column to doing the law reports, or even little news items. "Oh well," said Saccard. "If I get my grand plan going, I shall perhaps have a job for you. So come and see me." After saying goodbye, he turned to go round the back of the bourse. Here at last the distant clamor, the barking of the stock market, was no more than a vague hum, lost in the roaring traffic of the square. On this side the steps were just as crowded with people, but the stockbrokers' offices, whose red curtains could be seen through the tall windows, insulated the colonnade from the din of the trading hall, and here various speculators, the rich and fastidious, were sitting comfortably in the shade, some alone and some in little groups, transforming the huge portico, open to the sky, into a sort of private club. The rear of the building was rather like the wrong side of a theater or the stage door, with this seedy, relatively quiet street, the Rue Notre Dame de Victoires, entirely occupied by wine merchants, cafes, brasseries, and taverns swarming with a particular, strangely mixed set of customers. The shop signs, too, clearly indicated the sort of noxious vegetation that had grown up on the edge of the huge cesspit nearby. Disreputable insurance companies, crooked financial journals, company offices, banks, agencies, moneylenders, a whole range of small-time gambling joints established in shops or on mezzanines the size of a pocket handkerchief. Everywhere, on the pavements and in the middle of the road, men were prowling about, loitering as if in some dark alley. Saccard had stopped just inside the railings and was looking up at the door leading to the stockbrokers' offices, with the piercing gaze of an army chief inspecting from every angle the place he intends to attack, when a tall fellow, coming out of a tavern, crossed the street and made him a very low bow. "Ah, Monsieur Saccard, don't you have anything for me? I have now at last left the Credit Mobilier asterisk, and I'm looking for a job." Jantru was a former professor, come to Paris from Bordeaux after some shady affair. He had had to leave the university, had lost his place in the world, but was still a good-looking chap, with his ample black beard and his precocious baldness, well-read too, intelligent and amiable. He had started off at the Bourse when he was about 28, and had trailed around getting his hands dirty for 10 years as a jobber, earning scarcely enough money to keep him in his vices. And today, completely bald and complaining like a whore whose wrinkles threaten her livelihood, he was still waiting for the opportunity that would launch him into success and fortune. Seeing him so humble, Saccard remembered with some bitterness the greeting of Sabatani at Champeau's. Clearly all he had left now was the flawed and the failed. But he was not without esteem for this man's lively intelligence, and he well knew that desperate men make the bravest and most daring troops, having nothing to lose and everything to gain. So he made himself agreeable. "A job," he repeated. "Well, that might be possible. Come and see me. It's Rue Saint-Lazare now, isn't it?" "Yes, Rue Saint-Lazare. In the morning." They chatted. Jantru had plenty to say against the Bourse, insisting, with all the rancor of an unsuccessful scoundrel, that you had to be a scoundrel to succeed in it. That was all over now. He wanted to try something else, and he felt that, given his university background and his knowledge of the world, he would be able to find a good position in management. Saccard nodded approvingly, and as they were now outside the railings, walking along the pavement up to the Rue Brignard, the attention of both men was caught by a dark coupe, very well turned out, which was standing in that street with the horse facing the Rue Montmartre. They had noticed that while the back of the coachman, perched on his high seat, was as still as if made of stone, a woman's head on 2 occasions appeared at the carriage door, then quickly vanished. Suddenly the head leaned out and remained there, casting a long, impatient look back towards the Bourse. "Baroness Sandorf," murmured Saccard. It was a very strange, dark head, with black eyes burning beneath bruised eyelids, a face of passion, with blood-red mouth, a face marred only by an overlong nose. She seemed very pretty, and unusually mature for her 25 years, with the look of a bacchante, dressed by the great dress designers of the age. Yes, the Baroness, echoed Jantru. I met her when she was a girl living with her father, Count de Ladricourt. Oh, a crazy speculator and a man of appalling brutality. I used to go to get his orders every morning, and one day he came close to beating me. I shed no tears for him when he died of apoplexy, ruined after a series of terrible losses on the market. So the girl had to resign herself to marrying Baron Sandorf, counselor at the Austrian embassy, 35 years her senior, whom she had quite driven mad with her fiery eyes. Saccard just said, I know. Once more the head of the Baroness had disappeared inside the coupe, but almost immediately it reappeared, her face more ardent and her neck straining to see over the square in the distance. She plays the market, doesn't she? Oh, like one demented. Every time there's a crisis you can see her here, in her carriage, watching the market quotations, feverishly taking notes in her notebook and placing orders. And look, it was Masha's she was waiting for, and here he comes to join her. Indeed, Masha's was running as fast as his short legs would carry him, his list of market rates in his hand, and they saw him leaning over the carriage door, he too now plunging his head inside, deep in discussion with the Baroness. Then, as they were moving off a little to avoid being caught spying, and the broker had started back, still running, they called out to him. First he glanced sideways to make sure he was hidden by the corner of the street. Then he stopped, breathless, his florid face all puffed up but still cheerful, and his big blue eyes as limpid as a child's. Whatever is the matter with them, he exclaimed. Now it's Suez collapsing, and they're talking of a war with England. A piece of news that is totally upsetting everyone, and no one knows where it came from. I ask you, War, who can possibly have invented that? Unless it just invented itself. Honestly, a bolt from the blue. Jantru gave a wink. The lady's still at it? Oh, like a madwoman. I'm taking her orders over to Nathanson. Saccard, who was listening, reflected aloud. Oh yes, indeed, I'd been told that Nathanson had entered the curb market. A very nice young chap, Nathanson, said Jantru. He deserves to be successful. We were together at the Credit Mobilier. But he'll get on all right, since he's a Jew. His father is an Austrian, living in Besançon, a watchmaker I believe. You know, one day, there at the Credit, seeing how it all worked, he got the idea. He decided it wasn't all that clever. All you needed was a room with a railed-off counter such as bank cashiers have. So he opened a counter. And you, Mashes, are you doing well? Doing well? Oh, you've been through it. You're right to say you have to be a Jew. Without that, no good trying to understand. One doesn't have the flair. It's just filthy luck. What a rotten job. But once in it, one stays in it. Besides, I still have good strong legs, so I keep hoping. And off he ran with a laugh. He was said to be the son of a disgraced magistrate from Lyons, who, after his father disappeared, decided not to go on with his law studies and ended up in the Bourse. Saccard and Jantru, walking slowly, came back towards the Rue Brugnard. There they again saw the coupe of the Baroness. But the windows were raised and the mysterious vehicle seemed quite empty, while the coachman seemed even more still than before, in his long wait that often lasted until the close of the market. She is devilishly exciting, Saccard brusquely remarked. I can understand the old Baron. Jantru gave an odd smile. Oh, the Baron had enough some time ago, I believe. And he's very miserly, they say. So do you know who she's taken up with, to pay her bills, since she never makes enough on the market? No. Delcom. Delcom, the public prosecutor, that dry stick of a man, so jaundiced and stiff. Oh, I'd really like to see those two together. At this the two men, highly amused and titillated, went their separate ways with a vigorous handshake, one reminding the other that he would take the liberty of calling on him shortly. As soon as he was alone again, Saccard was once more overtaken by the loud voice of the Bourse, breaking over his head with the insistence of a flood tide on the turn. He had gone round the corner now, and was walking back towards the Rue Vivienne, along that side of the square which, lacking any cafes, looks rather severe. He carried on past the Chamber of Commerce, the post office, and the large advertising agencies, getting more and more deafened and feverish as he came back in front of the main facade. And when he managed to cast a sideways glance over the portico, he paused anew, as if not yet ready to complete the tour of the colonnade and end this sort of passionate siege in which he was enfolding it. Here, on this wider part of the pavement, life was in full swing, even bursting out. A flood of customers filled the cafes. The patisserie was permanently crowded. The window displays were bringing the crowds flocking, especially the goldsmiths, ablaze with large pieces of silverware. And at the four corners, the four intersections, the flow of cabs and pedestrians grew ever more intense, in an inextricable tangle, while the omnibus office added to the congestion and the jobbers' carriages stood in line, blocking the pavement from one end of the railings to the other. But Saccard's eyes were glued to the top of the steps, where the frock coats followed one another in the sunshine. Then his gaze went back up towards the columns, into the compact mass, a swarming blackness brightened only by the pale patches of faces. Everyone was standing. The chairs were not visible, and the circle of the curb market, sitting under the clock, could only be guessed at from a sort of bubbling, a frenzy of words and gestures that had set the air a-tremble. Over on the left, the group of bankers engaged in arbitrage, foreign currency operations, and English checks asterisk was quieter than the rest, though a queue of people kept passing through to get to the telegraph office. Even the side galleries were crammed with a crush of speculators, and between the columns, leaning against the metal handrails, some were showing their backs or bellies, seeming quite at ease, as if leaning on the velvet of a box at the theater. The vibration and rumbling, like an engine getting up steam, grew ever louder, making the whole of the bourse shake like the flickering of a flame. Suddenly he saw the jobber Mashes racing down the steps and leaping into his carriage, whereupon the coachman immediately set the horse off at a gallop. Then Saccard felt his fists clenching. Violently tearing himself away, he turned into the Rue Vivian, crossing the road to reach the corner of the Rue Feydeau, where Bush lived. He had just remembered the Russian letter that he needed to get translated. But as he entered, he was greeted by a young man standing by the stationers on the ground floor, and he recognized Gustave Sedil, the son of a silk manufacturer in the Rue de Jeuneurs. His father had placed him with Mazad to study the workings of the world of finance. He smiled paternally at the tall, elegant lad, readily guessing what he was up to, waiting there. Conan's stationery shop had been supplying notebooks to the whole of the bourse ever since little Madame Conan had begun helping her husband, big Monsieur Conan, who never came out from the back of the shop. He attended to the manufacturing, while she was forever coming and going, serving at the counter and running errands outside. She was plump and blonde and pink, a real little curly lamb with her pale, silky hair, very pleasant and affectionate and always in good spirits. She was fond of her husband, it was said, but this didn't stop her from a bit of dalliance when one of the broker customers took her fancy, but not for money, only for pleasure, and once only, in a friend's house nearby, or so it was said. In any case, the favored ones must have been both discreet and grateful, for she was still adored and made a fuss of, with no ugly rumors about her. And the stationers continued to prosper. It was a real little nest of happiness. As he passed by, Saccard saw Madame Conan smiling at Gustave through the window. Such a pretty little lamb. He felt a delicious sensation, like a caress. Then he went up the stairs. For 20 years now, Bush had occupied a cramped lodging right at the top, on the 5th floor, just 2 bedrooms and a kitchen. Born in Nancy, of German parents, he had ended up here after leaving his hometown, and had gradually widened his extraordinarily complicated business circle, without feeling the need for a larger office, leaving the room on the street side to his brother Sigismund, and keeping for himself only the little room overlooking the interior yard, and there the heaps of paper, the files and packages of all sorts, were piled up to such an extent that there was only room for one single chair beside the desk. One of his main concerns was trading in collapsed stocks. He collected them together and acted as intermediary between the little bourse of the Wet Feet and the bankrupts with holes to account for in their books. So he followed the market rates closely, occasionally buying directly, but mainly being supplied from stocks that were brought to him. Besides money lending and a covert traffic in jewels and precious stones, he particularly occupied himself with buying up debts. That was what filled his office to bursting point and sent him to the four corners of Paris, sniffing and watching, with inside contacts in every level of society. As soon as he learned of a bankruptcy, he would rush along, prowling around the receiver, eventually buying up everything that offered no immediate profit to anyone. He kept an eye on solicitors' offices, waiting for the opening of difficult inheritance cases and attending the auctioning of hopeless debts. He also advertised, attracting impatient creditors who preferred to get a few sous at once rather than run the risk of taking their debtors to court. From these multiple sources came paper by the basketful, constantly adding to the heap of this ragpicker of debts. Unpaid promissory notes, failed agreements, fruitless acknowledgments of liability, commitments unfulfilled. Then came the sorting, the picking through these seedy remains, and this required a special and very delicate flair. In this ocean of disappeared or insolvent debtors, choices had to be made to avoid waste of effort. Bush maintained as a general principle that any debt, however seemingly hopeless, might prove to be of value, and he had a series of admirably classified files, with a corresponding index of names, which he read over from time to time to refresh his memory. But among the insolvents, he naturally followed most closely those he felt might perhaps come into money one day. His investigations stripped people bare, delved into family secrets, took note of wealthy relatives, of any resources people had, and especially of any new employment which would allow him to sequester payments. Often he would allow a man to ripen over several years, only to strangle him at his first success. As for debtors who had disappeared, they excited his passions even more, throwing him into a fever of search after search, scanning the business signboards and every name printed in the newspapers, seeking out addresses like a dog hunting game. Once he had his hands on them, the insolvent and the disappeared, he became ferocious, devouring them with all sorts of charges, bleeding them dry, getting 100 francs for what had cost him 10 sous, with brutal explanations of the risks involved in his operations, which meant he had to recoup from those he caught all that he claimed to lose on the ones who slipped through his fingers like smoke. In this hunt for debtors, Lamarcaine was one of the helpers he most liked to use, for though he had to have a little troop of hunting assistants working for him, he was always distrustful of that disreputable and hungry gang. Lamarcaine, on the other hand, had her own property, a sort of housing estate behind the Butte Montmartre called the Site de Naples, a vast acreage covered with rickety sheds that she leased by the month, a place of appalling poverty, with starvelings living on top of each other in the filth, fighting over holes fit for pigs from which she would ruthlessly sweep them, along with their rubbish, the minute they ceased to pay. What was eating her up and swallowing the profits of her estate was her unfortunate passion for speculation. She also had a taste for financial disasters, ruins and fires from which one can steal melted jewels. When Bush set her to seeking some information or unearthing a debtor, she threw herself into it for sheer pleasure, even using some of her own money. She described herself as a widow, but no one had ever met her husband. She came from who knows where, seemed always to have been 50 and hugely fat, with the reedy voice of a little girl. On this occasion, as soon as Lamarcaine was seated on the only chair, the office was full, as if bunged up by the arrival of this last packet of flesh. Bush, imprisoned at his desk, seemed quite buried, with only his square head rising above the sea of files. "Here," she said, emptying her old bag of the enormous pile of papers with which it bulged. "Here's what Fayeur sent me from Vendôme. He bought everything for you in that Charpier bankruptcy you asked me to point out to him. 110 francs. Fayeur, whom she called her cousin, had just set up an office there as a collector of revenues. His ostensible business was receiving the bonds of the small investors of the region, and as the agent for these bonds and money, he speculated wildly. The provinces are not much use, muttered Bush, but there are still some finds to be made. He sniffed at the papers, sorting them already with an expert hand, classifying them roughly at a first estimate, according to their smell. His flat face darkened and showed disappointment. Not much here, nothing to get one's teeth into. Fortunately, this didn't cost much. Here are some promissory notes. More notes. If these fellows are young, and if they've come to Paris, we may perhaps catch up with them. But then, he gave a slight exclamation of surprise. Hold on. What's this? He had just seen, at the bottom of a sheet of stamped paper, asterisk the signature of the Count de Beauvilliers, and there were only 3 lines on the page, written in a large, senile hand. I undertake to pay the sum of 10,000 francs to Mademoiselle Léonie Cron upon her coming of age. Count de Beauvilliers, he repeated slowly, thinking aloud. Oh yes, he had farms and an entire estate, near Vendôme. He died in a hunting accident, and left a wife and 2 children in straitened circumstances. I had some promissory notes of his some time ago, which they had some trouble paying. A buffoon, a good-for-nothing. Then suddenly he burst into a loud laugh, as he reconstructed the story. The old rogue. He must have got the girl into trouble. She was unwilling, but he must have persuaded her with this scrap of paper, which was of no legal value. Then he died. Let's see, it's dated 1854, just 10 years ago. The girl must be of age by now. How did this statement of debt get into Charpier's hands? A seed merchant, this Charpier, and a short-term moneylender. The girl no doubt left him this as a deposit for a few écus. Or perhaps he had undertaken to collect the debt. But, Lamarcaine broke in. That's really good. That, a real stroke of luck. Bush shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. Oh no, let me tell you, this isn't worth anything in law. If I present this to his heirs, they can send me packing, because I'd have to prove that the money is actually owing. However, if we find the girl, I hope I could persuade them to be generous and come to some agreement to avoid an unpleasant scandal. You understand? Look for this Léonie Cron. Write to Fayeur asking him to dig her out over there. Then we can have some fun. He had put the papers into 2 piles, which he promised himself he'd examine thoroughly once he was alone, and he stayed quite still, with his hands open, one on each pile. After a silence, Lamarcaine said, I've looked into the Jordan notes. I really thought I'd found our man. He had a job somewhere, and now he's writing for the newspapers. But the newspaper offices are so unhelpful, they refuse to give out addresses. And anyway, I don't think he signs his articles with his real name. Without a word, Bush had stretched out his arm to take the Jordan file out of its alphabetical niche. There were 6 50-franc promissory notes, already 5 years old, and spread out over several months, a total of 300 francs that the young man had signed to a tailor when he was hard up. Not paid when presented, the notes had accumulated huge charges, and the whole file was overflowing with papers of legal proceedings. At this time the debt had reached 730 francs and 15 centimes. If the lad has any future, murmured Bush, we'll catch him yet. Then, doubtless following an association of ideas, he cried out. Now tell me, what about the Sicardot affair? Are we giving up on it? Lamarcaine raised her fat arms heavenwards, in a mournful gesture. A shudder of despair shook her whole monstrous person. Oh, dear Lord, she moaned in her fluting voice, it'll be the death of me. The Sicardot affair was a quite novelettish story that she loved to tell. A cousin of hers, Rosalie Cheval, a daughter born late in life to one of her father's sisters, had, one evening when she was 16, been taken on a staircase in a house on the Rue de la Harpe, where she and her mother occupied a small lodging on the 6th floor. The worst of it was that the gentleman, a married man who had come with his wife, barely a week before, to a room sublet by a lady on the 2nd floor, had proved so amorous that poor Rosalie, pushed back too eagerly against the edge of one of the steps, had suffered a dislocated shoulder. Thereupon came justifiable rage from her mother, almost leading to a frightful scene, in spite of the tears of the girl who admitted she had been quite willing, that it was just an accident, and she would be too miserable if the gentleman was sent to prison. At this the mother quietened down and contented herself with demanding from him the sum of 600 francs, to be paid in 12 notes of hand, at 50 francs a month for a year, and there had been no ugly haggling. Indeed, the demand was even rather modest, since the daughter, just completing her apprenticeship as a dressmaker, now had no earnings, lying ill in bed, costing a lot, and getting such poor treatment that the muscles in her arm had shrunk, leaving her disabled. Before the end of the first month the gentleman had disappeared, leaving no address. And misfortunes continued, falling thick as hail. Rosalie gave birth to a boy, lost her mother, and fell into a life of wretchedness and dire poverty. Ending up at her cousin's site de Naples, she had trailed around the streets until she was 26, sometimes selling lemons at Les Halles, and disappearing for weeks with various men, to return drunk and bruised black and blue. At last, just a year ago, she had had the good fortune to die, as a result of an even more thorough beating than usual, and La McCain had been left looking after the baby, Victor. All that remained of this adventure were the 12 unpaid notes, signed Sickerdot. Nothing more had ever been discovered about him. The gentleman's name was Sickerdot. Reaching out again, Bush took down the Sickerdot file, a slim folder of gray paper. No costs had been added. All it contained were the 12 promissory notes. If Victor were at least a nice child, lamented the old woman. But honestly, he's simply dreadful. Oh, it's hard getting that sort of inheritance, a kid who'll end up on the scaffold, and these bits of paper I'll never make anything out of. Bush kept his big, pale eyes stubbornly fixed on the notes. So many times he had studied them like this, always hoping to find a clue in some overlooked detail, the shape of the letters or the grain of the stamped paper. He maintained that this fine, pointed handwriting could not be quite unknown to him. It's curious, he repeated once more. I've certainly seen a S and OS like these before, so elongated that they look like IS. Just then there was a knock at the door, and he asked La McCain to reach out to open it, for the room opened directly onto the stairs. You had to go through this room to reach the other, the one on the street side. As for the kitchen, an airless cubbyhole, it was on the other side of the landing. Come in, monsieur. And it was Saccard who came in. He was smiling, inwardly amused by the brass plate screwed on the door, bearing in bold black letters the word, litigation. Ah, yes, Monsieur Saccard, you've come about that translation. My brother is there, in the next room. Come in, come in. But La McCain was absolutely blocking the way, and she was staring at the newcomer, looking more and more surprised. It took quite a lot of maneuvering. He backed out into the staircase. Then she went out, squeezing past him on the landing, so that he could go in and at last get to the next room, into which he disappeared. During all these complicated maneuvers, she never once took her eyes off him. Oh, she gasped, as if overcome. This Monsieur Saccard. I had never seen much of him before. Victor is the spitting image of him. Bush, not understanding at once, was gazing at her. Then, with a sudden illumination, he let out a strangled oath. Hellfire. That's it. I knew I'd seen that somewhere before. This time he stood up and ransacked the files, at last finding a letter Saccard had written to him the year before, asking for more time on behalf of some bankrupt lady. He hastily compared the writing on the notes to that on the letter. The A's and the O's were indeed the same, having with time become even more pointed, and the capital letters, too, were identical. It's him, he kept saying. Only, after all, why Sickerdot? Why not Saccard? But a vague story was now stirring in his memory. He had been told of Saccard's past by a business agent called Larseneau, now a millionaire. Saccard turning up in Paris on the morrow of the coup d'etat to take advantage of the growing power of his brother Rugen, and at first wretched poverty in the dark streets of the old Latin Quarter, then a rapid rise to fortune thanks to a somewhat shady marriage, after he'd had the good luck to lose his first wife. It was during these difficult beginnings that he had changed his name of Rugen to that of Saccard, simply altering the name of the first wife, who was called Sickerdot. Yes, Sickerdot. I remember now, Bush murmured. He had the gall to use his wife's name to sign the notes. The couple had no doubt used that name when they arrived in the Rue de la Harpe. The rotter must have been taking every precaution, ready to move out at the first sign of danger. Oh, he wasn't only after money. He was also into tumbling young girls on the stairs. That's stupid. That'll catch him out one of these days. Hush, hush, said Lamacane. We've got him. That just shows there is a God. I shall at last be rewarded for all I've done for that poor little Victor. I do love him after all, even if there's no way of civilizing him. She was beaming, her narrow eyes sparkling in the greasy fat of her face. But Bush, after the sudden excitement of the long-sought solution that chance had suddenly brought him, had cooled down on reflection and was shaking his head. Even if Saccard was ruined just now, he was still worth fleecing. There were less profitable fathers in the world. Only this one wouldn't stand for any hassling. He could turn savage. And then what? He certainly didn't even know he had a son. He could deny everything, in spite of the extraordinary resemblance that so amazed Lamacane. Besides, he was a widower for the second time, a free man, not having to account for his past to anyone. So even if he were to accept the boy, there would be no fear or threat to hold over him. As for getting out of his paternity, only the 600 francs of the promissory notes. That would really be too wretched. Hardly worth being given such a miraculous stroke of luck. No, he needed to think, to let it mature, and find a way to gather the harvest when it was fully ripe. Let's not be hasty, Bush concluded. Besides, he's right down now. Let's give him time to get himself up again. And before dismissing Lamacane, he finished going over with her some petty matters that she was dealing with. A young woman who had pawned her jewels for a lover. A son-in-law whose debt would be paid by his mother-in-law, who was his mistress, if they played their cards right. In short, the most delicate varieties of the so complex and difficult business of collecting bad debts. Saccard, entering the adjoining room, stood dazzled for a moment by the bright light from the uncurtained, sunlit window. This room, with its light wallpaper patterned with little blue flowers, was bare, just a small iron bed in one corner, a pine table in the middle, and 2 straw-bottomed chairs. Along the left-hand wall some planks, hardly even planed, served as bookshelves, loaded with books, pamphlets, newspapers, papers of all sorts. But the light flooding from the sky on this top floor gave the bareness of the room a sort of youthful gaiety, like the sound of fresh and innocent laughter. And Bush's brother, Sigismund, a fellow of 35, clean-shaven with long and sparse brown hair, was sitting at the table with his broad, domed brow held in his bony hand, so absorbed by the manuscript he was reading that he didn't even turn his head, not having heard the door opening. He was an intelligent man, this Sigismund, educated in the German universities and speaking German, English, and Russian, as well as his native French. In 1849, in Cologne, he had met Karl Marx and had become the most appreciated contributor to his new Rhenish Gazette. And from that moment on his religion had been fixed. He embraced socialism with an ardent faith, giving himself body and soul to the idea of the coming social reforms which would assure the happiness of the poor and humble. Ever since his master, banished from Germany and forced, after the June days, to leave Paris, had settled in London, writing and trying to organize the party, he, for his part, had been vegetating, lost in his dreams, so careless of his material existence that he would surely have died of hunger if his brother had not taken him in on the Rue Feydeau, near the Bourse, and given him the idea of using his knowledge of languages to set himself up as a translator. The elder brother adored his young sibling with a maternal passion, a ferocious wolf with debtors, capable of spilling a man's blood to steal 10 sous, yet immediately moved to tears, full of the devoted and passionate tenderness of a woman, where this tall and absent-minded fellow was concerned, this boy who had never grown up. He had given him the good room overlooking the street, and tended him like a servant, running their strange household, sweeping, making the beds, getting the food delivered twice a day from a little restaurant nearby. He, so active, his head crammed with 1,000 business matters, tolerated idleness in his brother, for the translation business, always hindered by his personal work, was not going well. He would even forbid him to work, worried by his nasty little cough. And in spite of his steely love of money, and the murderous greed which made the acquisition of money his sole reason for living, he would smile indulgently at the theories of this revolutionary and hand over his money, as one hands a toy to a child, knowing it may get broken. Sigismund, for his part, had no idea what his brother did in the next room. He knew nothing of that dreadful trading in depreciated stock and buying up of debts. He lived on a higher plane, in a sovereign dream of justice. The idea of charity wounded him, made him terribly angry. Charity was almsgiving. It was inequality consecrated by kindness. He accepted only justice, the rights of the individual reasserted and laid down as immutable principles in the new social order. So, like Karl Marx, with whom he was constantly in correspondence, he would spend his days studying this organization, modifying, ceaselessly improving on paper the society of tomorrow, covering page after page with figures, finding a base in science for the complicated framework of universal happiness. He took away capital from some to share it out among others. And with one stroke of his pen he moved billions, rearranging the wealth of the world. And all in this bare room, with no other passion than his dream, with no need for any enjoyment, and of such frugality that his brother had to scold him to make him drink wine and eat meat. What he wanted was that each man's work, measured according to his strength, should be sufficient to satisfy his appetites, while he, for his own part, was killing himself with work and living on nothing. A real sage, impassioned about his studies, detached from material existence, very gentle and very pure. Ever since the previous autumn he had been coughing more and more, as the consumption spread through him, without his even deigning to notice and take care of himself. But at a movement from Saccard, Sigismund at last looked up with his big, vague eyes, and expressed surprise, although he knew the visitor. "I've come about a letter to translate." The young man was even more surprised, for he had been discouraging clients, the bankers, speculators, and currency dealers, all those bourse people who receive, especially from England and Germany, a great deal of correspondence, circulars, and company statutes. "Yes, a letter in Russian." "Oh, only 10 lines. At this Sigismund held out his hand, for Russian had remained his speciality. He alone, among the other translators of the neighborhood who made their living on English and German, translated it fluently. The rarity of Russian documents in the Paris market explained his long periods of unemployment. He read the letter aloud, in French. It was a favorable response, in 3 sentences, from a banker in Constantinople, a simple yes to a deal. "Ah, thank you," exclaimed Saccard, who seemed delighted. And he asked Sigismund to write the few lines of the translation on the back of the letter. But Sigismund was seized by a terrible fit of coughing that he tried to smother in his handkerchief so as not to disturb his brother, who would come running as soon as he heard him coughing like that. When the spasm was over he got up and went to the window, throwing it wide open, suffocating, needing air. Saccard, who had followed him, glanced outside and gave a slight gasp. "Oh, you can see the bourse. My, how funny it looks from here." Indeed, he had never before seen it from such a strange angle, a bird's eye view, with the 4 huge zinc slopes of the roof exposed in amazing detail, bristling with a forest of pipes. The points of the lightning conductors stood up like giant lances, threatening the sky. And the great building itself was now no more than a cube of stone, striped by rows of columns, a dirty, gray cube, bare and ugly, with a ragged flag on top. But what astonished him most was the steps and the peristyle, dotted with black ants, a whole anthill in turmoil, restlessly moving, creating a huge disturbance that from up here seemed incomprehensible and even pitiable. How small it all looks, he continued, as if one could grab them all up in one handful. Then, being familiar with the ideas of his companion, he added with a laugh, "When are you going to get rid of all that, with one swift kick?" Sigismund shrugged. "What's the point? You're already doing the demolishing yourselves." And bit by bit he grew animated, overflowing with the subject he was so full of. A proselytizing urge launched him, at the slightest excuse, into an exposition of his system. "Yes, indeed, you're working for us without realizing it. There you are, a few usurpers, dispossessing the masses, and once you are gorged we, in turn, will only have to dispossess you. Every kind of monopolizing, every centralization, leads to collectivism. You are giving us a practical lesson. In the same way that big estates swallow up small plots of land, big manufacturers devour cottage industry, and large banks and big stores kill off all competition, growing fat on the ruin of small banks and little shops. They are all, in fact, slowly but surely moving towards the new social order. We are waiting for it all to break down, waiting for the current mode of production to end in the intolerable disorder of its final consequences. Then the bourgeois and the peasants themselves will help us." Intrigued, Saccard gazed at him with a vague disquiet, although he thought him quite mad. "Well, all right, tell me about it. What is this collectivism of yours?" "Collectivism is the transformation of private capital, living by the strife of competition, into a unitary social capital, created by the work of all. Imagine a society in which the instruments of production are the property of all, in which everyone works according to his intelligence and strength, and the products of this social cooperation are distributed to each and all, in proportion to their effort. Surely nothing could be simpler? Communal production in the factories, yards, and workshops of the nation, then in exchange, a payment in kind. If there is a surplus of production, it's placed in public warehouses, from where it can be recovered to make good any shortages that may occur. It's a matter of striking a balance. And all this, like the stroke of an axe, fells the rotten tree. No more competition, no more private capital, so no more business of any kind, no commerce, no markets, no stock exchanges. The idea of profit no longer has any meaning. The sources of speculation, unearned incomes, simply are no more." Oh, Saccard interrupted. "That would make a terrific change in the way of life of a lot of people. But what about those who live on private incomes now? Gunderman, for instance, would you take away his billion?" "Not at all. We are not thieves. We would buy back his billion, his shares, his income bonds, with a set of vouchers divided into annuities. And just imagine that immense capital replaced in this way by a suffocating wealth of consumer vouchers. In less than 100 years, the descendants of that Gunderman of yours would be reduced to personal labor, like all the other citizens, for the annuities would eventually run out, and they would not have been able to turn their forced savings, the excess of that crushing surplus of provisions, into capital, even if the right of inheritance were retained. I tell you, this sweeps away at a stroke not only individual businesses, companies of shareholders, and associations of private capital, but all the indirect sources of income, all the credit systems, loans, rents, and tenant farming. There would no longer be any measure of value other than labor. Wages are of course abolished, for in the present capitalist system they are not equivalent to the actual product of labor, since they never represent anything more than what is strictly necessary for the worker's daily livelihood. And it must be admitted that it's the present system that is alone to blame. For even the most honest employer has to follow the harsh law of competition and exploit his workers if he wants to make a living. Our whole social system has to be destroyed. Oh, Gunderman choking under the weight of his vouchers, and Gunderman's heirs not managing to use it all up, forced to give to others and take up the pickaxe or the workman's tools, just like their comrades. And Sigismund burst out laughing, like a child in a playground, but still standing at the window with his eyes on the bourse, where the black anthill of speculation still swarmed. Burning patches of red appeared on his cheeks. Imagining the amusing ironies of the justice of the future was his one entertainment. Saccard had grown more and more uneasy. What if this dreamer was right after all? What if he had correctly divined the future? He explained things in a way that seemed very clear and sensible. Bah, he muttered to reassure himself. All this is not going to happen next year. Of course not, the young man went on, once more solemn and weary. We're in the time of transition, the time of agitation. Perhaps there will be some outbreaks of revolutionary violence. They are often inevitable. But the excesses and outbursts are temporary. Oh, I don't try to disguise the immediate difficulties. All that dreamed of future seems impossible. It's hard to give people a reasonable idea of that future society. That society of fair labor, whose way of life will be so different from ours. It's like another world on another planet. And it has to be admitted, reorganization isn't ready yet. We're still finding our way. I, who hardly sleep anymore, spend my nights on it. For instance, we can certainly be told, if things are as they are, it's because the logic of human activity has made them so. So what a task it is to take the river back to its source and direct it into another valley. Certainly, the present state of society has owed its prosperity over the centuries to the individualist principle, which through emulation and personal interest becomes an endlessly renewed source of fertile production. Will collectivism ever reach that level of fecundity? And how are we to activate the productive function of the worker once the idea of earnings has been destroyed? This, for me, is where the doubt and anguish lie, the weak ground on which we must fight if we want the victory of socialism to be won on it one day. But we will overcome, for we are justice itself. Look, you see that monument before you. Do you see it? The Bourse. Saccard answered. Lord, yes, I can see it. Well, it would be stupid to blow it up. It would simply get rebuilt elsewhere. But I predict that it will blow itself up once the state has taken it over and become, in consequence, the sole and universal bank of the nation. And who knows? It may then serve as a public warehouse for our excess of wealth, one of those granaries of abundance in which our grandchildren will find the luxuries for their feast days. With an expansive gesture, Sigismund seemed to open up this future of general and widespread happiness. And he was so carried away that a new fit of coughing shook his frame as he returned to his table, with his elbows among the papers, and holding his head in his hands to smother the hacking rattle of his throat. But this time it would not calm down. Suddenly the door opened and Bush, having sent away La McCain, ran in looking distraught, as if he himself was suffering that abominable coughing. He at once leaned over and took his brother in his broad arms, as if rocking an unhappy child. Come on, my dear, what is making you choke like this? You know I want you to call a doctor. This is just not sensible. You must have been talking too much, for sure. And he cast a sidelong glance at Saccard, still standing in the middle of the room, decidedly disturbed by what he had just heard from the mouth of this tall fellow, so passionate and so ill, who from his window up here must be casting a spell over the Bourse with his notions of sweeping everything away and rebuilding. Thanks, I'll leave you now, said the visitor, eager to be outside. Send me my letter, with the 10 lines of translation. I'm expecting some more, so we'll settle the whole lot together. But, now the crisis was over, Bush kept him back a moment or two more. By the way, the lady who was here just now had met you before, a long time ago. Where was that? Rue de la Harpe, in 52. Self-controlled as he was, Saccard nevertheless lost color. A nervous tick twitched at his mouth. It wasn't that he remembered at that instant the girl he'd tumbled on the staircase. He hadn't known about her pregnancy, and did not know there was a child. But the memory of those first wretched years was always very disagreeable. Rue de la Harpe. Oh, I only stayed there about a week when I first arrived in Paris, while I looked for somewhere to live. Au revoir. Au revoir. Bush pointedly repeated, mistakenly seeing Saccard's embarrassment as an admission of guilt, and already thinking about how best to exploit this affair. Down in the street again, Saccard went back automatically towards the Place de la Bourse. He was quite shivery. He did not even look at little Madame Conan, whose pretty blonde face was smiling from the stationer's door. In the square the commotion had increased. The clamor of trading was beating down on pavements teeming with people with the unfettered violence of a high tide. It was the 2:45 shouting match, the battle of the last calls, the frenzy to find out who would emerge with full pockets. And standing at the corner of the Rue de la Bourse, opposite the peristyle, he thought he saw, in the confused jostling under the columns, the bear trader Moser and the bull trader Pilleralt, both doing battle, and fancied he could hear, emerging from the main hall, the shrill voice of the broker Mazad, occasionally smothered by great bursts from Nathan Sohn, who was sitting under the clock in the curb market. But a carriage going by, on the edge of the gutter, almost splattered him. Mashes leaped from it even before the coachman had reined in, and ran up the steps in one bound, breathlessly carrying some client's last order. And Saccard, still standing motionless, gazing at the milling crowd up there, was mulling over his life, haunted by the memory of his beginnings reawakened by Bush's question. He recalled the Rue de la Harpe, then the Rue Saint-Jacques, to which he had dragged his down-at-heel conquering hero boots when newly arrived in Paris and determined to master it. And fury once more seized hold of him at the thought that he had not yet conquered, that he was once again out on the streets, seeking his fortune, unsatisfied, and tormented by a hunger for gratification such as he had never before experienced so painfully. That madman Sigismund spoke truly. Work cannot make a life. The wretched and the stupid labor only to make others grow fat. There was only speculation which, from one day to the next, could at a stroke give well-being, luxury, an expansive life whole and entire. If this old social world had to crumble away one day, wouldn't a man like him still manage to find the time and place to satisfy his desires before the collapse? But a passerby jostled him and didn't even turn round to apologize. He saw it was Gunderman, taking his little daily constitutional. He watched him go into a sweet shop from which this king of gold frequently bought a 1 franc box of sweets for his granddaughters. And that jostling, at that moment, in the fever that had been mounting in him since he started his circling of the Bourse, was like a whiplash, the final decisive thrust. He had finished his siege of the square. He would attack. It was a vow of merciless struggle. He would not leave France. He would defy his brother. He would risk everything in a battle of terrible audacity, which would either lay Paris at his feet or throw him broken into the gutter. Until the market closed, Saccard stayed resolutely at his post of observation and menacing intent. He watched the peristyle emptying and the steps filling with the slow disbanding of all these excited, weary people. Around him the roadway and the pavements were still crowded with an uninterrupted flow of people, the eternal crowd, ready to be exploited, the shareholders of tomorrow, who could not go past this great lottery of speculation without turning their heads, impelled by desire and fear of what went on in there, the mystery of financial transactions. A mystery all the more attractive to French brains since so few of them ever penetrated. Chapter 2. After Saccard's last disastrous land deal, when he had to leave his palace in the Parc Monceau, abandoning it to his creditors to avoid an even greater catastrophe, his first idea had been to take refuge with his son Maxime. Maxime, since the death of his wife, who now lay in a little cemetery in Lombardy, had been living on his own in a mansion on the Avenue de l'Impératrice, where he had organized his life with a careful and ferocious egoism. As a young man prematurely aged by vice, he was impeccably eating up the fortune of his dead wife, and firmly refused to take his father in, explaining, with an air of sweet reasonableness, that this was so that they could go on living in harmony. After that, Saccard thought of another refuge. He would rent a little house in Passy, a bourgeois retreat for retired businessmen. Then he remembered that the ground floor and first floor of the Orvieto mansion on the Rue Saint-Lazare were still lying empty. their doors and windows shuttered. The Princess d'Urvito had been living in 3 rooms on the 2nd floor since the death of her husband, and she had not even had a sign put up at the carriage entrance, now overgrown with weeds. A low door at the other end of the front of the building led to the 2nd floor by a servant's staircase. Saccard had frequently been in touch with the princess over business matters and had been astonished, on his visits to her, at her failure to try and make some profit out of her building. But she would just shake her head. She had her own ideas on money matters. However, when he suggested himself as a tenant, she agreed at once, granting him, for a derisory rent of 10,000 francs, the use of the sumptuous ground floor and 1st floor, a princely accommodation worth at least double. People had not forgotten the lavish splendor of the prince. It was in the feverish excitement of his immense financial fortune, when he first came to Paris from Spain, arriving in a shower of millions, that he had bought this mansion and had it restored, pending the day when he could astonish people with the palace of marble and gold he had in mind. The building dated from the previous century, one of those maisons de plaisance built in the middle of vast gardens by philandering lords, but it had been partly demolished, then rebuilt in more severe proportions. Of its former park it had kept only a large courtyard surrounded by stables and outbuildings, all of which would surely be carried away by the planned Rue du Cardinal Fesch. The prince had acquired it as part of the estate of a spinster lady of the Saint-Germain family. Her property had once extended right up to the Rue de Trois Frères, the former continuation of the Rue Taitbout. Indeed, the mansion still had its entrance on the Rue Saint-Lazare, right beside a large building of the same era, the Folies Beauvilliers as it was known, where the Beauvilliers still lived after a period of gradual ruin, and they still owned what was left of an admirable garden, with magnificent trees which were also doomed to disappear in the impending upheaval of the neighborhood. In the midst of his disaster, Saccard had still dragged along with him a trail of servants, the debris of his overnumerous staff, a valet, a chef, and his wife who looked after the clothes, another woman who was still there for no obvious reason, a coachman, and 2 grooms. And he filled up the stables and the outbuildings, putting in 2 horses and 3 carriages, and setting up a refectory for his staff on the ground floor. This man, with less than 500 solid francs in his coffers, was living at the rate of 200,000 or 300,000 francs a year. He even managed, on his own, to occupy the vast apartments of the 1st floor, the 3 drawing rooms and 5 bedrooms, not to mention the enormous dining room with a table seating 50. Here, at one time, there had been a door opening on to an internal staircase leading to the 2nd floor and another, smaller dining room. And as the princess had recently let that part of the 2nd floor to an engineer, a Monsieur Hemelin, a bachelor who lived with his sister, she had simply had the door sealed off, fastened with 2 strong screws. She thus shared the old servant's stairs with this tenant, while Saccard had sole use of the grand staircase. He partly furnished a few rooms with what was left from the Parc Monceau, and left the others empty, but somehow managed to give some life to this long succession of dull bare walls, from which some determined hand seemed, after the death of the prince, to have torn away even the slightest scraps of covering. And here Saccard was able to start once more his dream of a great fortune. Princess d'Urvito was at that time one of the oddities of Paris. 15 years ago she had resigned herself to marrying the prince, whom she did not love, in obedience to the formal command of her mother, the Duchess de Combeville. At the time, this young woman of 20 was renowned for both beauty and good conduct, being deeply religious and a shade too serious, though she adored the social world. She knew nothing of the strange stories circulating about the prince and the origins of his kingly fortune, estimated at 300 millions, derived from a lifetime of fearsome robbery, carried out not as an armed man in some remote spot, like the noble adventurers of old, but as a well-dressed modern bandit in the bright sunshine of the Bourse, stealing from the pockets of poor credulous folk, bringing them ruin and death. For 20 years, back in Spain and here in France, the prince had played the major role in all the great swindles that had become the stuff of legend. Although knowing nothing of the mire and blood in which he had amassed such millions, she had, from their very first meeting, felt a repugnance for him that even her religion had failed to overcome. And soon to that antipathy had been added a dull and growing resentment at having no child from this marriage, to which she had submitted out of obedience. Motherhood would have been enough for her, for she adored children, but she began to hate this man who, after destroying all hope of love, could not even satisfy her maternal longings. It was then that the princess was seen to throw herself into unheard-of luxury, dazzling Paris with the brilliance of her parties, living in a style of such splendor that it was said to be the envy of the Tuileries. Then suddenly, the day after the prince died, struck down by apoplexy, the mansion in the Rue Saint-Lazare had fallen into absolute silence and total darkness. Not a light, not a sound. Doors and windows remained closed. And it was rumored that the princess, after violently clearing the ground floor and the first floor, had withdrawn like a recluse to 3 small rooms on the second floor with old Sophie, a former maid of her mother's, who had brought her up. When she reappeared, she was dressed in a simple black wool dress, with a lace scarf over her hair, still small and plump, with her narrow brow, her pretty, round face and pearly teeth between her pursed lips, but already with the yellowish complexion and the impassive, single-minded face of a long-cloistered nun. She had then just turned 30, and ever since she had lived solely for huge charitable works. Great was the surprise in Paris, and all sorts of extraordinary stories went around. The princess had inherited the whole fortune, the famous 300 million to which entire columns were devoted in the press. And the tale that finally got established was quite romantic. A man, a stranger dressed in black, so the story went, had suddenly appeared in the princess's bedroom just as she was preparing for bed, without her ever fathoming by what secret door he had been able to get in, and what this man had told her no one in the world knew. But he must have revealed to her the abominable origins of the 300 million, perhaps demanding that she swear to make reparation for so much iniquity if she wanted to avoid terrible catastrophes. Then the man had disappeared. Was it then, for the 5 years since her widowhood, a response to an order from the hereafter, or was it rather the straightforward revolt of her honesty once she had seen the records of her fortune? The truth was that she now lived only in an ardent fever of renunciation and reparation. In this woman who had never been a lover and had been unable to be a mother, all her repressed tenderness, and especially her thwarted love of children, blossomed into a real passion for the poor, the weak, the disinherited, the suffering, all those from whom she felt her millions had been stolen and whom she swore to repay royally, showering them with alms. Ever since, she had been possessed by one idea. Obsession had hammered its way into her brain. She thought of herself now only as a banker with whom the poor had deposited the 300 millions so that they could be put to the best use. She was just an accountant, a business agent living among lists of figures, surrounded by a population of solicitors, workmen, and architects. Outside, she had set up a vast office with 20 or so employees. In her own quarters, in her 3 small rooms, she received only 4 or 5 intermediaries, her lieutenants, and she spent her days there at her desk, like the director of a great company, cloistered far from intruders, in an overflowing heap of papers. Her dream was to relieve every misery, from the child who suffers in being born, to the old man who cannot die without suffering. During these 5 years, scattering her gold in great handfuls, she had founded the St. Marie Children's Hospital at La Valette, with white cradles for the littlest and blue beds for the older ones, a vast establishment full of light, already holding 300 children. Then the St. Joseph Orphanage at St. Monde, where 100 boys and 100 girls were receiving the sort of education and instruction that bourgeois families would provide for their children. And in addition, a home for old people at Chatillon, housing 50 men and 50 women, and a hospital of 200 beds in one of the suburbs, the St. Marceau Hospital, which had only just been opened. But her favorite project, the one that just now engaged her whole heart, was the work foundation her own creation, an institution that was to replace the House of Correction. In the work foundation, 300 children, 150 boys, and 150 girls, gathered up from the streets of Paris, from lives of debauchery and crime, were being given a new life through proper care and apprenticeship to a trade. These diverse foundations, her substantial donations, and her wild prodigality in giving to charity had consumed almost 100 million in 5 years. A few more years of this, and she would be ruined, without even having kept in reserve the small income needed for the bread and milk on which she now lived. When Sophie, her old servant, broke her usual silence to scold her sternly, warning her she would die destitute, she would just give a faint smile, the only smile that ever appeared now upon her colorless lips, a divine smile of hope. It was in fact on the occasion of the setting up of the work foundation that Saccard first became acquainted with the princess. He was one of the owners of the land she bought for this foundation, an ancient garden planted with fine trees, which lay at the edge of the Parc de Neuilly and ran alongside the Boulevard Binot. He had charmed her by his brisk way of doing business, and she decided to see him again when faced by some difficulties with her contractors. For his part, he had become interested in these works, which had captured his imagination, and he was delighted by the grandeur of the plan she had imposed on the architect. 2 monumental wings, one for the boys and the other for the girls, the two linked by a central building containing the chapel, communal area, administrative offices, and all the service departments. Each wing had its own huge courtyard, its workshops and outbuildings of all sorts. But what most roused Saccard's passion, given his own taste for the grand and sumptuous, was the opulence of it all. This huge construction built with materials that would last for centuries, a lavish use of marble, a tiled kitchen large enough to roast an ox, immense dining halls with rich oak paneling, dormitories flooded with light and brightly painted in light colors, a laundry, a bathroom, an infirmary, all done up with excessive refinements, and everywhere vast open areas, stairs and corridors, airy in summer and heated in winter, and the entire house bathed in sunshine, with a youthful gaiety, all the comforts of a huge fortune. When the architect, concerned about all this useless magnificence, tried to speak of the expense, the princess would stop him with one word. She had enjoyed luxury, and she wanted to give it to the poor so that they who create the luxury of the rich, could in their turn enjoy it. This dream was her obsession. To give joy to the wretched, to let them sleep in beds and sit at the table of the fortunate of this world, no longer receiving the charity of a crust of bread or a makeshift pallet, but an expansive life in palaces that would be their home, where they would have their revenge and taste the pleasures of those who always triumph. But in all this wasteful spending, with enormous estimates on all sides, she was being abominably robbed. A swarm of contractors were living off her, not to mention losses due to poor supervision. The wealth of the poor was being squandered. It was Saccard who opened her eyes, begging her to let him put her accounts in order, and this was completely disinterested, for it was the sole pleasure of regulating this crazy dance of millions that so excited him. Never had Saccard shown such scrupulous honesty. In this colossal and complicated affair, he was the most active, the most trustworthy of collaborators, giving his time and even his money, finding his reward simply in the joy of having such considerable sums passing through his hands. He was the one who was known at the work foundation, for the princess never went there, any more than she ever visited any of her other foundations, staying hidden away in her 3 little rooms like some benevolent, invisible goddess, while he was adored and blessed, loaded with all the gratitude that she seemed not to want. Ever since, Saccard had no doubt been nurturing a vague plan, and this, once he was installed as a tenant in the Orvieto mansion, took on the sharp clarity of a desire. Why shouldn't he devote himself entirely to administering the charitable works of the princess? In this period of doubt and uncertainty, defeated in the world of speculation and not knowing what kind of fortune he could rebuild, this seemed to him like a new incarnation, a sudden soaring apotheosis, becoming the dispenser of this royal charity. channeling this flow of gold pouring over Paris. There were still 200 millions left. What great new works could yet be created? What miracle city could be brought forth from the ground? Besides, he would be able to make those millions bear fruit. He could double, even triple them, would use them so well that he would create a whole world out of them. Then, with his usual passion, it all grew bigger and bigger, and he now lived for the intoxicating idea of spreading those millions in endless charities, pouring them out over a joyful France. And he grew sentimental, for he was scrupulously honest, and not a penny of it stuck to his fingers. In the head of this visionary, it was a gigantic idol, the idol of an unreflecting man free of any wish to redeem his former financial piracy. All the more so in that this, after all, was his lifelong dream, the conquest of Paris. To be the king of charity, the god adored by the masses of the poor, to become unique and popular, to make the world take notice of him. This even went beyond his ambitions. What prodigies could he not achieve if he were to employ in being good all his businessman's talents, his cunning, his determination, his total lack of prejudice? And he would have that irresistible power that wins battles. Money, coffers full of money, money that often does so much harm, but would do so much good if all one's pleasure and pride lay in the act of giving. Then, in a further enlargement of his plan, Saccard even started to wonder whether he might marry the Princess d'Orvieto. That would stabilize their position and put an end to undesirable interpretations. For a whole month he maneuvered skillfully, presented superb plans, and felt he had made himself indispensable. Then one day, very calmly, quite ingenuous once more, he made his suggestion and outlined his great plan. It was a genuine partnership he was offering. He would become the liquidator of the money stolen by the prince, and he promised to return it, tenfold, to the poor. The princess, meanwhile, in her everlasting black dress with her lace scarf on her head, listened attentively, with no trace of emotion on her yellowish face. She was very struck by the advantages that might derive from such a partnership, and quite indifferent to any other considerations it might involve. She put off her reply to the next day, and in the end refused. She had no doubt reflected that she would no longer be sole mistress of her charities, and she meant to have sovereign and absolute power to dispense them just as she wished, even foolishly. However, she explained that she would be happy to keep him as her advisor, and showed how precious his collaboration seemed to her by asking him to continue to look after the work foundation, of which he was in fact the real director. For a whole week Saccard was extremely distressed, as at the loss of a cherished idea. Not that he felt himself sinking back into the abyss of brigandage, but just as a sentimental song will bring tears to the eyes of even the most abject drunkard, the colossal idol of the good to be done with millions and millions had really touched his old pirate soul. Here he was, falling down again, and from a great height, as if dethroned. Through money he had always wanted not just to satisfy his appetites, but to have all the magnificence of a princely life. And never had he achieved it, never reached high enough. He grew more and more angry as each new fall carried away yet another hope. So when his plans collapsed in the face of the princess's calm and clear refusal, he found himself cast back into a furious longing for battle. To fight, to win in the hard battle of speculation, to devour others before they could devour you. This, after his thirst for splendor and enjoyment, this was the driving force, the sole cause of his passion for business. He was not a hoarder. His joy lay elsewhere, in the battle of the big numbers, fortunes deployed like battalions, the clash of opposing millions, the defeats and victories. This was what intoxicated him. And all at once his hatred for Gunderman rose again to the surface, along with his fevered need for revenge, to bring down Gunderman. That wild desire possessed him whenever he found himself brought low and defeated. Even if he recognized the childishness of such an enterprise, couldn't he at least damage him a little, make a place for himself, facing the man and forcing him to a sharing of power, like those monarchs of neighboring countries of equal might who treat each other as cousins? It was then that he was again attracted by the bourse, his head full of new business ventures, pulled in every direction by contradictory plans, in such a fever that he didn't know what to decide on until the day when one supreme, wildly extravagant idea detached itself from the rest and gradually took possession of him. While living at the Orvieto mansion, Saccard from time to time saw the sister of Hamelin, the engineer who lived in the little apartment on the second floor, a splendid figure of a woman, Madame Caroline, as she was familiarly known. What had struck him above all at their first encounter was her superb white hair, a royal crown of white hair which created such a curious effect on the brow of this still young woman, barely more than 36 at most. It had gone completely white when she was only 25. Her eyebrows, which had remained black and quite thick, kept their youthfulness and gave a lively oddity to her ermine-framed face. She had never been pretty, with too strong a chin and nose and a wide mouth with full lips that seemed to express an exquisite kindness. But certainly that white fleece, that flyaway whiteness of fine silky hair, softened her otherwise slightly hard features and gave her the smiling charm of a grandmother, along with the freshness and strength as of a beautiful woman in love. She was tall and solidly built, and she walked with naturalness and nobility. Every time he saw her, Saccard, who was shorter than she was, followed her with his eyes with some interest and secret envy of that tall, broad-shouldered figure. And gradually, through the servants, he got to know the whole history of the Hamelins. They were, Caroline and Georges, the children of a Montpellier doctor, a notable scholar and fervent Catholic who had died, leaving nothing. When the father passed away, the daughter was 18 and the son 19, and as the latter had just started at the École Polytechnique *, his sister followed him to Paris, where she found a post as a teacher. It was she who slipped him the odd 100-sou coin and kept him in pocket money over the 2 years of his course. Later, when he graduated with a rather poor degree, he had a hard time of it looking for work, and it was his sister, once more, who kept him going until he found a job. These two children adored each other, and it was their dream to stay together always. However, when an unexpected marriage presented itself, the grace and lively intelligence of the young woman having conquered a millionaire brewer in the house where she was working, Georges urged her to accept, advice he cruelly regretted when, after a few years of marriage, Caroline had to demand a separation to avoid being killed by her husband, who drank and chased her with a knife during fits of imbecile jealousy. She was then 26 and poor once more, since she had obstinately refused to ask for any allowance from the man she was leaving. By then her brother, after many attempts, had at last found a post that suited him. He was going to leave for Egypt, with the commission set up to make the first studies for the Suez Canal, and he took his sister with him. She bravely settled in Alexandria and started giving lessons again, while he traveled around the country. In this way they remained in Egypt until 1859 and witnessed the first strokes of the pickaxe on the beach of Port Said *, a meager crew of barely 150 navvies, lost amid the sands, with a handful of engineers in command. Then Hamelin was sent to Syria to ensure the supply of provisions, and remained there after a quarrel with his bosses. He sent for Caroline to come to Beirut, where she found further pupils while he launched himself into a huge project under the aegis of a French company, laying out the route for a carriageable road from Beirut to Damascus, the first, indeed the only road through the gorges of the Lebanon range. There they lived for 3 more years until the road was finished, while he made trips into the mountains and spent 2 months away in Constantinople, across the Taurus range, while she would follow, as soon as she could get away, embracing the plans of reawakening that her brother was making as he tramped around this ancient land slumbering beneath the ashes of dead civilizations. He had gathered together a whole portfolio overflowing with ideas and plans, and now felt an urgent need to return to France if he was going to put some flesh on his vast collection of undertakings, forming companies, and finding capital. And after a stay of 9 years in the East, they left, and curiosity led them to return through Egypt, where the work on the Suez Canal filled them with enthusiasm. In 4 years a town had sprung up in the sands of the beach of Port Said. An entire population was busily at work. The human ants had multiplied and were changing the face of the earth. But back in Paris, some serious ill fortune awaited Hamelin. For 15 months he had been struggling with his projects, unable to communicate his confidence to anyone, being too modest and not much of a talker, and so ending up in this second floor of the Orvieto mansion, in a little 5-room apartment rented for 1,200 francs, even further from success than when he was roaming the mountains and plains of Asia. The savings of brother and sister were rapidly dwindling, and they were beginning to face real hardship. It was this, in fact, that captured Saccard's attention, the increasing sadness of Madame Caroline, her lovely gaiety darkened by the discouragement she saw settling over her brother. It was she who seemed to be the man of the house. Physically, Georges was very like her, but in a friendlier version and with exceptional faculties for study. But he was absorbed in his books, and there was no getting him out of them. He had never wished to marry, feeling no need for that. Just adoring his sister was enough for him. He probably had occasional mistresses, though nobody knew them. This former researcher of the École Polytechnique, with such vast ideas, such ardent zeal in everything he undertook, sometimes displayed such naivety that he might have been thought stupid. Brought up in the strictest Catholic faith, he had retained the religious beliefs of a child and practiced his faith with great conviction, while his sister had revised her views through her immense reading and all the vast learning she had acquired, while her brother was deep in his technical works. She spoke 4 languages and had read the economists and philosophers, quite carried away for a while by socialist and evolutionist theories. But she had steadied herself, and thanks especially to her travels and her long sojourns among distant civilizations, she had acquired great tolerance and a fine and balanced common sense. Although no longer a believer herself, she retained respect for her brother's faith. They had had the matter out between them, and after that never mentioned it again. In her simplicity and kindliness, she was a woman of real intelligence, with an extraordinary zest for living, a joyfully brave spirit that withstood the cruelties of fate. She would sometimes say that the one grief she still felt keenly was that of never having had a child. Saccard was able to do Hamelin a service, procuring a small job for him for some business partners who needed an engineer for a report on the profitability of a new machine. This carried him into the intimate world of the brother and sister. He often went up to spend an hour with them in their living room, their one large room, which they had converted into a workroom. It was still utterly bare, furnished only with a long designer's table, another smaller table loaded with papers, and half a dozen chairs. Books were piled up on the mantelpiece, but on the walls an improvised decoration scheme cheered up the emptiness with a series of maps and a set of bright watercolors, each piece of paper tacked up with 4 nails. It was his portfolio of projects that Hamelin had displayed there, the notes he had taken in Syria, the whole of his future fortune. And the watercolors were by Madame Caroline, views from back there, and typical figures and costumes, things she had observed and sketched while accompanying her brother, with her own very individual approach as a colorist, and quite without pretentiousness. 2 wide windows overlooking the garden of the Beauvilliers mansion threw a brilliant light over this proliferation of drawings, evoking a quite other life, the dream of an ancient society crumbling into dust, that the firm mathematical lines of the technical drawings seemed to be trying to set upright again, supported by the solid scaffolding of modern science. When he had made himself useful, with that eager energy that was part of his charm, Saccard would linger, especially captivated by the maps and watercolors, forever asking for more information about them. In his head, the launching of a vast enterprise was already germinating. One morning, he found Madame Caroline alone, sitting at the little table she used as her desk. She was dreadfully sad, her hands lying idle among the papers. What can one do? Things are going really badly. Not that I'm faint-hearted, but we are going to find ourselves lacking everything all at once. And what distresses me is the helplessness to which misfortune is reducing my brother. for he has courage and strength only for his work. I had thought of finding myself a position as a teacher again, just to be able at least to be some help. But I've looked around and found nothing, and I can't start working as a cleaner. Never had Saccard seen her so disconcerted, so cast down. Good heavens, no? It hasn't come to that, he cried. She shook her head, showing some bitterness towards life that she normally accepted so cheerfully, even when it was unkind. And as Hamelin came in just then, bringing news of his most recent setback, large, slow tears began to fall, and she said no more, sitting with clenched fists at her table, her eyes staring into space. And to think, Hamelin muttered, that back there millions are waiting for us. If only someone would help me to make them. Saccard had planted himself in front of a drawing showing the plan of a house in the middle of vast warehouses. What is this? He asked. Oh, I was just amusing myself, the engineer explained. It's the plan for a house back there in Beirut for the director of the company I dreamed of, you know, the General United Steamboat Company. Warming to the subject, he gave some new details. During his stay in the East, he had observed how poor the transport services were. The few companies involved, based in Marseilles, were ruining each other with competition, unable to provide adequate and comfortable vessels. One of his first ideas, which was the very basis of the whole of his ventures, was to syndicate these companies, form them into one huge company with a capital of millions, which would exploit the whole Mediterranean area, over which it would have sovereign control, setting up shipping lines to all the ports of Africa, Spain, Italy, Greece, Egypt, and Asia right up to the edge of the Black Sea. The whole scheme showed him to be a very shrewd organizer and a great patriot. This was the East conquered and given to France, not to mention that he was also drawing closer to Syria, where his vast field of operations would unfold. Syndicates, murmured Saccard. That's where the future seems to lie today. It is such a powerful form of association. 3 or 4 small enterprises which on their own just vegetate, gain an irresistible vitality and prosperity if they join forces. Yes, tomorrow belongs to huge amounts of capital and the centralized efforts of great masses. All industry and commerce will end up as one single, immense market, supplying everything. He had come to a stop once more, this time before a watercolor representing a wild area, an arid gorge, blocked by a gigantic pile of rocks covered with bushes. Oh, he went on. Now this is the uttermost end of the world. No risk of being jostled by passers-by in that place. One of the Carmel gorges, Hamelin said in reply. My sister painted that, while I was studying the area. Then he simply added, between the Cretaceous limestone and the porphyries that have pushed up the limestone, over the whole side of the mountain there is a considerable deposit of silver sulfite. Oh yes, a silver mine, whose exploitation, according to my calculations, would guarantee enormous profits. A silver mine, Saccard repeated eagerly. Madame Caroline, her eyes still focused far away in her sadness, had heard this, and it was as if a vision had been called up. Carmela, what a desert, what days of solitude. It's full of myrtle and broom, and smells so good. The warm air is perfumed with their sweet scent, and eagles forever glide high overhead. But all that silver, sleeping in that tomb, alongside such poverty. One would like to see happy crowds of people, building work going on, towns being born, and an entire people regenerated by work. A road could easily be opened from Carmel to Saint-Jean-d'Acre, Hamelin went on, and I believe iron would also be discovered, for there's a lot of it in the mountains of that area. I've also been studying a new method of extraction which would allow considerable savings to be made. Everything is ready. It's just a matter of finding the capital. The Carmel Silver Mines Company, murmured Saccard. But it was the engineer now who was looking up, going from one map to another, once more in the grip of this, his life's work, and feverishly thinking of the dazzling future slumbering there, paralyzed by lack of money. And these are just the small things to start off with, he continued. Look at this series of maps. This is the big project, an entire railway system asterisk running across Asia Minor from one end to the other. The lack of convenient and rapid communications is the primary cause for the stagnation in which this country, with all its riches, is sunk. You wouldn't find a single carriageable highway there. Every journey and all the transport has to be made by mule or camel. So just imagine what a revolution it would be if railway lines ran right up to the edges of the desert. Industry and commerce would be increased tenfold. Civilization would triumph. Europe would at last open up the gates to the Orient. Oh, if it's of interest to you, we can talk about it in detail. And you'll see. You'll see. In fact, he couldn't help entering immediately into the details. It was mainly during his journey to Constantinople that he had studied the outline of his railway system. The sole difficulty was the crossing of the Taurus Mountains, but he had gone around the different passes and was sure there could be a direct and relatively inexpensive route. Besides, he wasn't thinking of creating the whole system at one stroke. After obtaining the whole concession from the Sultan asterisk, it would be sensible to start at first only with the main line from Bruce to Beirut, via Angora and Aleppo. Later there would be the branch from Smyrna to Angora, and one from Trebizond to Angora by way of Erzurum and Chivas. Later, and later still, he went on. But he stopped there and merely smiled, not daring to tell to what lengths he had dared to push his projects. It was his dream. Oh, the plains at the foot of the Taurus range. Madame Caroline took up the theme in her slow voice, as if in a waking dream. What a delightful paradise! You scarcely have to scratch the surface of the soil and harvests appear in abundance. Fruit trees, peach, cherry, fig, and almond, breaking under the weight of fruit. And such fields of olive and mulberry trees, like great forests. And what a natural and easy existence it was in that light air, under a sky always blue. Saccard began to laugh, with that keen and hungry laugh he had when he scented fortune. And as Hamelin went on to speak of other projects, among them the creation of a bank in Constantinople asterisk, and the all-powerful contacts he had established there, especially with the Grand Vizier, asterisk, he gaily interrupted him. But it's a wonderland, very saleable. Then, resting his hands very familiarly upon the shoulders of Madame Caroline, who was still sitting down. Don't despair, Madame Caroline. I am fond of you both, you'll see, and I'll get something done with your brother, which will be good for all of us. Be patient. Just wait. In the month that followed, Saccard again found some little jobs for the engineer, and though he said no more about those grand schemes, he must have been thinking of them all the time, preoccupied and hesitant over the overwhelming scale of the ventures. But what tightened the growing link of intimacy between them was the way that Madame Caroline began to concern herself with the household of this man on his own, who was being eaten up by needless expense, and the more servants he had, the worse he was served. He, so clever everywhere else, admired for his firm and vigorous dealing with the havoc of grand-scale theft, just let everything go from bad to worse in his own household, careless of the fearful waste that tripled his costs, and the absence of a woman made itself cruelly felt even in the tiniest things. When Madame Caroline observed the pillaging that was going on, she first gave him some advice, then ended up taking it upon herself to help him to make some savings. So one day he suggested with a laugh that she should be his housekeeper, and why not? She had been looking for a teaching post, so she could accept a position which was quite honorable for her, and would give her some breathing space. The offer, made as a joke, became serious. Wouldn't it, after all, be a way of keeping busy and helping her brother out with the 300 francs a month that Saccard would pay her? She accepted, and within a week, she had reformed the household, dismissing the chef and his wife, replacing them simply with a cook, who, along with the valet and the coachman, should be sufficient. She also kept only one horse and one carriage, took complete charge of everything, and examined the accounts so scrupulously that by the end of the first fortnight she had reduced the expenses by half. Saccard was delighted, and joked that he was now the one who was robbing her, and she should have demanded a percentage on all the savings she was making for him. Their relationship now began to be very close. Sackgard had had the idea of removing the screws fastening the communicating door between the two apartments so they could move easily from one dining room to the other, using the internal staircase, and while her brother was shut in, working upstairs from morning till night, putting his files on the Orient in order, Madame Caroline, leaving her own housework to the one maid they had kept, would go down at any time of the day to give orders as if she were at home. It had become a joy to Sackgard to see the frequent appearances of this tall and beautiful woman walking through the rooms, so strong and proud, with that always unexpected gaiety of her white hair flying around her young face. She was very cheerful once more. She had recovered her former stalwart attitude to life now that she felt useful and was busy all the time, always on her feet. Without any affectation of simplicity, she now always wore a black dress, and in its pockets could be heard the clear jangling of her bunch of keys. And certainly it amused her that she, the scholar, the philosopher, should now be no more than a good domestic, acting as housekeeper to a prodigal whom she was beginning to love, the way one always loves naughty children. He, very attracted to her for a moment, and thinking that there were, after all, only 14 years between them, had wondered what would happen if, one fine evening, he simply took her in his arms. Was it believable that for the 10 years since she had had to flee from her husband, from whom she had received as many blows as caresses, she had lived like a soldier on campaign, without ever seeing a person of the opposite sex? Perhaps her travels had protected her. However, he knew that a friend of her brother's, a Monsieur Bedoin, a businessman who had remained in Beirut but whose imminent return was expected, had been very much in love with her, so much so indeed that to marry her he had been prepared to wait for the death of her husband, who had just been locked up in an asylum, driven mad by alcoholism. Of course that marriage would only have regularized a very excusable, almost legitimate, situation. Therefore, since there had already been one, why shouldn't he be the second? But Sackgard got no further than thinking about it, finding in her such a good comrade that the woman in her almost disappeared. When, seeing her go by with her admirable figure, he asked himself the question, what would happen if he were to kiss her? He told himself that what would happen would be very ordinary, perhaps tiresome, and he would put the experiment off until some other time, shaking her hand vigorously, delighted at her cordiality. Then suddenly Madame Caroline fell back into deep sadness. One morning she came down looking very depressed, very pale, and with swollen eyes. He could get nothing out of her. He gave up asking in the face of her obstinate insistence that there was nothing wrong, that she was just the same as always. It was only on the following day that he understood, when he found, in the upper apartment, a letter card announcing the marriage of Monsieur Bedoin to the very young and immensely rich daughter of an English consul. The blow must have been all the harder in that the news had arrived in this banal letter, with nothing to prepare her for it, not even a goodbye. Part of the very existence of this unhappy woman had crumbled away with the loss of that distant hope to which she had clung in times of disaster. And with one of fortune's own abominable cruelties, she had learned, just 2 days before, that her husband had died. So for 48 hours she had been able to believe in the imminent fulfillment of her dream. Her life was in pieces, and she was devastated. That very evening another shock awaited her. When she went in to see Sackgard as usual, before going to bed, to discuss the orders for the next day, he spoke of her unhappiness so gently that she burst into sobs. Then, in the throes of this emotion, in a sort of paralysis of her will, she found herself in his arms and gave herself to him, without any joy for either of them. When she came to herself she was not appalled, but her sadness was now infinitely greater. Why had she allowed this to happen? She did not love this man, and he surely didn't love her. It wasn't that he seemed to her to be unworthy of love through age or appearance. He certainly wasn't handsome, and he was already old, but he interested her, with his ever-changing features and the energy of the whole of his small dark figure, and not yet knowing him, she wanted to think him helpful, a man of superior intelligence, capable of bringing her brother's great schemes to fruition and as averagely honest as any man. But what a stupid fall. She who was so sensible, she who had learned so much from hard experience and was so much the mistress of herself, that she should have succumbed like that, not knowing how or why, in a flood of tears, like some sentimental chit of a girl. The worst of it was that she felt him to be just as astonished as she was, and almost annoyed at this event. When he tried to comfort her, speaking of Monsieur Bedoin as a former lover whose base treachery deserved only that she forget him, she had protested, swearing that nothing had ever happened between them. At first he had thought she was lying out of womanly pride, but she had repeated her statement with such force, and with eyes so beautiful, so clear and candid, that he ended up convinced of the truth of her story. She, keeping herself through rectitude and dignity for the day of her marriage, and the man, waiting patiently for 2 years, then growing weary and marrying another, faced by too tempting an offer of youth and wealth. And the odd thing was that this discovery, this conviction that should have delighted Saccard, filled him instead with a sort of embarrassment. So thoroughly did he grasp the stupid fatality of his good fortune. In any case, it did not happen again, for neither of them seemed to want it. For a whole fortnight Madame Caroline remained dreadfully unhappy. The life force, that drive that makes life both necessary and joyful, had left her. She attended to her multiple tasks, but as if she were not really there, not even allowing herself any illusions about the reasons for, or the interest of, anything. She was the human machine, going on working even in despair at the emptiness of everything. And in this shipwreck of her courage and gaiety, she enjoyed only one distraction, and that was to spend her free hours with her brow pressed against the glass of one of the windows in the big workroom, her eyes fixed on the next-door garden of the Beauvilliers mansion, where, ever since she had first moved in, she had sensed distress, one of those cases of dire poverty, carefully concealed, so painful in the effort to keep up appearances. There 2 people were suffering, and her own grief seemed as if soaked in their tears. She was dying of melancholy, to the point of believing herself numb and dead, lost in the pain of others. These Beauvilliers who, in addition to their vast estates in Touraine and Anjou, had once owned a magnificent mansion on the Rue de Grenelle, now in Paris had only this one-time maison de plaisance, built just outside the city at the beginning of the previous century, but now shut in among the dark buildings of the Rue Saint-Lazare. The few fine trees in the garden now seemed to be at the bottom of a well, and moss was creeping over the cracked and crumbling steps down to the garden. It was as if a corner of nature had been put in prison, a soft and sad corner of mute despair, down where the sun only entered with a greenish light that provoked an icy shudder in the shoulders. And in this damp and cellar-like peace, the first person Madame Caroline had seen, standing at the top of the broken steps, was the Countess de Beauvilliers, a tall, thin, white-haired woman of 60, with a very noble air, as of an earlier age. With her long, straight nose, her thin lips, and her unusually long neck, she had the look of some very ancient swan, of desolate gentleness. Then, behind her, almost at once, her daughter had appeared, Alice de Beauvilliers, 25 years old, but of so impoverished a body that she could have been taken for a little girl, except for her already spoiled complexion and pinched features. She was her mother all over again, but puny and lacking her aristocratic nobility, with a calamitously long neck, and having only the pitiable charm of the end of a great line. The 2 women lived alone since the son, Ferdinand de Beauvilliers, had joined the papal Zouaves after the Battle of Castelfidardo, which had been lost by Lamoricière. Every day, if it wasn't raining, they would appear in this way, one behind the other, descending the flight of steps, and walking around the narrow patch of grass in the middle without exchanging a word. The borders were simply ivy, flowers would not have grown there, or perhaps they would have been too expensive. This slow promenade, no doubt a simple constitutional, made by these 2 very pale women under the centuries-old trees, which had seen such grand festivities and were now suffocated by the bourgeois houses all around, took on a melancholy sadness, as if it were a procession of mourning for old, dead things. So, her interest aroused, Madame Caroline had been watching her neighbors with a tender sympathy, without any unpleasant curiosity, and gradually, looking out over the garden, she began to see into their life, the life they hid with such jealous care from the street. There was still a horse in the stable and a carriage in the outhouse, tended by an old servant who was valet, coachman, and concierge all in one. Similarly, there was a cook who also acted as housemaid. But though the carriage still went out from the main entrance with the horse properly harnessed, carrying these ladies on their errands, and though the table still showed a certain luxury in the winter for the fortnightly dinners for a few friends, through what lengthy fasting and with what sordid and constant economies had that mendacious appearance of wealth been bought? In a small shed, safe from all eyes, there was perpetual washing to reduce the laundress's bill, poor old garments worn out from soaping, mended thread by thread, and just 4 vegetables peeled for the evening meal, bread left on a board to go stale so they would eat less. All sorts of miserly practices, petty and touching. The old coachman sewing up the holes in Mademoiselle's boots, the cook using ink to cover up the ends of Madame's 2 shabby gloves, and the mother's dresses passed on to the daughter after ingenious alterations, and the hats that lasted for years, thanks to changes of flowers and ribbons. When no visitor was expected, the reception rooms on the ground floor were carefully locked up, along with the large rooms on the first floor, for in all this vast house the 2 women now occupied only one small room, which served as their dining room and boudoir. When the window was half open, the Countess could be seen mending her linen, like a needy little bourgeois housewife, while the daughter, in between her piano playing and watercolors, knitted stockings and mittens for her mother. One day, when there was a big storm, both women were seen going down to the garden to gather up the sand the ferocious rain was washing off the path. By now Madame Caroline knew their history. The Countess de Beauvilliers had suffered a great deal because of her husband, a profligate about whom she had never complained. One evening he had been carried back to her in Vendôme dying, with a bullet hole in his body. There was talk of a hunting accident, a shot fired by a jealous gamekeeper whose wife or daughter he must have seduced. And the worst of it was that there disappeared with him the once colossal fortune of the Beauvilliers, based on huge areas of land and royal domains. The revolution had already reduced it, and he and his father had finished it off. Of all those vast possessions, only one farm remained, Les Oblettes, a few leagues from Vendôme, bringing in about 15,000 francs a year, the sole source of income for the widow and her 2 children. The mansion on the Rue de Grenelle had been sold long since, and the one on the Rue Saint-Lazare, mortgaged to the hilt, ate up the greater part of the 15,000 francs from the farm, and was also in danger of being sold if the interest wasn't paid. There remained scarcely more than 6,000 or 7,000 francs for the maintenance of 4 people and the lifestyle of this noble family, which refused to renounce its status. 8 years ago, when she had become a widow with a boy of 20 and a girl of 17, even as her house collapsed around her, the Countess had stiffened in her aristocratic pride, vowing she would live on bread and water rather than lower her standards. From that time on she had had but one thought: to maintain her status, marry her daughter to a man of equal rank, and make a soldier of her son. Ferdinand had at first caused her mortal anguish as a result of some youthful follies and debts that had to be paid, but after being warned about their situation in a solemn interview, he had never done that again. Being a tender soul at heart, but idle and useless, cut off from any kind of work and with no possible place in contemporary society. Now he was a soldier of the Pope, he was still a cause of secret anxiety for her, for his health was poor, and beneath his proud appearance he was delicate, his blood impoverished and thin, which made the Roman climate dangerous for him. As for the marriage of Alice, it was so slow in coming that the sad mother's eyes would fill with tears as she looked at her, seeing her already aging, withering away in the long wait. For all her appearance of melancholy and insignificance, Alice was not stupid, and she longed ardently for life, for a man who would love her, for happiness. But not wishing to sadden the household further, she pretended she had renounced everything, joking about marriage and saying she had a vocation for spinsterhood, and at night she sobbed into her pillow, thinking she would die of the grief of being alone. The Countess, however, through her miserly miracles, had managed to save 20,000 francs, which was Alice's entire dowry. She had also saved from the wreckage some jewelry, a bracelet, some rings, some earrings, which might be worth about 10,000 francs. A very meager dowry, a package of wedding gifts of which she did not even dare to speak. Hardly enough indeed to face the immediate expenses if the long-awaited husband should appear. And yet she would not give up hope, but went on struggling, not surrendering any of the privileges of her birth, always just as haughty and pretending to an appropriate fortune, incapable of going out on foot or cutting back one side dish from an evening reception, but penny-pinching in her hidden life, condemning herself to weeks of plain potatoes with no butter, to add 50 francs to the eternally insufficient dowry for her daughter. It was a painful and puerile daily heroism, while with each day the house crumbled a little more about their heads. So far Madame Caroline had not had the opportunity to speak to the Countess and her daughter. She had ended up knowing the most intimate details of their life, even the things they thought they had kept hidden from the whole world, yet they had done no more than exchange glances, but glances of the sort that leave behind a sudden sensation of close sympathy. It was the Princess d'Orvieto who was to bring them together. She had had the idea of creating, for her work foundation, a sort of supervisory committee composed of 10 ladies who met twice a month, made careful inspections of the foundation, and checked on all the services. As she had reserved for herself the choice of these ladies, among the first she had selected was Madame de Beauvilliers, one of her great friends in former times, though simply a neighbor now that she had withdrawn from the world. And as the supervisory committee had suddenly lost their secretary, Saccard, who was still in charge of the administration of the institution, had thought of recommending Madame Caroline as a model secretary whose like could not be found. In fact, the job was quite demanding. There was a great deal of paperwork, and even some physical tasks that these ladies found rather repugnant. And from the start, Madame Caroline had shown herself to be an admirable charity worker, for her unsatisfied maternal longings and her desperate love of children fired her with an active tenderness for all these poor beings that they were trying to save from the gutters of Paris. So, at the most recent meeting of the committee, she had met the Countess de Beauvilliers, who, however, only greeted her rather coldly to hide her secret embarrassment, feeling, no doubt, that here was one who knew of her dire poverty. Both now exchanged a greeting every time their eyes met, and it would have been grossly rude to pretend not to know each other. One day, in the big workroom, while Hamelin was making corrections to a map in accordance with some new calculations and Saccard was standing watching him work, Madame Caroline, at the window as usual, was gazing at the Countess and her daughter making their tour of the garden. That morning she could see they were wearing shoes that a rag picker would not have gathered up from the road. "Oh, those poor women," she murmured. "How terrible it must be, all that charade of wealth they feel they must perform." And she drew back, hiding behind the window curtain for fear the mother might see her and suffer even more from being watched. For herself, she had become more tranquil during the 3 weeks in which she had lingered each morning at this window. The great pain of her abandonment was no longer so sharp. It seemed as if the sight of other people's disasters gave her more courage to accept her own, that disaster she had thought was the ruin of her whole life. To her surprise, she found herself laughing again. For just a moment more she followed the women in the mossy green of the garden, with the air of one deep in thought. Then, turning to Saccard, she quickly said, "Just tell me why I can't be sad. No, it just doesn't last. It has never lasted. I can't be sad, no matter what happens to me. Is it egoism? Really, I don't think so. That would be too awful, and besides, no matter how cheerful I am, I still break my heart at the sight of the slightest suffering. Make sense of that if you can. I am cheerful, yet I'd weep over all the unhappy souls I see if I didn't restrain myself, knowing that the smallest bit of bread would do them much more good than my useless tears." As she said this, she laughed with her splendidly robust laugh, that of a valiant soul who preferred action to garrulous expressions of pity. "God knows, however," she continued, "if I haven't had cause enough to despair of everything. Oh, luck has not been over favorable to me thus far. After my marriage, that hell I fell into, insulted and beaten, I thought the only thing left was to drown myself. But I didn't, and just a fortnight later I was throbbing with joyfulness and filled with immense hope when I set off with my brother for the East. And when we came back to Paris, when we were without almost everything, I had some appalling nights in which I could see us dying of hunger over our lovely plans. We didn't die, and I began once more to dream of amazing things, happy things that sometimes made me laugh even on my own. And recently, when I was dealt that blow I don't yet dare to speak of, it seemed as if my heart had been torn out. Yes, I definitely felt that it had stopped beating. I thought it was all over. I thought I was finished, quite destroyed. And then, not at all. Life picks me up again. And today I'm laughing, and tomorrow I shall have hope. I shall want to go on living, want to live forever. Isn't it extraordinary to be unable to be sad for long?" Saccard, who was now laughing himself, shrugged his shoulders. "Bah, you're just like everybody else. That's how life is." "Do you think so?" she cried in astonishment. "It seems to me that there are some people who are so sad, never cheerful, and who make life impossible for themselves, painting everything so black. Oh, it's not that I have illusions about the sweetness and beauty life offers. It has been too harsh with me. I have seen it up close, everywhere and abundantly. It is execrable when it isn't vile. But there you are. I love it. Why? I don't know. Everything around me can topple and collapse, but the next day there I am, still cheerful and confident among the ruins. I've often thought that my case is, in microcosm, the case of all humanity, living in the midst of terrible wretchedness, yes, but always cheered by the youthfulness of the next generation. After each one of these crises that knock me down, there comes a sort of new youth, a springtime, whose promises of new life revive me and lift up my heart. All of that is so true that after some great sorrow, if I go out into the street in the sun, I immediately begin once more to love, to hope, and be happy. And age has no influence on me. I am naive enough to grow old without noticing. You see, I've read far too much for a woman. I don't know at all where I'm going, any more indeed than this great world does. Only, in spite of myself, it seems to me that I'm going, that we're all going, to something very nice and perfectly happy." She ended up making a joke of it, though very moved, and trying to hide the emotion attached to her hopes, while her brother, who had looked up, was gazing at her with an adoration full of gratitude. "Oh, you," he cried, "you're just made for catastrophes. You really embody the love of life." In these daily morning conversations, an excitement had gradually become evident, and if Madame Caroline was getting back to that natural joyfulness that was part of her very health, this derived from the courage Saccard brought to them with his active fervor for great ventures. The matter was almost decided. They would exploit the famous portfolio. Under the outbursts of his shrill voice, everything came to life and became extravagant. First, they would get their hands on the Mediterranean. They would conquer it with the General United Steamboat Company, and he listed the ports of all the countries along the coast where they would set up stations, mixing some faded classical memories into his enthusiasm as a speculator, celebrating this sea, the only sea the ancient world had known, this blue sea around which civilization had flourished, its waves lapping the ancient cities, Athens, Rome, Tyre, Alexandria, Carthage, Marseilles, the cities that created Europe. Then, once this vast path to the Orient had been secured, they would start over there in Syria with the little venture of the Carmel Silver Mines Company, just a few millions to pick up along the way, but an excellent launching pad for the idea of a silver mine, of silver found in the earth and collected by the shovelful. This was always powerfully attractive to the public, especially when you could attach to it a prestigious and resonant name like Carmel. Asterisk, there were coal mines there too. Coal lying close to the surface that would be worth its weight in gold when once the country was covered with factories. Not to mention some other smaller ventures which would serve as interludes. The founding of banks, syndicates for the flourishing businesses, exploitation of the vast forests of Lebanon, whose giant trees were simply rotting on the spot for lack of roads. Then at last he came to the big one, the Oriental Railway Company, and at this point he began to talk wildly, for this railway system, cast like a net across Asia Minor from one end to the other, this, for him, was speculation. This was the life of money, taking hold of that old world in one fell swoop like a new prey, still intact, a prey of incalculable wealth, hidden under the ignorance and dirt of centuries. He could smell treasure, and seemed to whinny like a warhorse at the scent of battle. Madame Caroline, with her solid common sense, normally very resistant to overheated imaginings, nevertheless allowed herself to be carried along by this enthusiasm, no longer able to see its excessiveness with any clarity. In truth, it appealed to that love she had for the Orient, her nostalgia for that admirable land where she had believed herself to be happy, and in a logical counter-effect it was she, with her colorful descriptions and her flood of detail, who, without meaning to, whipped up Saccard's fever more and more. When she talked about Beirut, where she had lived for 3 years, there was no stopping her. Beirut, at the foot of the Lebanon, on that tongue of land between stretches of red sand and piles of fallen rocks. Beirut, with its houses built like an amphitheater, set in vast gardens, a delightful paradise planted with orange trees, lemon trees, and palms. Then it was all the coastal towns. Antioch in the north, now bereft of its splendor, and in the south Sidon, the Sidon of long ago, St. Gendiaker, Jaffa, and Tyre, now sour, whose story is the story of them all. Tyre, whose merchants were kings, whose sailors had sailed around Africa, and which now, its harbor choked with sand, is no more than a field of ruins and the dust of palaces, on which are scattered only some wretched fishermen's huts. She had accompanied her brother everywhere. She knew Aleppo, Angora, Bursa, Smyrna, and even Trebizond. She had lived for a month in Jerusalem, the city half asleep amid the trafficking round the holy places, then 2 months in Damascus, the queen of the Orient in the middle of its vast plain, the city of trade and industry, made by the caravans from Mecca and Baghdad into a center full of milling crowds. And she also knew the valleys and mountains, the villages of the Maronites and the Druze, perched high over the plateaus or hidden in the depths of the gorges, and the cultivated fields and the barren ones. And from the smallest corners, from the silent deserts as well as the great cities, she had brought back the same admiration for inexhaustible, luxuriant nature and the same anger at the stupidity and wickedness of men. All those natural riches scorned or spoiled. She spoke of the taxes that crush trade and industry, the idiotic law that limits the amount of capital that can be put into agriculture, and the stagnation that leaves in the hands of the peasant today the plow that was in use before the time of Christ, and the ignorance in which millions of men still languish like idiot children, their development arrested. In former times the coast was too small. The towns almost ran into each other. Now life has moved away to the west, and it is as if one were traveling through a vast abandoned cemetery. No schools, no roads, the worst of governments, justice for sale, execrable public servants, excessive taxation, ridiculous laws, laziness and fanaticism, not to mention the continual upheavals of civil wars and massacres that wipe out entire villages. Then she would grow angry, asking how it could be permitted to spoil in this way the work of nature, a blessed land of exquisite charm, a land where every climate could be found, burning plains and temperate mountainsides and eternal snow on the high summits. And her love of life, her persistent hopefulness, made her passionate about the idea of the all-powerful magic wand of science and speculation that could strike this ancient, slumbering land into life. "Look," cried Saccard, "this caramel gorge in this drawing of yours, where there's nothing but stones and mastic trees. You'll see, once the silver mine gets going, first a village will spring up, then a town. And all those ports silted up with sand, we'll clean them out and protect them with strong jetties. Great ships will anchor where now even small boats do not dare to moor. And on these depopulated plains, these deserted passes, where our railway lines will run, you'll see a veritable resurrection. Yes, the fields will cease to lie fallow, roads and canals will appear, new cities will rise from the ground, and life will at last return, as it does to a sick body when new blood is made to circulate through the depleted veins. Yes, money will perform these miracles." And in what his piercing voice described, Madame Caroline could really see that predicted civilization arising. Those dry technical drawings and those linear outlines came to life, full of people. It was the dream she had sometimes had of an Orient cleansed of its dirt, pulled out of its ignorance, enjoying the fertility of its soil, the charms of its sky, with all the refinements of science. She had already seen such a miracle in Port Said, which in so few years had pushed out onto a bare beach, first sheds to shelter the few workers at the start of the excavation, then the city of 2,000 souls, and next the city of 10,000 souls, houses, huge warehouses, an immense jetty, life and well-being stubbornly created by the human ants. And that was what she could see rising up once more, the irresistible forward march, the social drive that rushes towards the greatest possible happiness, the urge to act, to move forward without knowing exactly where one is going, but to go more easily and in better conditions, and the globe turned upside down by the anthill rebuilding its home, and the continual work, new possibilities of enjoyment acquired, man's power multiplied tenfold, the earth belonging to him more and more each day. Money, backing up science, created progress. Hamelin, who was listening with a smile, then made a wise remark. "All this is the poetry of results, but we haven't yet even reached the prose of implementation." But it was only the excessiveness of his ideas that really excited Saccard, and it got worse on the day when, having started reading books on the Orient, he opened a history of the Egyptian expedition. He was already haunted by the memory of the Crusades, that return of the West to its cradle in the East, that great movement which had brought the furthest parts of Europe back to the countries of their origin, which were still flourishing and where there was so much to learn. But the lofty figure of Napoleon struck him even more, setting off there to wage war, with a grandiose and mysterious aim. If he spoke of conquering Egypt and setting up a French establishment there, thus giving France the trade of the Levant, he was certainly not telling the whole story. And Saccard tried to read into what remained vague and enigmatic about the expedition some sort of colossally ambitious project, the reconstruction of a huge empire, Napoleon crowned in Constantinople, Emperor of the Orient and the Indies, realizing the dream of Alexander, greater than that of Caesar or Charlemagne. Didn't he say, in St. Helena, speaking of Sidney, the English general who had stopped him at the Battle of Estendacre*, "That man made me miss my destiny." And what the Crusades had attempted, what Napoleon had been unable to accomplish, it was that gigantic idea of conquest of the Orient that fired the imagination of Saccard, a carefully planned conquest, achieved by the twin forces of science and money. Since civilization had spread from east to west, why shouldn't it go back to the east, returning to the original garden of humanity, to that Eden of the Hindustan peninsula which lay asleep in the weariness of centuries? It would be a new period of youth. It would galvanize the earthly paradise, making it habitable once more with steam and electricity, putting Asia Minor back at the center of that ancient world as the point of intersection of the great natural paths that link the continents. It was now a matter of making not millions, but billions and billions. From then on, Hamelin and he had long discussions every morning. If their hopes were vast, the difficulties were numerous and enormous. The engineer, who indeed had been in Beirut in 1862 during the terrible butchery that the Druzes carried out on the Maronite Christians, an event in which France had had to intervene, did not conceal the obstacles they would meet among these perpetually warring peoples, dependent on the whims of the local powers. But he did have powerful contacts in Constantinople. He had secured the support of the Grand Vizier Fuad Pasha, a man of real merit, a declared partisan of reform, and he flattered himself he would be able to obtain all the necessary concessions from him. On the other hand, although he predicted the fatal bankruptcy of the Ottoman Empire, he saw a rather favorable circumstance in its frantic need for money and the continual loans it took out year after year. A needy government, though it offers no personal guarantee, is very ready to make deals with particular enterprises if it sees the slightest benefit in so doing. And wasn't it a practical way of answering the everlasting and burdensome question of the Orient, to interest the empire in great civilizing works and lead it towards progress, so that it would no longer be that monstrous barrier standing between Europe and Asia? What a fine, patriotic role would be played in all this by French companies. Then one morning Hamelin calmly broached the secret program to which he had occasionally alluded, the one he referred to, with a smile, as the crowning of the edifice. After this, once we are the masters, we shall remake the kingdom of Palestine and install the Pope there. At first it could be just Jerusalem, with Jaffa as the seaport. Then Syria will be declared independent, and we shall add it on. You know, the time draws near when it will be impossible for the papacy to remain in Rome, with all the revolting humiliations in store for it there. We must be prepared for that day. Saccard listened to him open-mouthed as he said these things quite simply, with his profound Catholic faith. He did not himself shrink from extravagant imaginings, but would never have gone quite that far. This man of science, so apparently cold, absolutely amazed him. "That's mad," he cried. "The Port * won't give up Jerusalem." "Oh, why not?" Hamelin tranquilly continued. "It is in such urgent need of money. Jerusalem is a bother, they'd be glad to get rid of it. They often don't know which side to take between the diverse faiths fighting for possession of the sanctuaries. Besides, the Pope would have real support in Syria from the Maronites, for, as you know, he has established a college in Rome for their priests. In short, I've really thought it out, I've seen how it would all work, and it will be the new era, the triumphant era of Catholicism. Some may say this is going too far, that the Pope would find himself isolated, cut off from European affairs. But what glory and authority he will have when he reigns over the sacred places, speaking in the name of Christ, from the Holy Land where Christ himself once spoke. That is where his patrimony lies, that must be his kingdom. And rest assured, we shall make it powerful and solid, that kingdom. We shall put it beyond the reach of political disturbance by basing its budget, guaranteed by the resources of the country, upon a vast bank in which Catholics the world over will fight to have shares." Saccard, who had begun to smile, already delighted if not entirely convinced by the hugeness of the project, could not help baptizing this bank with a joyful cry of discovery. "The treasury of the Holy Sepulchre, eh? Superb. Just what we need." But he then met the sensible gaze of Madame Caroline, also smiling but skeptical, even slightly irritated, and he felt ashamed of his enthusiasm. "No matter, my dear Hamelin, we had best keep secret that crowning of the edifice, as you call it. We'd be laughed at. And besides, our program is already very heavily loaded. It's a good idea to reserve for the initiate the final consequences, the glorious end." "Undoubtedly, that has always been my intention," said the engineer. "That will be the mystery." And it was with that word, on that day, that the exploitation of the portfolio, the putting into operation of the whole enormous series of projects, was definitively decided. They would begin by creating a modest lending house to launch the first deals. Then, with success helping them along, they would gradually become masters of the market and conquer the world. The next day, as Saccard had gone up to see the Princess d'Orvieto to get her orders on the subject of the work foundation, he remembered the dream he had briefly cherished of becoming the prince consort of this queen of charity, a mere distributor and administrator of the fortune of the poor. And he smiled, for all that now seemed to him rather silly. He was built to create life, not to treat the wounds that life has made. Now at last he was going to get back to his own work, in the thick of the battles of finance, in that race for happiness which has always been the very march of humanity through the centuries, always moving toward more joy and more light. That same day, he came upon Madame Caroline alone in the study. She was standing at one of the windows, held there by the appearance of the Countess de Beauvilliers and her daughter in the next-door garden at an unaccustomed hour. The two women were reading a letter with an air of great sadness, no doubt a letter from the son Ferdinand, whose position in Rome was probably far from brilliant. "Look," said Madame Caroline when she saw Saccard. "Yet more trouble for those unfortunate women. Beggar women in the street cause me less pain." "Bah," he cried gaily. "You must ask them to come and see me. We'll make them rich, too, since we're going to make everybody's fortune." And in the fervor of his happiness he tried to kiss her on the lips. But she had moved her head away, suddenly grave and pale with some involuntary malaise. "No, please don't." It was the first time he had tried to approach her again since she had abandoned herself to him in a moment when she had lost all self-awareness. Now that the serious business matters were arranged, he was able to think about his good fortune as a lover and wanted to settle matters on this side of things too. Her sharp movement of withdrawal astonished him. "Really? Would that truly displease you?" "Yes, really. Very much so." She was calmer now, and she in turn was smiling. "Besides, admit it, it doesn't matter that much to you either." "Oh, but I adore you." "No, don't say that. You're going to be so busy. Besides, I assure you that I'm ready to have a real friendship with you. If you are the man of action I take you to be, and if you do all the great things you say you'll do. Anyway, friendship is better." He listened to her, still smiling but embarrassed and put out by her rejection all the same. She was refusing him. It was ridiculous to have possessed her only once, and then by surprise. But it was only his vanity that suffered. "So, just friends." "Yes, I'll be your friend, and I'll help you. Friends, great friends." She held out her face to him, and he, quite won over, deciding she was right, planted 2 big kisses upon each cheek. Chapter 3. The letter from the Russian banker in Constantinople that Sigismund had translated was the favorable reply Saccard had been waiting for to get things started in Paris, and 2 days later, as soon as he woke up, Saccard had the sudden conviction that he must act that very day, that he must before nightfall have formed the syndicate he wanted to secure, in order to pre-place the 50,000 shares at 500 francs in his new company, to be launched with a capital of 25 million. As he leapt out of bed, he had at last found a name for his company, the name for which he had long been searching. The words Universal Bank had suddenly flared up before him as if in letters of fire in the darkness of his bedroom. Universal Bank, he said over and over again as he got dressed. Universal Bank, it's simple, it's big, it includes everything, it covers the world. Yes, yes, excellent. The Universal Bank. Star. Until 9:30 he paced through the vast rooms, absorbed in his thoughts, not knowing where in Paris to begin the hunt for the millions he needed. It was still possible to find 25 million without going far afield. Indeed, it was having too much choice that gave him pause, for he wanted to set about things methodically. He drank a cup of milk, and didn't get angry when the coachman came to tell him that the horse was sick, probably a chill, and it would be wiser to call on the vet. "Fine, take care of it. I'll get a cab." But out on the pavement he was surprised at the bitter wind blowing, as if with a sudden return to winter in this month of May, so mild just the day before. Still, it wasn't raining, though large yellow clouds were looming on the horizon. So he didn't take a cab, deciding to walk to keep warm. He thought he'd first go on foot to drop in on Mazad the stockbroker in the Rue de la Banque, It had occurred to him to sound out Mazad about Dagermont, the well-known speculator, the lucky man in every syndicate. However, on the Rue Vivienne, from a sky now laden with livid clouds, such a downpour of rain and hail came bursting down that he took shelter under the carriage entrance of a house. Saccard had been standing there for a minute, watching the rain falling, when over and above the rumble of the water the bright tinkling of gold coins made him prick up his ears. It seemed to be emerging from the very bowels of the earth, continuous, light, and musical, like something out of a tale in the Arabian Nights. He turned his head and realized where he was, saw that he was standing in the doorway of a banker, Kolb, who dealt mostly in gold arbitrage, buying coinage in states where the value of gold was low, then melting it down and selling the ingots to countries where the price of gold was high. So from morning to night, on smelting days, there rose from the basement the crystalline sound of gold coins being stirred, shoveled out of crates, and flung into the crucible. Passers-by on the pavement could hear it ringing in their ears from one year's end to the other. Saccard smiled with contentment at this music, which seemed like the subterranean voice of the neighborhood of the Bourse. It struck him as a good omen. The rain had stopped now, so he crossed the square and was at once at Mazad's office. Unusually, the young stockbroker had made his private home on the first floor of the same building as his business offices, which occupied the whole of the second floor. He had simply taken over his uncle's apartment, when, after the latter's death, he made an agreement with his co-inheritors to buy out the business. The clock was striking 10 and Saccard went straight up to the offices, encountering Gustave Sedil at the door. "Is Monsieur Mazad in?" "I don't know, monsieur. I've just got here." The young man was smiling. He was always late, not taking seriously his unpaid, purely amateur post, but resigned to spending a year or two there just to please his father, the silk manufacturer in the Rue de Jeuneurs. Saccard walked through the payments office, where the cashier and the securities clerk greeted him, then entered the office of the stockbroker's two managers, where he found only Berthier, the manager in charge of client dealings, the one who accompanied his employer to the Bourse. "Is Monsieur Mazad in?" "Well, I think so. I just came from his office." "Oh, no, he's not there now. He must be in the cash office." He pushed open a communicating door and cast his eye around a rather large room, where 5 employees were working under the orders of the head clerk. "No, that's odd. Take a look for yourself in accounts. They're in the next room." Saccard walked into the accounts office. This was where the head of accounts, the linchpin of the practice, assisted by 7 clerks, went through the notebook the stockbroker gave him each day after the close of the markets, then attributed to the clients the various transactions made on orders received, using for this purpose the cards which were kept to provide the names, for the notebook contains no names, just a brief indication of the purchase or sale of which shares, how many, at what price, and from which broker. "Have you seen Monsieur Mazad?" asked Saccard. But no one even bothered to reply. As the head of accounts was out, 3 of the clerks were reading the newspaper, 2 others were gazing into space. But the arrival of Gustave Sedil had been of keen interest to young Fleury, who in the morning made entries in the accounts and exchanged deals with other brokers, and in the afternoon went to the Bourse, where he was in charge of telegrams. Born in Saints, of a registry clerk father, he'd first worked as clerk for a banker in Bordeaux, then towards the end of the previous autumn ended up working for Mazad in Paris, and had no prospects other than perhaps, in 10 years, doubling his earnings there. Until now his conduct had been good, consistent, and conscientious. However, ever since Gustave had joined the office a month ago he had been veering off course, led on by his new friend, who was very elegant and dashing, had plenty of money, and had introduced him to women. Beneath the beard which hid a good deal of his face Fleury had a nose that suggested passion, a kindly mouth, and tender eyes, and he had now reached the stage of having little private parties, not too expensive, with Mademoiselle Chou-Chou, a performer at the Théâtre de Variétés, a skinny grasshopper from the Paris streets, the runaway daughter of a Montmartre concierge. She was amusing, with her papier-mâché face and shining, beautiful, big brown eyes. Gustave started telling Florrie about his evening even before he took his coat off. "Yes, my dear chap, I really thought Germaine would kick me out, because Jacoby turned up, but it was he that she managed to get rid of, goodness only knows how. So I stayed." They both spluttered with laughter. They were talking about Germaine Kerr, a superb woman of 25, rather indolent and languid. With her ample bosom, she was kept on a monthly basis by the Jew Jacoby, a colleague of Mazod's. She had always been with brokers, always on a monthly basis, which was convenient for very busy men with their heads stuffed with figures, who paid for love like everything else, never having time for any real passion. She had just one real worry in her little apartment on the Rue de la Micadière, and that was to avoid meetings between gentlemen who might know each other. "But I say," said Florrie, "I thought you were saving yourself for the pretty stationer?" This allusion to Madame Conan, however, made Gustave grow serious. She was someone to be respected. She was an honest woman, and when she had proved willing, no man had ever been known to chat about it. Such good friends did they remain. So, not wishing to answer, Gustave asked a question of his own. "And Choo-Choo, did you take her to Mobile? Star?" "Goodness, no. Too expensive. We went home and had some tea." Standing behind the young man, Saccard had overheard these hastily whispered women's names. He smiled and spoke to Florrie. "Have you not seen Monsieur Mazod?" "Yes, I have, monsieur. He came to give me an order, then went back down to his apartment. I believe his little boy is unwell. Someone told him the doctor had arrived. You should ring downstairs, because he may well go straight out without coming back up." Saccard thanked him and hurried down to the floor below. Mazod was one of the youngest stockbrokers around, blessed by fate, having had the stroke of luck of his uncle's death, which had made him the holder of one of the biggest businesses in Paris at an age when most men are still learning their trade. Small in stature, he had pleasant features, with a small brown mustache and piercing black eyes. He seemed a very active person, with a very keen intelligence besides. On the trading floor he was already well known for this mental and physical vigor, so essential in his profession, and which, combined with great flair and remarkable intuition, would carry him to the highest rank. In addition, he had a piercing voice, first-hand information from foreign exchanges, contacts with all the big bankers, and even, so it was said, a distant cousin at the Havas agency, his wife, whom he'd married for love, had brought him a dowry of 1,200,000 francs. She was a charming young woman who had already borne him 2 children, a little girl of 3 and a boy of 18 months. Mazod was indeed just showing out the doctor, who was reassuring him and laughing. "Do come in," he said to Saccard. "It's true, when it comes to these little beings we immediately start worrying. The slightest little thing, and we think they're at death's door." And he led him into the sitting room, where his wife was still holding the baby on her lap, and the little girl, pleased to see her mother looking happy, was reaching up to give her a kiss. They were blonde, all 3 of them, fresh as daisies, and the young mother looked as delicate and guileless as the children. Mazod placed a kiss on the top of her head. "You see, we were being silly." "Oh, it doesn't matter, dearest. I'm so glad he's been able to reassure us." Saccard stopped and bowed in the face of all this happiness. The room, luxuriously furnished, smelled sweetly of a joyful family life which nothing had yet come to fracture. In the 4 years since his marriage, Mazod was hardly suspected of anything more than a passing curiosity in a singer from the opera comic. He remained a faithful husband, and similarly, in spite of the ardor of youth, was reputed, so far, not to be speculating overmuch on his own account. And the sweet smell of good luck and unclouded bliss was really present, in the discreet calm of the carpets and hangings, and in the scent with which a large bouquet of roses, spilling out of a Chinese vase, was filling the whole room. Madame Mazod, who knew Saccard slightly, said to him gaily, "Isn't it true, monsieur, That to be always happy one simply has to want to be so? I'm convinced of it, madam, he replied. And then, some people are so beautiful and so good that misfortune dare not touch them. She rose to her feet, radiant. She returned her husband's kiss, and off she went, carrying the little boy and followed by the little girl, who had been clinging round her father's neck. The latter, trying to hide his feelings, turned to his visitor with a dash of Parisian humor. As you see, there's always something happening here. Then, briskly, you have something to say to me? Let's go upstairs, shall we? We'll be more comfortable. Back upstairs, Saccard recognized Sabatani, standing at the cash desk to collect his profits, and he was surprised at the warmth of the handshake the broker exchanged with his client. Then, as soon as he was sitting in Mazad's office, he explained the reason for his visit, asking him about the formalities necessary for getting shares officially listed. Casually, he told him about the business he was going to launch, the Universal Bank, with a capital of 25 million francs. Yes, a lending bank, created primarily to sponsor some big enterprises to which he briefly referred. Mazad listened calmly, and very kindly explained the necessary formalities. He was no fool, however, and did not think Saccard would have come all this way for so little. So when Saccard finally pronounced the name of Dagermont, he smiled involuntarily. Of course, Dagermont had a colossal fortune behind him. Some said he wasn't entirely trustworthy, but then, who was, in business and in love? Nobody. In any case, Mazad had scruples about telling him the truth about Dagermont, after their big quarrel, which had been the talk of the bourse. Dagermont now gave most of his orders to Jacobi, a Jew from Bordeaux, a strapping chap of 60 with a broad, cheerful face and a famously bellowing voice. But he was growing stout and developing a pot-belly. A sort of rivalry had grown up between the two brokers, the young man favored by good luck, and the old man having attained seniority as a former manager, whose sponsors had finally allowed him to buy his employer's business. A man of experience and extraordinary shrewdness, undermined, unfortunately, by his passion for speculation, so that he was always on the brink of disaster in spite of some considerable gains. Everything disappeared into settlements of debt. Germain Kerr cost him only a few thousand-franc notes, and his wife was never seen. Anyway, in that Caracas affair, Mazad went on, giving way to resentment in spite of all his scruples. It's certain that Dagermont betrayed them and scooped the profits. He's a very dangerous man. Then, after a pause, "But why don't you go to Gunderman?" "Never," cried Saccard, with real passion. Just then Berthier, the manager, came in and whispered a few words in the broker's ear. It was Baroness Sandorf, who had come to settle her account and was raising all sorts of quibbles to try and get her bill reduced. Normally Mazad would hurry out in person to greet the Baroness, but when she had lost he avoided her like the plague, knowing she would make too severe an assault on his gallantry. There are no worse clients than women, nor any more absolutely untrustworthy when it comes to paying. No, say I'm not in," he replied with annoyance. "And don't let her off a single centime, do you hear?" And when Berthier had left, seeing from Saccard's smile that he had overheard, "It's true, my dear chap, she's very nice of course, but you've no idea how rapacious she can be. Ah, these clients, how they would love us if only they always won. And the richer they are, the higher on the social scale, God forgive me. The less I trust them, the more I fear I won't be paid. Yes, there are days when, apart from the big companies, I'd rather do business only with provincials." The door had opened again, and a clerk handed him a file he had asked for that morning, then went away. Well, that's good timing. Here we have a collector of revenues based in Vendôme, a certain Monsieur Fair. I tell you, you wouldn't believe the number of orders I receive from this correspondent. Admittedly, the orders are fairly insignificant, coming from the lower middle classes, small tradesmen, and farmers. But there are so many of them. In fact, the best part, the very foundation of our companies is made up of the modest speculators, the great anonymous crowd that plays the market. By an association of ideas, Saccard remembered Sabatani at the cash office. "So Sabatani is with you now?" he asked. "Yes, for a year now, I think," replied the broker with an air of amiable indifference. "He's a nice lad, isn't he? He's made a modest start. He's very sensible, and he'll get on." What he didn't say, what he no longer even remembered, was that Sabatani had made an original covering deposit of only 2,000 francs. Hence his starting with only very moderate speculation. The Levantine was no doubt waiting, like so many others, for the paucity of his guarantee to be forgotten, and he was demonstrating prudence, raising the level of his orders only gradually, until the day when, toppling into a big settlement order, he would just disappear. How could one show any distrust towards a charming young man who has become a friend? How could one doubt his solvency when one saw him looking happy and apparently rich, with that elegance of dress that is indispensable to, indeed, almost the uniform of, larceny on the stock exchange? "Very nice, very intelligent," Saccard repeated, making a mental note to think of Sabatani when he needed to find a chap both discreet and unscrupulous. Then, getting to his feet and taking his leave. "Well, goodbye now. When our shares are ready, I'll come and see you again, before I try to get them listed." And Mazad, shaking his hand at the door of his office, said, "You're wrong. You really should see Gunderman about your syndicate." "Never," Saccard shouted once more, looking furious. He was at last leaving when he recognized Moser and Pilleralt at the cash desk. The former, looking very sad, was pocketing his fortnight's gains, 7 or 8,000 franc notes, while the latter, who had lost, was paying out 10 or so thousand francs, shouting loudly, and looking very aggressive and arrogant, as if after a victory. It was nearly time for lunch and the opening of the bourse, so the office was soon going to be almost empty, and as the door of the accounts room was half open, laughter could be heard from within, as Gustave told Florey about a boating expedition in which the helmswoman had fallen into the Seine and lost everything, down to her stockings. Out in the street, Saccard glanced at his watch. 11 o'clock. What a lot of time wasted. No, he would not go and see Dagermont. And although he had been enraged by the very mention of Gunderman's name, he suddenly decided to call on him. Besides, hadn't he said he would be paying him a visit when he announced his grand project at Champeau's, just to put a stop to that mocking laugh of his? He even gave himself the excuse that he didn't want to get anything out of it, merely wanted to face up to him and triumph over him. This man who affected to treat him like a little boy. And as a fresh downpour sent torrents of water beating down on the pavement, he jumped into a cab and called out the address, Rue de Provence, to the driver. This was where Gunderman occupied a huge mansion, which was only just big enough for his very numerous family. He had 5 daughters and 4 sons. 3 of the daughters and 3 of the sons were married and had already given him 14 grandchildren. When they were all gathered together for the evening meal, they were 31 at table, including his wife and himself. And apart from 2 of his sons-in-law who didn't live in the mansion, they all had their own apartments there, in the east and west wings, which opened onto the gardens, while the central block was entirely taken up by the vast offices of the bank. In less than a century, a monstrous fortune of 1 billion francs had been born, had grown, and had overflowed into this family, through thrift and with the help of favorable events. It seemed like predestination, aided by keen intelligence, relentless work, and prudent, invincible effort, continually striving towards the same goal. All the rivers of gold now flowed into this sea. More and more millions disappeared into these millions, in a swallowing up of public wealth into the depths of the ever-increasing wealth of one individual. And Gunderman was the real master, the all-powerful king, feared and obeyed by Paris and the world. As Saccard climbed the wide stone staircase, its steps worn by the continual coming and going of crowds of people, more deeply worn already than the thresholds of ancient churches, he felt the surge of an inextinguishable hatred for this man. Ah, the Jews. Saccard had that ancient racial resentment of the Jews that is found especially in the south of France. It was a sort of revolt of his very flesh, a revulsion of his skin, which, at the idea of the slightest contact, filled him with uncontrollable disgust and violence beyond all reason. But the curious thing was that Saccard, this tremendous business tycoon, this financial thug with his far-from-clean hands, lost all self-awareness as soon as a Jew was involved, and he spoke of Jews with harshness and vengeful indignation as if he were a respectable man who lived by the sweat of his brow, innocent of any dealings in usury. He had a list of grievances against this accursed race which has no homeland or prince of its own, but lives like a parasite on other nations, pretending to recognize their laws, but in reality obeying only its own god of theft, blood, and wrath. And he would describe it as everywhere fulfilling the mission of ferocious conquest entrusted to it by this same god, establishing itself in every nation like a spider at the center of its web, awaiting its prey, sucking everyone's blood, and growing fat on the life of others. Had anyone ever seen a Jew using his own two hands to earn a living? Are there any Jewish peasants, Jewish workers? No, work is dishonorable for them. Their religion practically forbids it. It exalts only the exploitation of the labor of others. The scoundrels. Saccard's rage seemed all the greater for the fact that he admired them, envied their prodigious financial abilities, their innate understanding of numbers, their natural ease in the most complicated of calculations, that flair and that luck which mean success in everything they undertake. In this game of thieves, he would say, Christians are not up to it. They always go under in the end. But take a Jew who doesn't even know how to keep books, throw him into the troubled waters of some murky business, and he'll get out safely, carrying all the profits with him. It's a gift of the race, its reason for existing amid all the nationalities that come and go. And he would angrily prophesy the final conquest of every nation by the Jews, once they got their hands on the entire wealth of the globe, and that time was not far off, for they were every day allowed to extend their kingdom without any restraint, and already, in Paris, you could see a Gunderman reigning on a throne more solid and respected than that of the emperor. Upstairs, just as he was about to enter the vast antechamber, Saccard paused, seeing it full of jobbers and all sorts of petitioners, men and women, a whole tumultuous, seething crowd. The jobbers especially were fighting over who would get there first, with the unlikely hope of leaving with an order, for the great banker had his own brokers, but it was an honor and a recommendation just to be received, and each of them wanted to be able to boast of it. So the wait was never a long one. The two office boys served only to organize the procession, the never-ending procession, a veritable gallop through the swinging doors. And in spite of the crowd, Saccard almost immediately went in, joining the flow. Gunderman's office was an immense room, in which he occupied only a small corner at the far end near the most distant window. Sitting at a simple mahogany desk, he had his back to the light, so his face was completely in shadow. Up at 5 o'clock, he was already at work while Paris still slept, and when, towards 9 o'clock, the crush of greedy appetites began to rush past him at the gallop, his day was already done. In the middle of the office, at larger desks, 2 of his sons and 1 of his sons-in-law were helping him, rarely sitting down, moving about amid the comings and goings of a multitude of clerks. But this was the inner mechanism of the bank. The streets outside seemed to come in across the room, going only to him, the master, in his modest corner, and for hours on end, until lunchtime, with an impassive and gloomy air, he would receive people, often with a gesture, sometimes with a word if he wished to be particularly agreeable. As soon as Gunderman caught sight of Saccard, his face lit up with a faintly mocking smile. "Ah, it's you, my good friend. Sit down for a moment, if you have something to say to me. I'll be with you shortly." He then affected to forget him. Saccard, however, was not impatient, fascinated by the procession of jobbers coming in hot on each other's heels, all entering with the same deep bow and drawing from their irreproachable frock coats the same little card, their quotes, with the prices on the bourse, which they presented to the banker with the same gesture of entreaty and respect. 10 went past, then 20. Each time, the banker would take the card, glance at it, and hand it back, and the only thing to equal his patience was his utter indifference beneath this hail of offers. But Mashes appeared, with his cheerful, anxious air, like a deserving dog's body. Sometimes he was received so poorly he could have wept. That day, no doubt, he had run short of humility, for he allowed himself to be unexpectedly insistent. "Look, monsieur, mobiliers are very low. How many should I buy for you?" Gunderman, not taking his quote, raised his glaucous eyes upon this young man who was being so familiar. Then, brusquely, he said, "Tell me, my friend, do you think I enjoy receiving you?" "My word, monsieur," Mashes began, now quite pale, "I enjoy even less coming here every morning for nothing, for the past 3 months." "Well then, don't come back." The jobber bowed and withdrew, after exchanging with Saccard the furious and desolate glance of a young man who had just realized that he would never make his fortune. Saccard was indeed beginning to ask himself what interest Gunderman could possibly have in receiving all these people. He obviously had a special ability to cut himself off. He retreated into himself and went on thinking. Besides, this must also be a discipline, his way of undertaking every morning a review of the market, in the course of which he could always find some profit to be made, however minimal. He very brutally deducted 80 francs from a dealer to whom he had given an order the previous day, and who was anyway robbing him. Then a dealer in curios arrived, with an enameled gold box from the last century, an object that had been partially restored, and the banker immediately detected the fraud. Next were 2 ladies, one old, with a nose like the beak of a predatory bird, and one young, dark-haired, and very beautiful, who wanted to show him a Louis Quinze chest of drawers they had at home, and which he refused outright to go and see. Then came a jeweler with some rubies, 2 inventors, a few Englishmen, some Germans and Italians, every language and every sex. And the procession of jobbers still continued in between the other visits, endlessly repeating the same gesture, the mechanical presentation of the quote. And as the opening hour of the Bourse drew near, the stream of clerks coming through grew ever larger, bringing dispatches and coming for signatures. But the commotion reached new heights when a little boy of 5 or 6 burst into the office, riding on a stick and blowing a trumpet, and following him came 2 more children, 2 little girls, one aged 3 and the other 8. They besieged their grandfather's chair, tugged on his arms and hung around his neck, all of which he placidly allowed, kissing them back with that Jewish passion for the family, the long line of descendants which gives strength and must be defended. All at once he seemed to remember Saccard. My good friend, please excuse me. As you see, I don't have a minute to myself. You're going to tell me about your business." And he was just beginning to listen when a clerk who had shown in a tall, blond gentleman came and whispered a name in his ear, and he stood up at once, though quite unhurriedly, and went to confer with the gentleman in front of another window, while one of his sons carried on receiving the jobbers and dealers in his stead. In spite of his suppressed irritation, Saccard was beginning to feel a certain respect. He had recognized the blond gentleman, a representative of one of the great powers, full of arrogance at the Tuileries, but here with head slightly bowed, smiling and seeking a favor. Top public service officials, even ministers of the emperor, would quite frequently be received like that, standing up, in this room which was as public as any square in the city and filled with the noise of children. And all this confirmed the universal sovereignty of this man, who had his own ambassadors in every court in the world, consuls in every province, agencies in every city, and vessels on every sea. He was no speculator, no master adventurer handling other people's millions and dreaming, like Saccard, of heroic battles in which he would be victorious and win some colossal booty thanks to the help of gold, that mercenary enlisted in his service. He was, as he would often good-humoredly say, a simple money trader, but the cleverest and keenest there could be. But to establish his power, he had to dominate the bourse. So each settlement was a new battle in which victory was unfailingly his, thanks to the decisive power of his big battalions. Watching him, Saccard was for a moment overwhelmed by the thought that all the money that Gunderman was moving around was his own, and that he had, in his vaults, an inexhaustible merchandise that he bought and sold like a wise and wily trader and absolute master, obeyed at a glance, and determined to hear, see, and do everything for himself. $1 billion of one's own, handled in this way, is an impregnable force. "We shan't have a minute to ourselves, my friend," Gunderman came back to say. "Look, I'm going to have lunch now. Come with me into the next room. Perhaps we'll get a bit of peace." It was the small dining room of the mansion, the one used in the morning when the family was never present all at the same time. That day there were only 19 at the table, of whom 8 were children. The banker sat in the middle, with just a bowl of milk before him. He sat for a moment with his eyes closed, drained with fatigue, his face very pale and drawn, for he had a malady of the liver and kidneys. Then, when he had, with trembling hands, carried the bowl to his lips and drunk a mouthful, he sighed. "Oh, I'm worn out today." "Why don't you rest?" asked Saccard. Gunderman turned to him with an astonished expression and simply answered, "But I can't." And indeed, he wasn't even allowed to drink his milk in peace, for the reception of jobbers had resumed and now came galloping through the dining room, while the men and women of the family, used to all this rushing about, laughed and tucked into the cold meats and pastries, while the children, excited by a mouthful of undiluted wine, were making a deafening row. And Saccard, still watching him, marveled to see him swallow his milk in slow gulps, with such an effort that it seemed he would never reach the bottom of the bowl. He had been put on a diet of milk. He couldn't touch meat or cake anymore. So what good was $1 billion? Nor had he ever been tempted by women. For 40 years he had remained strictly faithful to his wife, and now his good behavior was compulsory, definitive, and irrevocable. So why get up at 5 in the morning, do this abominable job, be crushed by this immense fatigue, and lead the life of a galley slave, a life that no beggar man would accept, his memory stuffed with numbers, and his skull bursting with a multitude of worries? Why add more useless gold to so much gold, when you can't even buy a pound of cherries to eat in the street, or take some passing girl to a dance hall by the river, or enjoy any of the things that can be bought, like idleness and freedom? And Saccard, who, for all his terrible appetites, still recognized the disinterested love of money for the power it gives, felt seized by a kind of sacred terror at seeing this figure before him, not the classic miser hoarding his gold, but the blameless worker with no physical needs, an almost abstract figure in his ailing old age, obstinately continuing to build his tower of millions, with the sole dream of leaving it to his descendants so that they could make it even bigger until it would dominate the earth. At last Gunderman leaned over and allowed him quietly to explain his planned creation of the Universal Bank. However, Saccard was sparing of details and made just one allusion to the projects in Hamelin's portfolio, having sensed from his very first words that the banker wanted to get him to tell all, being resolved in advance to turn him away afterwards. "Another bank, my dear friend, another bank," Gunderman repeated in a mocking tone. "But what I'd rather put my money into would be a machine, yes, a guillotine, to chop the heads off all these banks that are being set up. Or a rake to clean out the bourse. Hasn't your engineer got one of those among his papers?" Then, affecting a paternal air, he said with tranquil cruelty, "Come on, be sensible, you know what I told you. You're wrong to go back into business. I'm doing you a favor in refusing to launch your syndicate. You will inevitably go down, it's a mathematical certainty. You're too passionate and you have too much imagination. Besides, things always go wrong when one is dealing with other people's money. Why doesn't your brother find you a nice position, as a prefect or collector of revenues, or, no, not a collector of revenues, that's too dangerous. Beware, my friend, beware." Trembling, Saccard had risen to his feet. So it's quite decided? You won't take any shares? You don't want to be with us? With you? Absolutely never. You'll be eaten up within 3 years. There was a silence, pregnant with battle, and a sharp exchange of challenging looks. Goodbye then. I haven't had lunch yet, and I'm hungry. We shall see which one of us gets eaten up. And Saccard left him surrounded by his tribe still noisily scoffing pastries, receiving the last tardy dealers, occasionally closing his eyes in weariness while he finished his bowl in little sips, his lips all white with milk. Saccard flung himself into his cab, giving the address of the Rue Saint-Lazare. 1 o'clock was striking, the day was wasted, and he went home to have lunch, beside himself with rage. Oh, that dirty Jew! Now there, for sure, was one he would really have liked to crush with a single bite, the way a dog crunches a bone. But as for devouring him, he was too terrible and large a morsel. But then, who could tell? Even the greatest empires had collapsed, and the time always comes when even the powerful succumb. No, he shouldn't try to devour him, but take a bite out of him, tear a few shreds off his billion, and then devour him. Yes, why not? And so destroy them all in the person of their undisputed king, these Jews who thought themselves the masters of the feast. And these reflections, this anger that he carried away from his meeting with Gunderman, filled Saccard with a furious zeal, a need for business, a need for immediate success. He would have liked to build his banking house with a wave of his hand and set it to work to triumph and crush the rival banks. Suddenly the memory of Dagermont came back to him, and with no pause for further thought, in one irresistible movement, he leaned forward and shouted to the coachman to drive to the Rue Rochefoucauld. If he wanted to see Dagermont, he needed to make haste. He could always lunch later on, for he knew Dagermont went out at about 1 o'clock. Without any doubt this Christian was worth 2 Jews. He was viewed as an ogre who devoured new enterprises entrusted to his care. But at that moment Saccard would have dealt with Cartouche * himself for the sake of victory, even if it meant sharing the winnings. Later on they'd see, he would be the victor. Meanwhile the cab, climbing with difficulty the steep slope of the street, came to a halt before the high monumental gate of one of the last grand mansions of this district, which had seen some very fine ones. The main body of buildings, at the far end of a vast, paved courtyard, had an air of royal grandeur, and the garden beyond, still lined with century-old trees, remained a real park, quite remote from the crowded streets. All of Paris knew this mansion for its splendid entertainments, and above all, its admirable collection of paintings which no Grand Duke on his travels would fail to visit. Married to a woman renowned for her beauty, like his paintings, and who was brilliantly successful in society as a singer, the master of the house led the life of a prince, as proud of his racing stable as his gallery. He belonged to one of the grand clubs, was seen with the most expensive women, had a box at the opera, a chair at the Hotel Drouot, *, and a reserved seat in all the fashionable, disreputable places. And all of this expanse of life, this luxury, blazing in an apotheosis of caprice and art, was entirely paid for by speculation, a constantly shifting fortune which seemed as infinite as the sea, but also ebbed and flowed like the sea, with differences of 200,000 or 300,000 francs at every fortnightly settlement. When Saccard had climbed up the majestic front steps, a valet announced him, and led him through 3 reception rooms laden with marvels to a small smoking room, where Dagermont was just finishing a cigar before going out. Already 45, battling against stoutness, he was tall, very elegant with an immaculate hairstyle, and sported just a mustache and a goatee beard, like a true devotee of the Tuileries. He showed great amiability and total self-confidence, certain of having the upper hand. He hurried forward at once. My dear friend, what have you been doing with yourself? I was just thinking of you the other day, but aren't we now neighbors? However, he calmed down, abandoning the effusiveness he kept for the rank and file, when Saccard, deciding there was no need for excessive subtlety, came straight to the point of his visit. He spoke of his great project and explained that before founding the Universal Bank with a capital of 25 million francs, he was looking to form a syndicate of friends, bankers, and industrialists who would guarantee in advance the success of the share issue by committing themselves to taking up 4/5 of the issue, in other words, at least 40,000 shares. Dagermont had become very serious, listening and watching him as if probing the depths of his brain to see what effort, what activity useful to himself he might yet get out of this man whom he had seen so active, so full of marvelous qualities in his disorganized enthusiasm. At first he hesitated. No, I'm overloaded already. I don't want to take on anything new. Then, tempted all the same, he asked some questions, wanting to know what projects the new lending house would sponsor, projects which his interlocutor was wise enough to outline only with the utmost restraint. And when he learned of the first project which would be launched, the consolidation of all the transport companies of the Mediterranean under the corporate name of the United General Steamboat Company, he seemed very struck by the idea and gave in all at once. Very well, I agree to join in. But on one condition. How do things stand with your brother, the minister? Saccard, surprised, was frank enough to show his bitterness. With my brother? Oh, he takes care of his business, and I take care of mine. He's rather short of fraternal feeling, my brother. Ah well, too bad then, Dagermont declared firmly. I will only be with you if your brother is in it too. You understand? I don't want you to be on bad terms. With an angry gesture of impatience, Saccard protested. What did they need Rugen for? Wasn't that just looking for chains to bind themselves hand and foot? But at the same time a voice of good sense, stronger than his irritation, was telling him that he had at least to ensure the neutrality of the great man. Meanwhile he went on refusing violently. No, he's always been too much of a swine to me. I will never take the first step. Listen, Dagermont went on. I'm expecting Hurrit at 5 o'clock about a little job he's doing for me. You go along to the Chamber of Deputies, take Hurrit aside and tell him your plans. He will talk to Rugen about it straight away and find out what he thinks. Then we'll have the answer at 5. So, meet here at 5. With lowered head, Saccard was thinking it over. Oh Lord, if that's what you want. Yes, absolutely. Without Rugen, nothing. With Rugen, whatever you like. Very well, I'll go. He was leaving, after a vigorous handshake, when the other called him back. Look here, if you feel that things are starting to come together, then on your way back, drop in on the Marquis de Beauhain and Sedil, let them know that I'm in, and ask them to join us. I want them to be in on it. At the door Saccard found his cab, which he had kept even though he only had to go to the end of the street to get home. He sent it away, reflecting that he could use his own carriage in the afternoon, and quickly went home to have lunch. They had given up waiting for him, so it was the cook herself who served him a slice of cold meat, which he devoured, all the while quarreling with the coachman, for the latter, when summoned, had recounted the visit to the vet, the result of which was that the horse had to be allowed to rest for 3 or 4 days. With his mouth full, Saccard accused the coachman of not looking after the horse properly and threatened him with Madame Caroline, who would soon sort him out. In the end, he shouted at him at least to go and find a cab. An utterly torrential downpour was once more sweeping across the street, and Saccard had to wait more than a quarter of an hour for the carriage, finally getting in under a deluge of water and flinging out the address. The Chamber of Deputies. His plan was to arrive before the session began, so as to catch Hurrit on the way in and have a quiet word with him. Unfortunately, a heated debate was expected to take place that day, for a member of the opposition was going to bring up the constantly recurring question of Mexico, and Rugen, no doubt, would be forced to reply. As Saccard entered the long entrance hall, he was lucky enough to chance upon the deputy. Hurrit took him into one of the little reception rooms nearby. There they were alone, thanks to the great excitement going on in the corridors. The opposition was becoming more and more of a threat. The wind of disaster was starting to blow, a wind that would grow stronger and blow everything down. So the preoccupied Harriet didn't immediately understand and made Saccard explain twice over the mission he was being given. This only increased his alarm. "Oh, my dear friend, what are you thinking of? Try to talk to Rugen just now? He'll send me packing for sure." Then concern for his own personal interests came to the fore. He only existed through the great man, to whom he owed his official candidature, his election, and his position as a general dog's body, living on the crumbs of his master's favor. In this job for the past 2 years, thanks to bribes and some prudent under-the-counter earnings, he had been enlarging his vast estates in Calvados, with the intention of retiring there and living like a lord after the downfall. His broad face, that of a wily peasant, had darkened, showing his confusion at this request for him to intervene without giving him time to work out whether this would be to his personal benefit or detriment. No, I cannot. I passed on your brother's wishes to you. I can't go back to him again. Good heavens, have some consideration for me. He's hardly what you'd call gentle with people who bother him. And Lord, I have no desire to take the rap for you and lose my standing with him." Then Saccard, getting the drift, now concentrated solely on convincing Harriet of the millions to be gained in the launching of the Universal Bank. In broad strokes, with his ardent words transforming a business venture into a poetic tale, he outlined the magnificent operations and the certain and colossal success. Dagermont, full of enthusiasm, was putting himself at the head of the syndicate. Bohane and Sedil had already asked to be part of it. It was impossible that he, Harriet, should not take part. These gentlemen were insisting he should be with them, on account of his high political position. They were even hoping that he would consent to be on the board of directors, since his name stood for order and probity. At the promise of appointment to the board, Harriet looked him straight in the eye. "All right then, what is it you want of me? What response do you want me to get from Rugen?" "My word," said Saccard. "For myself, I would happily have done without my brother. But it's Dagermont who insists that I make my peace with him. Maybe he's right. So I think you should simply tell the terrible fellow about our business, and obtain, if not his help, then at least a promise that he won't be against us." Harriet, with half-closed eyes, still could not decide. "Look, if you bring back a kind word, just a kind word, do you understand? Then Dagermont will be satisfied and the 3 of us will get it all sewn up this evening." "Well then, I'll try," the deputy declared roughly, affecting a peasant's bluntness. "But just as well it's for you, because he's not an easy man. Oh no, especially when he's being teased by the left. 5 o'clock then." 5 o'clock. Saccard stayed on for nearly an hour, very worried by the rumors going round about a struggle. He heard one of the great opposition orators announce that he was going to speak. On hearing this, he wanted for a moment to get back to Harriet, to ask him if it wouldn't be wiser to put off the meeting with Rugen until the next day. Then, fatalistic and believing in chance, he trembled at the idea of everything being compromised if he altered what had been decided. Perhaps, in all the commotion, his brother would more easily let slip the word they hoped for. And to allow things to sort themselves out, he left, got back in his cab, and was already on the way back to the Pont de la Concorde when he remembered the wish that Dagermont had expressed. Driver, Rue de Babylone. The Rue de Babylone was where the Marquis de Bohane lived. He occupied the former outbuildings of a grand mansion, a building which had once housed the stable staff and which had been made into a very comfortable modern house. The furnishings were luxurious, with a fine air of chic aristocracy. His wife was never seen, being unwell, said the Marquis, and kept to her apartment by infirmity. However, the house and furniture were hers, and he merely lodged there in a furnished apartment, owning only his personal effects. In a trunk he could have carried away in a cab. They had been legally separated ever since he started living on speculation. There had been 2 catastrophes already, in which he had blankly refused to pay what he owed, and the official receiver, having taken stock of the situation, had not even bothered to send him an official document. The slate was simply wiped clean. As long as he won, he pocketed the money. Then, when he lost, he didn't pay. Everyone knew it, and everyone was resigned to it. He had an illustrious name. He made an excellent ornament for boards of directors. So new companies, looking for golden mastheads, fought over him. He was never unemployed. At the Bourse, he had his own share on the Rue Notre Dame de Victor's side, the side of the rich speculators who pretended to take no interest in the petty rumors of the day. He was respected and much consulted. He had often had an influence on the market. In short, he was a real personage. Saccard knew him well, but was nevertheless impressed by the extreme courtesy of the reception he received from this handsome old man of 60, his very small head set on the body of a colossus, and his pale face, framed by a dark wig, looking extremely grand. "Monsieur le Marquis, I've come to seek your help." He explained the reason for his visit, without at first going into details. Besides, from his very first words the Marquis stopped him. No, my time is all taken up. I already have 10 proposals that I shall have to refuse." Then, when Saccard smiled and added, "It was Daggermont who sent me. It was he who thought of you," he at once cried, You have Daggermont in with you. Fine. If Daggermont is involved, then so am I. You can count on me." And when the visitor tried to provide him with at least a bit of information to let him know what sort of business he was getting into, he silenced him with the amiable nonchalance of a great lord who doesn't go into such details and has a natural confidence in the honesty of people. "Please, don't say another word. I do not wish to know. You need my name. I lend it to you, and I am very happy to do so, that's all. Just tell Daggermont to arrange things as he thinks best." As he got back in his cab, Saccard, greatly cheered, laughed to himself. "He'll be expensive, that fellow," he thought, "but he really is very charming." Then, aloud, he said, "Driver, Rue de Jeuneurs." That was where Sedille had his warehouses and offices, which occupied the whole of the vast ground floor at the far end of a courtyard. After 30 years of work, Sedille, who came from Lyons, where he still had some workshops, had at last succeeded in making his silk business one of the best known and most solid in Paris when, after some chance incident, a passion for speculation had manifested itself and spread right through him with the violent destructiveness of a fire. 2 considerable winds, one after another, made him lose his head. What was the point of giving 30 years of one's life to earning a paltry million, when one could pocket that much in 1 hour with a simple transaction on the Bourse? From that moment on, he had gradually lost all interest in his business, which carried on under its own momentum, but he now lived entirely in the hope of some financial coup on the market. And since bad luck had come his way, and persisted, he had begun to swallow up in his gambling all the profits from his business. The worst of this fever is that one loses the taste for legitimate earnings and ends up having no clear idea at all about money. And ruin inevitably lay ahead if the workshops in Lyons earned him 200,000 francs, while he lost 300,000 on the stock market. Saccard found Sedille looking agitated and worried, for, as a speculator, he was neither stoical nor philosophical. He lived in a state of constant guilt, always hopeful, always disappointed, and sick with uncertainty, for he remained an honest man at heart. The settlement at the end of April had just proved disastrous for him. However, his plump face with thick blonde sideburns took on some color at Saccard's first words. "Ah, my dear chap, if it's luck you're bringing me, then you're very welcome." Then, however, he took fright. No, don't tempt me. I do better to lock myself in with my lengths of silk and not budge from my counter." To help him calm down, Saccard talked to him about his son Gustave, mentioning that he'd seen him that morning at Mazot's. But this was yet another source of grief for the merchant, for he had dreamed of handing over his business to his son, who, however, despised trade. He was a creature made for joy and festivities, with the white teeth that the sons of parvenus have, teeth only good for crunching up ready-made fortunes. His father had placed him with Mazot to see if he might get his teeth into financial matters. Ever since his poor mother died, he murmured, He's given me little enough cause for satisfaction. Anyway, perhaps there, in that office, he may learn things that will be useful to me." "Well then," said Saccard briskly, "are you with us? Daggermont told me to come and tell you that he was in it." Sedil raised his trembling arms to the sky, and, in a voice marked by both desire and fear, "But yes, of course I am. You know very well I can't do otherwise than join in. If I refused, and your venture flourished, I'd be sick with regret. Tell Daggermont I'm in." Once back in the street, Saccard took out his watch and saw it was barely 4 o'clock. With plenty of time ahead of him, an impulse to walk for a while prompted him to let his cab go. He regretted this almost immediately, for he had not even reached the boulevard when a new shower, a deluge of rain and hail, forced him to seek refuge in a doorway. What filthy weather for conquering Paris! After watching the rain falling for a quarter of an hour, impatience overcame him, and he hailed an empty cab that was passing. It was a Victoria, and try as he might to pull the leather apron over his legs, he arrived at the Rue La Rochefoucauld soaked through and a full half-hour early. In the smoking room where the valet left him, saying that Monsieur had not yet returned, Saccard walked around slowly, looking at the pictures. But a superb female voice, a contralto of deep and melancholy power, rose up from within the silence of the house, and he went over to the open window to listen. It was Madame at the piano, rehearsing a piece she would no doubt be singing that evening at some reception. Then, lulled by the music, he began to recall the extraordinary stories told about Daggermont, especially the tale of the Hadamantine Company, that loan of 50 million francs in which he had kept back the entire stock, getting it sold and resold 5 times over using his own dealers, until he had created a market for it and established a price. Then, when serious selling began, came the inevitable fall from 300 to 15 francs, and enormous profits were made out of a little group of simple souls who were all instantly ruined. He was good at it, quite terrible. The voice of Madame continued, sending forth a lament of despairing love, of tragic depth. Meanwhile Saccard, getting back into the middle of the room, paused in front of a Meissonier, asterisk which he guessed to be worth 100,000 francs. But someone came in, and he was surprised to see that it was Harriet. "What? You're here already? It's not yet 5. Is the session finished then?" "Ah, yes. Finished. They're still squabbling." And he explained that as the opposition member was still talking, Rugen would certainly be unable to deliver his response until tomorrow. So when he realized this, he had risked pestering the minister again, very hurriedly, during a brief pause in the session. "And," Saccard asked irritably, "what did my illustrious brother say?" Harriet didn't answer straight away. "Oh, he was in an absolutely foul mood. I must admit, I was counting on the state of exasperation he was in, hoping he'd simply send me packing. So I told him about your affair, and said you didn't want to undertake anything without his approval. So then he seized me by both arms, shook me, and yelled into my face, 'Let him go and get himself hanged.' And then he left me standing there." Saccard, suddenly very pale, gave a forced laugh. "That's good of him." "I'll say, yes, it is good," Harriet carried on, in a tone of conviction. "I wasn't expecting as much. With that, we can get on with things." And as he heard in the next room the footsteps of Daggermont returning home, he added quietly, "Leave it to me." Of course, Harriet was very keen to see the Universal Bank founded and to be in on it. He had no doubt already worked out what part he might play. So, as soon as he had shaken hands with Daggermont, he took on a radiant expression and waved his arms in the air. "Victory," he cried. "Victory! Really? Tell me all about it." "My word, the great man was all that he was meant to be," he replied. "May my brother succeed." At this Daggermont was utterly delighted, and thought the remark quite charming. "May he succeed, that said it all. If he's stupid enough to fail, I'll abandon him, but so long as he succeeds, I'll help him. Truly exquisite. And my dear Saccard, we shall succeed, have no fear. We shall do everything required to that end." Then, when the three men were sitting down to decide on the main points, Dagermont got up and closed the window, for Madame's voice, gradually getting louder, was tearing out such a sob of infinite despair that they could not hear each other speak. And even with the window shut, that banished lamentation still accompanied them while they settled on the creation of a lending house, the Universal Bank, with a capital of 25 million francs divided into 50,000 shares of 500 francs each. It was further agreed that Dagermont, Haret, Sedil, the Marquis de Beauhain, and a few of their friends would form a syndicate which would in advance take up and share between them 4/5 of the stock, in other words 40,000 shares. In this way, the success of the share issue was guaranteed, and later on, holding on to the securities and making them scarce on the market, they could make their value rise at will. But everything almost came adrift when Dagermont demanded a bonus of 400,000 francs spread across the 40,000 shares, that is, 10 francs per share. Saccard protested, declaring that it was unreasonable to make the cow moo even before they milked her. Things would be difficult enough at the beginning, so why complicate the situation further? He had to give in, however, faced with the attitude of Haret, who calmly said he found it quite natural and that was how it was always done. They were going their separate ways, having agreed a meeting for the next day, a meeting at which the engineer Hamelin was to be present, when Dagermont suddenly struck his brow with an expression of despair. I was forgetting Kolb. Oh, he'd never forgive me. He must be in on this. Saccard, dear boy, would you be so kind as to go to him straight away? It's not yet 6 o'clock, you'd still find him at home. Yes, you yourself, and now, this evening, not tomorrow, because that will make a good impression on him, and he can be useful to us. Saccard obediently set off once more, conscious that lucky days don't come around twice. But he had yet again dismissed his cab, hoping to return home only a few yards away, and as the rain seemed at last to be stopping he went on foot, happy to feel beneath his heels these Paris streets he was reconquering. In the Rue Montmartre, a few drops of rain made him decide to go by way of the covered passages. He went through the Passage Verdot and the Passage Jouffroy. Then, in the Passage de Panoramas, as he was taking a shortcut to the Rue Vivienne through a side arcade, he was surprised to see Gustave Sedil coming out of a dark alley and disappearing without turning round. Saccard too had stopped and was looking at the house, a discreet establishment of furnished rooms, when a small, blonde woman, wearing a veil, also came out, and he clearly recognized Madame Conan, the pretty stationer's wife. So this was where she brought her one-day lovers when she had a fancy for love, while that great, jolly fellow of a husband of hers thought she was out chasing up bills. This secluded spot, right in the middle of the district, was very nicely chosen, and it was the merest chance that had revealed its secret. Saccard smiled, quite cheered up, envying Gustave, Germain Coeur in the morning, Madame Conan in the afternoon. That young man was getting double helpings. And he looked twice more at the door so he could remember it, much tempted to be in on the act himself. In the Rue Vivienne, just as he was going into Kolb's house, Saccard gave a start and again came to a halt. A light, crystalline music, coming up from the ground like the voice of the fairies of legend, wrapped itself around him, and he recognized the music of gold, the constant tinkling of this district of trade and speculation, the sound he had already heard that morning. The end of the day seemed to be linking up with the beginning. He basked in the caressing sound of that voice, as if it were confirming his good omens. Kolb was in fact downstairs, in the smelting workshop, and as a friend of the family, Saccard went down to join him. In the bareness of the basement, eternally lit by large gas flames, the two smelters were using spades to empty the zinc-lined chests, today full of Spanish coins which they were throwing into the crucible on the big, square furnace. The heat was fierce. One had to talk loudly to be heard amid the harmonica-like ringing, which resounded under the low vaulted ceiling. Newly forged ingots, slabs of gold with the vivid brilliance of new metal, were lined up along the table of the assayer, who fixed their values. And since that morning more than 6 million had gone through. giving the banker a profit of scarcely 300 or 400 francs. For the arbitrage on gold, on the difference realized between two currency markets, is of the slightest, counted in thousands, so very substantial quantities of molten metal are needed to yield any profit. Hence this tinkling of gold, this stream of gold from morning to night, from one year's end to the next, down in this cellar where gold arrived in minted coins and left in gold ingots, only to return as coins and leave again as ingots, indefinitely, with the sole object of leaving in the hands of the dealer a few particles of gold. Kolb was a small, very dark man, whose nose, like an eagle's beak, emerging from a dense beard, gave away his Jewish origins, and as soon as he had understood what Saccard was offering, even through the rattling hail of gold, he accepted. "Perfect," he cried. "Glad to be in on it, if Dagermont is in on it. And thank you for going to so much trouble." But they could scarcely hear each other, and both fell silent, standing there for a moment longer, blissfully dazed by that clear and furious ringing which made their flesh quiver, like too high a note on a violin, held for so long that it makes one shudder. Outside, in spite of the return of good weather and a limpid May evening, Saccard, desperately tired, called another cab to take him home. A hard day, but well spent. Chapter 4. Some difficulties arose, the affair dragged on, and 5 months went by before anything could be finalized. September was already coming to an end, and Saccard was exasperated to see that, in spite of his zealous efforts, obstacles kept springing up, and a whole series of minor matters had to be settled if they were going to create something serious and substantial. Such was his impatience that at one point he almost sent the whole syndicate packing, suddenly captivated and enchanted by the idea of doing the whole thing with the Princess d'Urvito alone. She had the millions needed for the initial launching. Why shouldn't she put them into this superb venture? They could always let in smaller clients for the later increases of capital he already had in mind. He was utterly sincere, convinced he would be bringing her an investment that would multiply her fortune, the fortune of the poor, 10 times over, so she could give it away even more generously. So one morning Saccard went up to see the princess, and in his dual role as friend and business associate explained to her the intentions behind, and the mechanisms of, the bank he wanted to create. He told her everything, outlining the contents of Hamelin's portfolio, omitting not one of the Eastern enterprises, giving in to that tendency of his to become intoxicated with his own enthusiasm, and even arriving at religious faith through his burning desire for success. He revealed the mad dream of the papacy in Jerusalem, and spoke of the definitive triumph of Catholicism, the Pope reigning over the Holy Land and dominating the world, supported by a budget fit for a king, thanks to the creation of the treasury of the Holy Sepulchre. The princess, who was fervently devout, was hardly affected at all except by this ultimate project, the pinnacle of the whole structure, whose fabulous grandeur appealed to that unbalanced imagination of hers that made her throw away her millions on good works of colossal and useless opulence. In fact, the French Catholics had just been dismayed and angered by the agreement the emperor had concluded with the King of Italy, by which he undertook, under certain guaranteed conditions, to withdraw the detachment of French troops now occupying Rome. This surely meant a Rome surrendered to Italy, and they could already imagine the Pope being driven out, dependent on charity, wandering from city to city with a beggar's staff. And what a prodigiously happy ending it would be for the Pope to find himself instead, pontiff and king in Jerusalem, established there and supported by a bank in which Christians the world over would consider it an honor to hold shares. It was so splendid that the princess declared it the greatest idea of the century, worthy of inspiring passion in any well-born religious person. She thought it was bound to be a thundering success. Her esteem for Hamelin the engineer, whom she had been treating with great consideration ever since discovering he was a practicing Catholic, grew even greater as a result. But she totally refused to be part of the enterprise, intent on being true to the vow she had made to give all her millions back to the poor, without ever again earning a single cent, wanting all the money gained from speculation to be lost, to be drained away by poverty, like poison water which had to disappear. The argument that the poor would profit from the speculation failed to touch her, even irritated her. No, no, that accursed spring would be dried up. That was her sole mission. Disconcerted, all Saccard could do was take advantage of her sympathy to obtain her permission for something he had previously requested in vain. He had had the idea, or rather, it was Madame Caroline who had suggested it, of installing the universal bank. Once it was set up, in the mansion itself, he himself had rather grander ideas. He would have liked a palace straight away. They would simply make a glass roof for the courtyard to serve as the main hall, and convert the whole of the ground floor, stables, and outbuildings into offices. On the first floor he would give up his reception room to serve as boardroom, while his dining room and 6 other rooms would provide more offices, and he would keep only a bedroom and bathroom for himself, since he could mainly live on the upper floor with the Hamelyns, eating with them and spending his evenings there. So, with little expenditure, the bank would be installed in a slightly cramped but very respectable style. As owner of the building, the princess, with her hatred of any kind of financial dealing, had at first refused. Never would such an abomination find shelter under her roof. Then, that day, with religion involved in the affair, she was moved by the grandeur of the aim and gave her consent. It was a very big concession, for it was with a shudder that she thought of allowing that infernal machine of a lending house, that house of stock markets and interest rates, into her building, with all its machinery of death and ruin. At last, a week after this abortive attempt, Saccard had the joy of seeing the project so long beset by obstacles suddenly come together in a few days. One morning Daggermont came to tell him that he had all the signatures and they could get things started. They then went over the proposed statutes one last time and drew up the formal instrument of association. Nor was it a moment too soon for the Hamelyns, whose life was beginning to get difficult again. For years, Hamelyn's one dream had been to work as consultant engineer for a big lending house. He would undertake, as he put it, to bring the water to the mill. Little by little he had caught Saccard's fever, so he now burned with the same zeal and impatience. Madame Caroline, on the contrary, after being fired by enthusiasm at the idea of all the fine and useful things they were going to accomplish, seemed rather more cold and pensive now that they were getting into the troublesome and thorny details of its execution. Her sound common sense and upright nature could anticipate all sorts of dark and dirty pitfalls lying ahead. Above all, she trembled for her beloved brother, whom she sometimes laughingly called a big ninny in spite of all his learning. Not that she had the slightest doubt about the absolute honesty of their friend, who was so evidently devoted to making their fortune. But she had a strange sensation of the ground shifting beneath her feet, a fear of falling and being swallowed up if they so much as put a foot wrong. That morning, when Daggermont had gone, a beaming Saccard came up to the workroom. "At last it's done," he cried. Hamelyn, quite amazed and with tears in his eyes, went to shake his hands, almost crushing them in his fervor. And since Madame Caroline had merely turned towards him, looking rather pale, Saccard added, "Well then, what about you? Is that all you have to say? Doesn't it make you any happier than that?" Then she gave a pleasant smile. "But I assure you, of course I'm happy, very happy." When he had given her brother some details about the syndicate, now in its final form, she intervened in her quiet way. "So that's allowed then, is it? For several people to get together and divide the shares of a bank between them, even before the shares have been issued?" He made an emphatic gesture of affirmation. "But of course it's allowed. Do you think we'd be stupid enough to risk failure? Not to mention the fact that we need to have solid people who can influence the market if things are difficult at the beginning. That means 4/5 of our shares are in safe hands. Now we can go to the notary and sign the deed of association." She was bold enough to stand her ground. "I thought the law required subscription of the whole of the share capital." This time, really surprised, he looked her straight in the eye. "You've been reading the code? Star. She blushed slightly, for he had guessed right. The evening before, giving in to her uneasiness, that vague fear with no precise cause, she had done some reading on company law. For a moment she was tempted to lie. Then, with a laugh, she admitted it. It's true, I read the code yesterday. I came out of it doubting my own honesty and everyone else's, in the same way one emerges from medical books with every one of the ailments. But he was really annoyed, for the fact that she had tried to get information showed her to be distrustful and ready to keep watch over him with those woman's eyes of hers, so inquisitive and intelligent. Ah, he continued, brushing aside such vain scruples with a wave of his hand. If you think we're going to comply with all the fiddling complications of the code, we'd never get anywhere that way. We'd be shackled at every step, while others, all our competitors, would be striding ahead right past us. No, I'm certainly not going to wait until all the capital has been subscribed. Anyway, I prefer to hold back some shares, and I shall find a man we can trust, a frontman in short, for whom I can open an account. That's not allowed, she declared simply but gravely with her splendid voice. You're right, it's not allowed, but every company does it. Well, they shouldn't, because it's wrong. Keeping his temper by an effort of will, Saccard thought it best to turn to Hamelin, who was listening with some embarrassment but keeping out of it. My dear friend, I hope you don't have any doubts about me. I'm an old campaigner with plenty of experience. You can place yourself in my hands for the financial side of things. Bring me good ideas, and I'll undertake to make them as profitable as we could wish, at the least possible risk. I believe a practical man can't say better than that. The engineer, with his invincible timidity and weakness, turned the matter into a joke to avoid making a direct reply. Oh, Caroline will keep you in order. She's a born schoolmistress. And I'll be very happy to be in her classroom, Saccard gallantly declared. Even Madame Caroline had started to laugh again, and the conversation continued in a familiar, good-natured manner. The thing is, I'm very fond of my brother, and I'm very fond of you too, more so than you think, and it would really hurt me to see you getting involved in shady dealings, which in the end lead to nothing but disaster and sorrow. And look, while we're on the subject, I have a real terror of speculation and playing the stock market. When you had me copy out the proposed statutes, I was so pleased when I read Article 8, stating that the company was strictly forbidden to deal in futures. That meant no speculation, didn't it? And then you disabused me, making fun of me, explaining that the article was simply cosmetic, a stylistic formula that all companies are honor-bound to include, but not one of them observes. Do you know what I would like if it were up to me? I would like it if, instead of these shares, these 50,000 shares that you're launching, you only issued bonds. Oh, you see how knowledgeable I've become since reading the code. I now know that one cannot speculate in bonds, and that a bondholder is simply a lender who earns a certain percentage on his loan without having any part of the profits, while a shareholder is an associate who runs the risk of profit and loss. Tell me, why can't we have bonds instead? That would greatly reassure me, and I'd be so happy. She jokingly exaggerated the tone of supplication in her request to mask her real anxiety, and Saccard replied in the same vein, with a comic show of anger. Bonds. Never. What the devil do you want with bonds, I ask you? That's just dead stuff. What you have to understand is that speculation, playing the market, is the central motor, the very heart of a vast affair such as ours. Yes, it brings new blood into the system. It takes small streams of it from all over the place, then collects it together and sends it out in rivers, in all directions, creating an enormous circulation of money which is the very lifeblood of great enterprises. Without it, major movements of capital and the great civilizing works that result are fundamentally impossible. It's the same for limited liability companies. What an outcry there was against them. Weren't we told, over and over, that they were disreputable and dangerous? The truth is that without them, we wouldn't have railways or any of the great new enterprises that have modernized the world. No single fortune would have been sufficient to carry them to success. just as no single individual, nor even any group of individuals, would have been willing to take the risks. Risk, that's the essential, that and the grandeur of the aim too. There has to be a vast project, a project big enough to capture the imagination. There has to be hope of substantial gain, of winning a jackpot that will give 10 times the initial outlay, unless of course it gets swept away instead. That's what provokes passions, so life floods in. Everyone brings his money, and the world can be reshaped. What evil do you see in that? The risks are taken voluntarily and spread over an infinite number of people, unevenly, and in line with the size of each person's wealth and audacity. You can lose, but you can also win. You hope for a lucky number, but you have to be ready for an unlucky one. And mankind has no more stubborn nor more ardent dream than trying one's luck and winning everything through a whim of fortune, becoming a king or a god. As he went on, Saccard wasn't laughing anymore. He was drawing himself up on his short legs, glowing with lyrical ardor and making gestures that flung his words to the four corners of the heavens. Look, what about us with our universal bank? Shan't we be opening up the widest horizon, a real opening onto the ancient world of Asia, a limitless field for the pickaxe of progress and the dreams of fortune hunters? Yes, there's never been a more colossal ambition, and I grant you, never have the conditions for success or failure been more obscure. But that is precisely why we tick all the right boxes, and why I'm convinced we'll create a real craze in the public as soon as we get known. Our universal bank, my word. At first it will be a traditional establishment dealing in all kinds of banking business, credit and discounts, taking in funds in current accounts, making contracts, arranging or granting loans. But what I want above all is to make it a vehicle for launching your brother's great projects. That will be its true role, with its profits increasing and its power gradually dominating the market. It is being founded, in short, to provide support for the financial and industrial companies we'll be setting up in foreign countries, whose shares we shall hold and which will thus owe their lives to us and guarantee our supremacy. And in the face of this dazzling vision of future conquests, you're asking me whether it's permissible to form a syndicate and give its members a bonus that can be written off against startup costs. You're worrying about little unavoidable irregularities, some unsubscribed shares that the company will need to keep, using a frontman as cover. In fact, you're declaring war on speculation, great heavens. The very soul, the core, the inner flame of this gigantic mechanism I'm trying to create. You need to realize that all this, so far, is nothing. This paltry little capital of 25 million is just a bit of kindling that we're throwing into the engine to get the fire going. I expect to double it, quadruple it, quintuple it, as our operations expand. We need a hail of gold, a dance of millions, if we want to achieve out there the miracles predicted. But damn it, I can't guarantee there'll be no breakages. You can't go stirring up the world without stepping on a few toes along the way. She was watching him, and in her love of life and of everything strong and active, she ended up finding him quite handsome, charming in his verve and conviction. And so, without accepting his theories, which offended her upright and lucid intelligence, she pretended to have been won over. All right, let's say I'm only a woman and life's great battles frighten me. Only please try to tread on as few toes as possible, and especially not the toes of anyone I care about. Intoxicated by his burst of eloquence, and exulting over the vast project he'd outlined, as if it were all done already, Saccard was now quite benign. Have no fear. I may act the ogre, but I'm just teasing. We're all going to be very rich. Then they chatted quietly about the arrangements to be made, and it was agreed that the very next day, after the official foundation of the company, Hamelin would go to Marseilles and from there to the Orient to put their great plans into operation. However, there was already gossip on the Paris market. Rumors were bringing the name of Saccard back from the murky depths into which it had briefly sunk. At first the news was whispered, then spoken more loudly, and then it rang out clearly, promising imminent success, so that once again, as before in the Parc Monceau, Saccard's waiting room was full of people every morning. He found Mazad dropping by to shake his hand and discuss the day's news. He had visits from other brokers, including Jacoby, the Jew with the booming voice, and his brother-in-law Delaroc, a big red-haired man who caused his wife so much grief. The curb market came to call too, in the person of Nathan Sohn, a small and lively fair-haired man, much favored by fortune. As for Mashes, resigned to his hard lot as an unlucky jobber, he was already turning up every day even though there weren't yet any orders to be had. The crowd kept on growing larger. One morning Saccard found the waiting room full though it was only 9 o'clock. As he had not yet taken on any special staff, he was being helped, very inadequately, by his valet, and most of the time took it upon himself to let people in. That day, as he was opening the door of his office, he saw Jantru waiting to enter, but he had caught sight of Sabatani, whom he'd been trying to get hold of for 2 days. "Forgive me, my friend," he said, stopping the former professor so that he could let the Levantine in first. Sabatani, with his disturbing, caressing smile and serpentine suppleness, left the talking to Saccard, and he, knowing his man, made his proposition very plainly. "My dear fellow, I need you. We need a frontman. I'll open an account for you and make you the buyer of a certain number of our shares, asterisk that you'll pay for simply with some juggling of the accounts. As you see, I'm getting straight to the point and treating you as a friend." The young man looked at him with his beautiful, velvety eyes of such softness in his long, dark face. "The law, dear sir, formally requires payment in cash. Oh, it's not for my sake that I mention this. You're treating me as a friend, which makes me very proud. I'll do whatever you want." Then Saccard, just to be agreeable, mentioned the high esteem in which Sabatani was held by Mazad, who now even took his orders without any cover. Then he teased him about Germain Kerr, with whom he had seen him the day before, and made a crude allusion to the rumors about his being prodigiously well endowed with something exceptionally gigantic, which set the girls in the world of the Bourse dreaming and tormented them with curiosity. Sabatani didn't deny it, but just laughed non-committally on this unseemly subject. Oh yes, the ladies were very amusing. The way they chased after him, they all wanted to see for themselves. By the way," Saccard broke in, "we shall also need some signatures to regularize certain operations, transfers, for instance. May I send the packets of papers to you for signing?" "But certainly, my dear sir. Whatever you want." He didn't even raise the matter of payment, knowing full well that such services are beyond price, and when Saccard added that he would be paid 1 franc per signature for his time, he simply nodded his agreement. Then, with that smile of his, "I also hope, dear sir, that you won't refuse me your advice. After all, you'll be so well placed I shall come to you for information." "Absolutely," concluded Saccard, catching his meaning. "Goodbye, then. Take it easy now, and don't go giving in too much to the curiosity of the ladies." And with renewed amusement, Saccard saw him off through a side door that allowed callers to be let out without having to go through the waiting room. Saccard then went to open the other door and call in Jantru. He saw at a glance that the man was a wreck. At the end of his tether, the sleeves of his frock coat frayed from sitting at cafe tables waiting for work. The Bourse continued to have no love for him, yet he still seemed debonair, with his bushy beard, cynical and highly literate, occasionally uttering a flowery phrase that recalled his former career as an academic. "I was just about to write to you," said Saccard. "We're drawing up a list of personnel. Yours was one of the first names I put down, and I expect I'll be calling you to our share-issuing office." Jantru stopped him with a wave of the hand. "That's very kind of you, thanks. But I have a business proposition for you." He didn't immediately explain himself, but launched into general matters, asking what role newspapers would play in the launching of the Universal Bank. At the first words on this subject, Saccard showed eager enthusiasm, declaring that he was in favor of the widest possible publicity and would devote all available money to that end. No newspaper was to be shunned, not even the most down-market rag, for his motto was that any publicity was good publicity. His dream would be to have control of all the newspapers, but that would be too expensive. So, would you be thinking of organizing our advertising? That might not be a bad idea at that. We can talk it over. Yes, later on, if you like. But what would you say to your own newspaper, entirely yours, with me as editor? Every morning you'd have a page to yourself, with articles singing your praises, notes calling attention to you, references to you, and pieces quite unrelated to the world of finance. In other words, a thorough campaign about everything and nothing, ceaselessly glorifying you over the dead bodies of your rivals. Does that sound tempting? I'll say, so long as it doesn't cost a fortune. No, the cost would be quite reasonable. At last he gave the name of the paper, L'Espérance, *, a publication founded 2 years before by a small group of prominent Catholics, the extremists of the party currently waging a fierce war against the empire. They had enjoyed absolutely no success, and the paper's imminent disappearance was being announced every day. Saccard protested. But it has a print run of less than 2,000. That will be our job, to increase the circulation. Anyway, it's impossible. That paper's been dragging my brother through the mud, and I can't fall out with my brother right at the start. Jantru gave a gentle shrug. You don't have to fall out with anyone. You know as well as I do, when a bank owns a paper, it's of little importance whether it supports or attacks the government. If it's pro-government, the bank is sure to be part of every syndicate created by the Minister of Finance to promote the success of state and municipal loans. If it's for the opposition, the very same minister will have every kind of consideration for the bank it represents, wanting to disarm it and win it over, which usually translates into even more favors. So don't worry about what color L'Espérance is. Just have a paper, it's a source of power. Star. Saccard was silent for a moment, already developing a plan with that lively intelligence of his which instantly allowed him to take over someone else's idea, explore its possibilities, and adapt it to his needs, making it completely his own. He would buy L'Espérance, get rid of any bitter polemics, and lay it at the feet of his brother, who would be forced to be grateful to him for that. But he would retain its Catholic coloration, keeping this as a threat, as a mechanism always ready to resume its terrible campaign in the name of the interests of religion. And if there was no cooperation, he would brandish Rome and the risk of the Great Jerusalem coup. That would be a very nice last card to play. Would we be free? He asked brusquely. Absolutely free. They've had enough of it. The paper has fallen into the hands of a needy chap who will let us have it for 10 or so thousand francs. We can do whatever we like with it. Saccard took a minute again to reflect. All right then, it's agreed. Arrange a meeting and bring me your man. You will be editor, and I shall put all our publicity in your hands. And I want it to be exceptional, enormous. Oh, later of course, when we have the wherewithal to get the engine going properly. He stood up. Jantru too rose to his feet, trying to hide his joy at finding the means to earn his crust under the bantering laugh of one who has lost his social standing and is weary of the mud of Paris. At last, I'll be back in my element, my beloved world of letters. Don't take anyone on just yet, Saccard went on as he escorted him out. And, while I think of it, make a note of a protégé of mine, Paul Jordan, a young man who, in my view, has a remarkable talent and will make an excellent literary journalist for you. I shall write to him telling him to come and see you. Jantru was just going out through the side door when he was struck by the happy arrangement of the 2 exits. My word, that's handy, he said with his usual familiarity. People can just disappear. When lovely ladies come calling, like the one I greeted just now in the waiting room, Baroness Sandorf. Saccard had no idea she was there. He shrugged to show his indifference, but Jantru sniggered, refusing to believe in this lack of interest. The 2 men shook hands with some vigor. When he was alone again, Saccard instinctively went over to the mirror and ran a hand through his hair, where no hint of white was yet visible. All the same, he had not been lying. Women had not been on his mind at all since he had been totally caught up again in business matters. and he was only indulging in that instinctive Gallic gallantry that means a man in France cannot find himself alone with a woman without fearing to be thought a fool if he doesn't make a conquest. As soon as he had let the Baroness in, he made a great fuss of her. "Madam, pray do sit down." Never had he seen her looking so strangely alluring, with her red lips, her burning eyes with the bruised lids, deep set beneath thick eyebrows. What could she want of him? And he was surprised, almost disappointed, when she explained the purpose of her visit. "Ah, monsieur, I do apologize for disturbing you, and to so little purpose as far as you are concerned, but people of our social circle have to help each other out in these little matters. Until recently you had a chef, whom my husband is now about to engage. So I've come simply to ask for some information about him." So he allowed her to question him, answering in the most obliging way without ever taking his eyes off her, for he thought he could guess that this was just a pretext. She didn't care in the least about the chef. She had clearly come for something else. And indeed, she organized the conversation in such a way as to bring in the name of a mutual friend, the Marquis de Beauhain, who had spoken to her about the Universal Bank. It was so difficult to place one's money, so hard to find really solid investments. At last he realized she would really like to buy some shares, with the 10% bonus for members of the syndicate, and he realized too, even more clearly, that if he opened an account for her, she would not pay up. "I have my own private fortune, my husband has nothing to do with it. It's a lot of bother, but I quite enjoy it, I must admit. But when a woman is seen to be dealing in money matters, and especially a young woman, don't you think? People are surprised and tend to think ill of her. There are days when I find myself in dire difficulties, having no friends at hand to advise me. Just a fortnight ago, for lack of information, I lost a considerable sum of money. Now that you are going to be so well placed for information, if you could be so kind, if you would be willing to." Beneath the woman of the world the gambler showed through, the desperate, obsessive speculator, this daughter of the Ladricourt family, one of whose ancestors had captured Antioch, this diplomat's wife, so highly respected by the foreign colony of Paris, but whose passion sent her scurrying round the financial world seeking favors. Her lips were blood red, her eyes burned even more intensely, her desire burst forth, bringing to the surface the passionate woman she seemed to be. And he was naive enough to think that she had come to offer herself to him, simply to be in on his grand project and from time to time get useful tips for the bourse. "But madam, there's nothing I'd like better than to lay my experience at your feet." He drew his chair closer and took her hand. This at once brought her to her senses. Ah, no, she had not come to such a pass. The time was still far off when she had to pay for information with a knight in her bed. Her affair with the public prosecutor Delcombe was already a ghastly chore for her. Such a dried-up and jaundiced man whom she had been forced to accept because of the miserliness of her husband. Her indifference to sensuality and the secret contempt she felt for men had suddenly shown up in the pallid weariness on this face, that so falsely betokened the woman of passion when her sole passion was for speculation. She rose to her feet in a rebellion that sprang from her birth and education and still caused her to lose some business opportunities. "So, monsieur, you're saying you were satisfied with your chef?" Quite astonished, Saccard also stood up. What had she been expecting? That he would add her to his register and give her information for nothing? Women, decidedly, were not to be trusted. They went into deals with the most amazing bad faith. And although he did want this woman, he didn't persist but bowed with a smile that said, "As you please, dear lady, when you're ready," while aloud he said, "Very satisfied, as I said. It was only a change in my domestic arrangements that led me to part with him." Baroness Sandorf hesitated, though barely a second. Not that she regretted her revolt, but she doubtless felt how naive it was to have come to see a man like Saccard without being resigned to the consequences. That made her irritated with herself, for she thought of herself as a woman of sense. She finally responded with a simple nod to the respectful bow with which he bade her farewell, and he was just taking her to the little side door when it was suddenly thrown open by a familiar hand. It was Maxime, who was having lunch with his father that morning and, as a member of the family, had come in by the side entrance. He stood back and also bowed, allowing the Baroness to leave. Then, when she had gone, he gave a short laugh. "So business is taking off, is it? Starting to collect your bonuses?" Although he was still very young, he had the self-confidence of a man of experience who wouldn't waste his time uselessly for the sake of some risky pleasure. His father recognized this attitude of ironic superiority. "In fact, no, not collecting anything at all, and not because I couldn't, dear boy, for I'm as proud of still being a 20-year-old as you seem to be of already being 60. Maxime just laughed the more, his old, tinkling, girlish laugh, with that suggestive cooing sound he still had, even in the very proper style he had taken on as a settled young man, anxious to do no further damage to his life. He affected the utmost indulgence, provided there was no danger to anything of his. "My word, you're quite right, just as long as it doesn't wear you out. As for me, you know, I already have rheumatism." Then he installed himself comfortably in an armchair and picked up a newspaper. "Don't worry about me. You can go on receiving your callers, if I'm not in your way. I came early because I had to go and see my doctor, and he wasn't there." At that moment the valet came in to say that the Countess de Beauvilliers was asking to be admitted. Somewhat surprised, although he had already met his noble neighbor, as he called her, at the work foundation, Saccard had her shown in at once. Then, calling the valet back, told him to send everyone else away, for he was tired and very hungry. When the Countess came in, she didn't even notice Maxime, hidden behind the back of his armchair. And Saccard was yet more surprised when he saw that she had brought her daughter Alice with her. This gave an extra solemnity to her visit. The two women were so sad and pale, the mother tall, thin, white-haired, and looking as if she belonged to another era, and the daughter prematurely aged, with a long, even disastrously long, neck. He drew 2 chairs forward with bustling politeness, the better to show his deference. "Madam, I am extremely honored. If I could have the pleasure of serving you in some way." The Countess, who was a very shy woman beneath her haughty airs, eventually managed to explain the reason for her visit. "Monsieur, it was after a conversation with my friend, the Princess d'Orvieto, that I had the idea of coming to see you. I confess that I hesitated at first, for at my age it is not easy to change one's ideas, and I've always been very much afraid of present-day things that I don't understand. However, I've talked to my daughter about it, and I believe that it is my duty to put aside my scruples and try to secure the happiness of my loved ones." And she went on, telling him that the princess had told her about the Universal Bank, a lending house like any other in the eyes of the profane, but which, to the initiated, would have an unquestionable justification, a name so meritorious and lofty that it would silence even the most timorous consciences. She did not mention the Pope nor Jerusalem. That was left unspoken, scarcely even whispered among the faithful. That was the secret that stirred the passions. But from every word she uttered, from every allusion and suggestion, a hope and a faith came through, giving a religious fire to her belief in the success of the new bank. Saccard himself was astonished at her restrained emotion and the tremor in her voice. He had only ever spoken of Jerusalem in his more frenzied lyrical excesses. He didn't really believe in that crazy plan, sensing something ridiculous about it, and always ready to abandon it with a laugh if it met with mockery. And the deeply felt action of this saintly woman, who brought her daughter with her, and the profound way in which she implied that she and all her kin and the whole of the French aristocracy would believe with all their hearts, struck him forcibly, giving substance to what had been a mere dream and infinitely extending its scope for development. So it was true then. This was a lever with which he could lift the whole world. With his capacity for swift assimilation, he at once grasped the situation. He too now spoke in mysterious terms of that ultimate triumph he would be silently pursuing. And his words were full of fervor, for he had indeed just been touched by faith in the excellence of the instrument that the present crisis of the papacy had placed in his hands. He had a happy knack of becoming a believer whenever his plans required it. In short, monsieur, the Countess went on, I have decided to do something which I formerly found repugnant. It's true, the idea of putting money to work and placing it at interest had never entered my head. Old-fashioned ways of looking at life. Scruples which are becoming a little silly, I know, but what can you do? It's not easy to go against beliefs one drank in with one's mother's milk, and I always imagined that land alone, the large estate, would provide for people like us. Unfortunately, the large estate. She blushed slightly, for she was about to admit to the ruin she took such care to conceal. The large estate scarcely exists anymore. We have had a lot of difficulties. All we have left is one farm. At this Saccard, to spare her any embarrassment, added passionately, but madam, nobody lives off estates anymore. The old land-based fortune is an antiquated form of wealth which no longer has any purpose. It represented the very stagnation of money, money whose value we have multiplied tenfold by throwing it into circulation, with paper money and with commercial and financial securities of all sorts. That's how the world will be renewed, for without money, liquid money, flowing and infiltrating everywhere, nothing was possible, not scientific inventions nor ultimate, universal peace. Landed wealth. Oh dear, that went out with the stagecoach. You can starve with $1 million in land, but you can live on 1/4 of that amount placed in sound investments at 15, 20, even 30%. Gently, in her infinitely sad way, the Countess shook her head. I hardly understand what you're saying, and, as I've told you, I still belong to an era when such things were frightening, were seen as bad and forbidden. But I am not alone. I must above all think of my daughter. Over the past few years I've managed to put aside, just a small sum. She was blushing again. 20,000 francs, lying in a drawer at home. Later on I might perhaps have regretted leaving them there, earning nothing. And since your project is a worthy one, as my friend has confided to me, and since you will be working towards what we all desire with our most ardent wishes, I am taking the risk. In short, I'd be grateful if you could set aside shares for me in your bank for 10 to 12,000 francs. I have had my daughter come with me, for I won't hide from you that this money is hers. Up to that point Alice had not opened her mouth, staying in the background in spite of the lively intelligence of her eyes. She made a gesture of tender reproach. Mine, mother? Is there anything of mine which isn't yours? But your marriage, my child? But you know I don't want to be married. She had spoken too quickly, and the pain of her solitude cried out in her reedy voice. Her mother hushed her with a look of distress, and they gazed at each other for a moment, unable to lie to each other in their daily sharing of what they had to suffer and conceal. Saccard was very moved. Madam, if there were no shares left I would still find some for you. Oh yes, if necessary I'll take some out of my own. I am infinitely touched by your decision, and I am very honored by the trust you are showing in me. And at that precise moment he really did believe he would make the fortune of these poor women, that he was bringing them a share in the shower of gold that was about to rain down on himself and all around him. The ladies rose and began to take their leave. Only when she reached the door did the Countess allow herself to make a direct allusion to the great project that remained unspoken. I have received from my son Ferdinand in Rome a distressing letter about the sadness produced there by the announcement about the withdrawal of our troops. Have patience, Saccard declared with conviction. We are coming to the rescue. Deep bows were exchanged and he accompanied them out to the landing, this time going through the waiting room, which he believed to be empty. But as he came back he saw, sitting on a bench, a tall, sharp-featured man of about 50, dressed like a worker in his Sunday best, and with him a pretty girl of 18, slim and pale. What's this? What are you doing here? The girl rose first, and the man, intimidated by this brusque greeting, started to stammer out a confused explanation. I had given orders for everyone to be sent away. So why are you here? At least tell me your name. De Joy, monsieur, and this is my daughter Natalie. Then he got into a muddle again, so much so that Saccard, losing patience, was about to push him towards the door, when at last he gathered that it was Madame Caroline who had told him to come and wait, as she had known him a long time. Madame Caroline sent you. You should have said so straight away. Come in, and do hurry up because I'm really hungry. Once in his office, he left DeJoy and Natalie standing and did not himself sit down, so as to get rid of them more quickly. Maxime, who had risen from his armchair when the Countess left, did not this time withdraw discreetly but stayed, looking over the new arrivals with a curious eye. And DeJoy lengthily explained what he had come about. This is how it is, monsieur. I got my discharge. Then I went as office boy for Monsieur Drieu, Madame Caroline's husband, when he was still alive and had his brewery. Then I went to Monsieur Lamberthier in the market hall. Then I went to Monsieur Bisset, a banker you know well. He blew his brains out 2 months ago, so now I haven't got a job. I should tell you, first of all, that I had got married. Yes, I married my wife Josephine when I was at Monsieur Drieu's in fact, and she worked as cook for Monsieur's sister-in-law Madame Levesque, a lady well known to Madame Caroline. And then, when I was at Monsieur Lamberthier's, Josephine couldn't get a place there, so she went to work for a doctor in Grenelle, a Monsieur Renaudin. Then she went to the Trois Frères shop on the Rue Rambuteau where, as if it was fated, there was never a place for me. In short, Saccard interrupted him. You've come to me for a job, is that it? But DeJoy was intent on telling him the sad story of his life, the unhappy chance which had made him marry a cook without ever being able to find a job in the same household as hers. It was almost as if they'd never been properly married, never having their own bedroom, meeting each other at wine shops and kissing behind kitchen doors. When their daughter Natalie was born, they had to leave her with a nurse until she was 8 years old, until one day when her father, tired of being alone, had taken her back into his cramped bachelor's lodgings. So he had become the real mother of the little girl, bringing her up, taking her to school, and looking after her with the utmost care, his heart overflowing with ever greater adoration. Oh, I can happily say, monsieur, that she has given me great satisfaction. She's educated, she's honest, and you can see for yourself, she has no equal for sweetness of nature. Indeed, Saccard found her charming, this blonde flower of the Paris streets, with her frail grace and her large eyes beneath little curls of fair hair. She accepted her father's adoration, still well-behaved, having had no reason not to be, but with a fierce and tranquil egoism in the limpid brilliance of her eyes. So, monsieur, she is now of an age to be married, and in fact a good suitor has just come forward, the son of our neighbor the cardboard manufacturer. But he's a lad who wants to go into business, and he's asking for 6,000 francs. It's not too much, he could very well find a girl who'd bring him more. I must add that I lost my wife 4 years ago, and she left us her savings, her little earnings as a cook, you see. So I have 4,000 francs, but that's not 6,000, and the young man is in a hurry, so is Natalie. The girl, who was listening and smiling, with her clear gaze, so cold and so determined, gave a sharp nod of agreement. Of course, I'm fed up. I want to see an end of it one way or the other. Once more Saccard cut in. He had judged the man to be unimaginative but very capable, very good-hearted, and accustomed to military discipline. And it was enough that he'd come on the advice of Madame Caroline. That's fine, my friend. I am going to have a newspaper, and I'm taking you on as office boy. Leave me your address, and goodbye for now. However, DeJoy made no move to go. He went on, with some embarrassment. Monsieur is most kind, and I gratefully accept the post, for I must work when once I've got Natalie settled. But I came about something else. Yes, I learned, through Madame Caroline and some others, that Monsieur is going to be involved in some grand ventures and will be able to make as much profit as he likes for his friends and acquaintances. So, if Monsieur would kindly concern himself with us, if Monsieur would be willing to let us have some shares. Saccard for the second time was moved, more even than he had been on the first occasion, when it was the Countess who had entrusted to him her daughter's dowry. This simple man, This petty capitalist with savings scraped together so by so, didn't he represent the trusting multitude of believers, the great multitude that creates abundant and substantial numbers of customers, the fanatical army that endows a bank with invincible strength? If this good man came running to him like this, ahead of any publicity, what would it be like when the counters were open? He smiled in tenderness at this first little shareholder, seeing him as an omen of great success. Agreed, my friend, you shall have your shares. DeJoy's face lit up as if he had been granted some unhoped-for favor. Monsieur is too kind. In 6 months, then, with my 4,000 I can gain 2,000, can I? And so make up the whole amount, and since I have Monsieur's consent, I prefer to settle straight away. I've brought the money. He felt in his pockets and pulled out an envelope which he offered to Saccard, who stood stock still and silent, struck with delighted admiration at this final touch. And the terrible pirate, who had already creamed off so many fortunes, finally burst into a happy laugh, honestly resolved to make him rich too, this man of faith. But my dear chap, that's not how it's done. Keep your money. I shall put you on the register, and you will pay in due course. This time he saw them out, after DeJoy had got Natalie to thank him, with a smile of satisfaction lighting up her beautiful, hard and candid eyes. When Maxime was finally alone with his father, he said, with his insolent and mocking air, "So now you're providing dowries for young girls." "Why not?" Saccard answered gaily. "Happiness for others is a good investment." He was putting away some papers before leaving the office. Then he suddenly said, "What about you? Don't you want some shares?" Maxime, who was ambling about, gave a start, wheeled round, and faced him. "Oh no, what an idea! Do you take me for a fool?" Finding this reply lacking in respect and showing a deplorable spirit, Saccard made an angry gesture and was on the point of shouting at him that it was a genuinely splendid deal, and that Maxime was really too stupid if he thought that he was just another thief like so many others. But, looking at him, he felt pity for his poor son, worn out at 25, set in his ways, and even miserly, so aged by vice, so anxious about his health, that he wouldn't risk any expense or self-indulgence unless he had already carefully calculated the benefit. And quite comforted, full of pride in the passionate temerity of his 50 years, he began to laugh again and clapped him on the shoulder. "Come on, let's go and have lunch, my poor boy, and you just take care of your rheumatics." It was 2 days later, on the 5th of October, that Saccard, accompanied by Hamelin and Dagermont, went to the chambers of Maître Lelleraine, a notary on the Rue Sainte-Anne, and there the deed constituting a public company in the name of the Universal Bank Company was executed, with a capital of 25 millions, divided into 50,000 shares of 500 francs each, only a quarter of which had to be paid on allocation. The offices of the company were registered as the Hôtel d'Urvito in the Rue Saint-Lazare. A copy of the statutes, drawn up in accordance with the deed, was deposited in the office of Maître Lelleraine. It was a day of bright autumn sunshine, and when these gentlemen left the notary's office they lit their cigars and slowly strolled back up the boulevard and the Rue de la Chaussée-d'Antin, glad to be alive and happy as schoolboys let out of school. The inaugural general meeting did not take place until the following week, in the Rue Blanche, in the premises of a little dance hall, which had gone out of business, and in which an industrialist was now trying to set up art exhibitions. The syndicate members had already placed the shares they had taken but weren't keeping for themselves, and 122 shareholders came, representing nearly 40,000 shares, which should have given a total of 2,000 votes since only holders of 20 or more shares had the right to attend and vote. However, since no single shareholder could cast more than 10 votes no matter how many shares he held, the precise number of votes was 1,643. Saccard insisted that Hamelin should chair the meeting. As for himself, he deliberately melted into the crowd. He had registered the engineer and himself for 500 shares apiece, which he would pay for by juggling the accounts. All the syndicate members were there: Dagermont, Harrot, Sedil, Kolb, and the Marquis de Beauhain, each with the group of shareholders under their command. Sabatani, one of the largest shareholders, could also be seen, and Jantre too, surrounded by several of the bank's senior clerks, appointed 2 days before. And all the decisions that had to be made had been so well foreseen and decided in advance that never was an inaugural meeting so beautifully calm, simple, and cooperative. A unanimous vote endorsed the declaration that the capital had been fully subscribed and that 125 francs had been paid for each share. The company was then solemnly declared to be established. Next, the board of directors was appointed. This was to comprise 20 members who, as well as their attendance fees, amounting to an annual total of 50,000 francs, would receive in accordance with one of the articles in the statutes 10% of the profits. This was not to be sneezed at, and every syndicate member had demanded to be on the board. Dagermont, Harrit, Sedil, Kolb, and the Marquis de Beauhain, in addition to Hamelin, whom they wanted as president, all naturally went to the top of the list, along with 14 other less important men chosen from the most obedient and ornamental of the shareholders. Finally, Saccard, who until then had stayed in the background, made an appearance when the moment arrived for choosing a general manager, and Hamelin then proposed him. A murmur of sympathy greeted his name, and he too was a unanimous choice. It remained only to elect the 2 official auditors, responsible for presenting the meeting with a report on the balance sheet and for checking the accounts provided by the management, a function as delicate as it was useless, and for which Saccard had designated a certain Rousseau and Laviniere, the former being completely under the thumb of Laviniere, who was tall, fair-haired, very polite, always approving, and consumed with the desire eventually to get on to the board once his services had given satisfaction. With Rousseau and Laviniere appointed, the meeting was about to be closed when the president thought it necessary to mention the 10% bonus granted to the syndicate members, for 100,000 francs in all, and at his suggestion the meeting charged this to the startup costs. It was a mere trifle, some expense was inevitable. And letting the mass of small shareholders drift away like a flock of sheep, the big investors stayed on to the last, with smiling faces, still exchanging handshakes out on the pavement. The very next day the directors met at the Hotel d'Orvieto, in Saccard's former drawing room, now converted into a boardroom. A vast table, covered in green velvet and surrounded by 20 chairs upholstered in the same material, took up the center of the room. There was no other furniture save 2 large bookcases, whose glass doors were adorned on the inside with little silk curtains, also in green. The room was darkened by its deep red hangings, and the 3 windows looked down on to the garden of the Hotel Beauvilliers, from which came only a dusky light, like the peace of an old cloister, slumbering in the green shade of its trees. The general effect was both severe and noble, creating an impression of antique honesty. The board was meeting to appoint its officers, and they were all there almost at once, on the stroke of 4. The Marquis de Beauhain, with his great height and small, pale, aristocratic head was the very essence of the old French nobility, while the affable Dagermont personified the wealthy class of the empire in its ostentatious success. Sedil, looking less worried than usual, was chatting to Kolb about an unexpected movement that had just occurred on the Vienna market, and around them the other directors, the whole crowd, listened in, trying to pick up a tip, or else talked among themselves about their own business, being there only to make up the numbers and collect their share on the days when there was something to be shared. Harrit, as ever, arrived late and out of breath, having got away at the last minute from a parliamentary commission. He apologized, and everyone took their seats around the table. The Marquis de Beauhain, as the most senior figure, had taken the presidential chair, which was higher and more gilded than the rest. As general manager, Saccard had placed himself opposite, and immediately, as soon as the Marquis announced that they were going to proceed to the appointment of the chairman, Hamelin rose to his feet to decline any candidature. He understood that several of the gentlemen had thought of proposing him, but he wished to point out that he was to leave for the Orient the very next day, and besides had no experience whatsoever of accountancy, banks, or stock markets. And finally, that he could not accept the weight of responsibility involved. Sackard listened with great surprise, for only the day before it had all been agreed, and he guessed it was Madame Caroline who had influenced her brother, since he knew they had had a long conversation together that morning. So, not wanting to have anyone else as chairman, some independent person who might get in his way, Sackard decided to intervene, explaining that the office was purely honorific, that the chairman had only to be present at the general meetings to support the proposals of the board and deliver the customary speeches. Besides, they were going to elect a vice chairman who would do all the signing. And for the rest, the merely technical part dealing with accountancy, the bourse, and the myriad little details of a large bank, wouldn't it be himself, Sackard, who would properly be appointed for this side of things? He, according to the statutes, was to run the offices, deal with income and expenditure, manage the day-to-day business, carry out the decisions of the board, and act, in short, as the executive arm of the company. These arguments seemed sound. Hamelin nevertheless still went on arguing for some time, and both Dagermont and Harrod had to insist in the most pressing manner. The Marquis de Beauhain remained majestically aloof. At last the engineer gave way. He was appointed chairman, and they chose as vice-chairman an obscure agronomist, the Viscount de Robin-Chagot, a former counselor of state, a quiet, miserly man, an excellent machine for providing signatures. As for the secretary, he was taken from outside the board, from the bank's office staff, the head of the share issue department. And as night descended upon the large, solemn room, like a greenish shadow of infinite sadness, they decided they had done enough and done it well. Then they went their separate ways, after arranging their future sessions at 2 a month, an ordinary meeting on the 15th and a plenary board on the 30th. Sackard and Hamelin went up together to the workroom, where Madame Caroline was waiting for them. She saw at once from her brother's awkward manner that he had yet again, through weakness, given way, and for a moment she was very angry. "But come on, this is unreasonable," cried Sackard. "Just think, the chairman is paid 30,000 francs, a sum that will be doubled when our business develops. You're not so rich that you can scorn such a benefit. And what are you afraid of anyway?" "Well, I'm afraid of everything," replied Madame Caroline. "My brother won't be here, and I personally understand nothing about money. For example, these 500 shares you've registered in his name, without his paying for them straight away. Well, isn't that irregular? Wouldn't he be in trouble if things went wrong?" Sackard began to laugh. "Oh, what a fuss about nothing. 500 shares, an initial outlay of 62,500 francs. If he can't pay that back within 6 months out of the first profits, then we might as well go and jump in the Seine right now, and not bother with any sort of venture. No, you can rest assured, only the inept are destroyed by speculation." She remained stern in the growing darkness of the room. But 2 lamps were brought in, casting a bright light over the walls, with the vast maps and vivid watercolors that so often made her dream of those far-off lands. The plain still lay bare, the mountains still barred the horizon, and she called to mind the distress of that ancient world, slumbering over its treasures, a land that science was about to awaken from its filth and ignorance. What fine, great things were waiting to be achieved. Gradually she began to visualize new generations and a stronger, happier humanity springing from the ancient soil, once more beneath the plow of progress. "Speculation, speculation," she repeated mechanically, struggling with doubt. It fills my troubled heart with anguish." Sackard, who was well acquainted with her thoughts on the subject, had seen on her face the reflection of her hope for the future. "Yes, speculation. Why does the word frighten you? Speculation is the very spur of life itself, the everlasting desire to struggle and go on living. If I dared to make a comparison, I could convince you." He laughed again, seized by scruples of delicacy. Then he dared after all, always ready to be brutal with women. "Let's see now, do you think that without, how shall I put it, that without lust there would be many children. Out of every 100 children that might have been, barely one is actually produced. It's excess that produces what is necessary, isn't it? Certainly, she replied with embarrassment. Well, without speculation there would be no business, dear friend. Why the devil do you think I would put out my money and risk my fortune if I didn't have the promise of some extraordinary pleasure, some sudden happiness that offers me heaven? With the lawful and mediocre rewards of work, the prudent balance of day-to-day transactions, life is just a desert of extreme platitude, a swamp in which all energies lie dormant and stagnant. While if you forcefully set a dream ablaze on the horizon, promising that with one sow 100 will be gained, then invite all those who lie asleep to get up and hunt for the impossible, for millions won in 2 hours, amid the most frightful dangers. Now the race begins at once with 10 times the energy, and there is such a scramble that even while sweating solely for their own pleasure, people sometimes manage to produce children, that is, living things, great and splendid things. Ah, my word. There is a lot of useless filth, but the world would end without it. Madame Caroline decided to laugh too, for there was no prudishness about her. So, she said, your conclusion is that we must resign ourselves to it because it's all part of nature's plan. You're right, life isn't clean. She had acquired real courage at the thought that every new step forward had been made through blood and mire. You had to have the will for it. She kept her eyes fixed on the maps and drawings all around the walls, and the future took shape for her. Ports, canals, roads and railways, the countryside with vast farms equipped like factories, and new towns, full of health and intelligence, where people would live to be very old and very well educated. Oh, all right, she continued gaily. I have to give in as always. Let's just do some good, so that we can be forgiven. Her brother, who had been keeping quiet, came over and kissed her. She wagged a finger at him. Oh, you're a real coaxer, as I know too well. Tomorrow, when you've left us, you won't be worrying much about what's happening here. And once you've arrived and got stuck into your work, everything will be fine. You'll be dreaming of triumph, while back here everything might be cracking up under our feet. Ah, but, Saccard exclaimed jokingly, it's been decided that he's leaving you here beside me as a constable, ready to nab me if I misbehave. All three burst out laughing. And I would nab you too, you can count on it. Remember what you've promised, to us of course, and to so many others, dear old DeJoy for instance, whom I recommended to you. Ah, and our neighbors too, these poor Beauvilliers ladies whom I saw today overseeing the washing of some clothes by their cook, no doubt to reduce their laundry bills. For a moment all three stayed chatting very amicably, and final arrangements were made for Hamelin's departure. As Saccard was going back down to his office, his valet told him a woman was insisting on waiting for him, even though he had told her there was a meeting and Monsieur would doubtless be unable to see her. As he was tired, Saccard's first reaction was anger, and he ordered the valet to send her away. Then, feeling he owed a debt to his success and fearful of changing his luck if he closed his door, he thought better of it. The flow of callers was growing every day, and this crowd of people was intoxicating. The office was lit by a single lamp, and he could not see his visitor clearly. I've been sent by Monsieur Bush, monsieur. Anger kept Saccard on his feet, and he didn't ask her to sit down. In that reedy voice, in that impossibly huge body, he had recognized Madame McCain. Some shareholder this, a woman who bought securities by the pound. She calmly explained that Bush had sent her to get information about the share issue of the Universal Bank. Were any shares still available? Would it be possible to get some, along with the bonus for members of the syndicate? But all that, surely, was just a pretext, a way of getting in to see the house, to find out what was happening here and see how he himself was doing, for her narrow eyes, like holes drilled in the fat of her face, were ferreting about everywhere, then turning their gaze back on him, probing him down to his very soul. Bush, after waiting patiently for quite a while, giving the great affair of the abandoned child plenty of time to mature, was now ready to act, and had sent her to spy out the land. "There are none left," Saccard replied brutally. She realized she would learn nothing more from him, and it would be unwise to try anything. So that day, without giving him time to push her out, she moved to the door herself. "Why don't you ask me for some shares for yourself?" Saccard went on, intending to be offensive. In her lisping voice, her shrill voice, with its mocking tone, she replied, "Oh, that's not my style of business. I just wait." At that moment he caught sight of the huge, worn leather bag she always had with her and shuddered. On a day when everything had gone like clockwork, a day when he had been so happy to see the birth of the bank so long desired, was this rascally old woman to be the wicked fairy, the sort that casts spells on princesses in their cradles? He felt that bag of hers to be full of depreciated shares and unbankable bonds. That bag she had brought right into the offices of his newborn bank, and he somehow understood that she was threatening him, that she would wait as long as it took to bury his own shares in it when the bank collapsed. She was the crow, cawing as it sets off with the marching army and follows it to the evening of carnage, then hovers and swoops down, knowing there will be plenty of dead to eat. "Au revoir, monsieur," said Lama Kane as she left, breathless and perfectly polite. Chapter 5. A month later, in early November, the installation of the Universal Bank was not yet completed. Carpenters were still busy on the woodwork, and painters were finishing the puttying of the enormous glass roof with which the courtyard was now covered. The cause of the delay was Saccard, forever dissatisfied with the meanness of the establishment and prolonging the work with his demands for luxury. Unable to push back the walls to satisfy his perpetual dream of hugeness, he had ended up losing his temper, leaving Madame Caroline with the task of getting rid of the contractors. So it was she who was supervising the placing of the last cash desks, of which there was an extraordinary number. The courtyard, now transformed into the central hall, was surrounded by cash desks. Each had its own grill, severe and imposing, with its own brass plate inscribed in black. In short, the conversion, even if carried out in a rather limited space, was very well done. On the ground floor were those departments that needed to be in constant contact with the public, the various cash desks, issuing offices, all the day-to-day operations of the bank. And on the upper floor the bank's internal mechanisms, management, correspondence, accounts, offices for staff, and some for dealing with disputes. In all, within that limited space more than 200 employees were at work. And what was striking, from the moment one entered, even in all the commotion of workmen hammering in the last of the nails, while gold tinkled in the tills, was that air of severity, an air of antique probity, vaguely reminiscent of a sacristy, that no doubt derived from the premises, from this old, dark, and silent house in the shadow of the trees of the next-door garden. It felt as if one were entering a house of religion. One afternoon, coming back from the bourse, Saccard himself felt this, much to his surprise. That consoled him for the lack of decorative gilding. He told Madame Caroline of his satisfaction. "Oh well, after all, for a beginning it's quite nice. It has a homely feeling, it's a real little chapel. Later on we'll see. Thank you, my lovely friend, for all the trouble you're taking while your brother's away." And as it was a principle of his to make use of all unforeseen circumstances, he now devoted himself to developing the austere appearance of the establishment, demanding that his employees conduct themselves like young priests. They spoke only in measured tones, and received and paid out money with a quite clerical discretion. In all his tumultuous life Saccard had never thrown himself so heartily into so much activity. From 7 o'clock in the morning, before all his employees, even before the office boy had lit the fire, he was in his office going through the mail, answering the most urgent letters. Then, until 11 o'clock it was one long gallop of friends and important clients, stockbrokers, curb traders, jobbers, a whole horde of financial agents, not to mention the procession of various department heads coming for orders. Saccard himself, as soon as he had a minute of respite, would get up and make a rapid inspection of the various offices, where employees lived in terror of these sudden appearances, which always happened at different times of the day. At 11 o'clock, he went up to have lunch with Madame Caroline, ate heartily, and drank similarly, with the ease of a thin man who could do so without any problem, and the full hour he spent there was not wasted, for this was the time when he, as he put it, quizzed his beautiful friend, that is, asked her opinion on men and on things, though he was rarely ready to profit by her great good sense. At midday he went out to the Bourse, as he liked to be one of the first there, to see people and chat. But he did not openly speculate. He was just there as if at a natural meeting place, where he was certain to encounter clients of his bank. However, his influence was already perceptible. He had returned to the Bourse victorious, a man of substance, supported now by real millions, and those in the know spoke quietly to each other while looking in his direction, whispering outlandish rumors and predicting his imminent sovereignty. Towards 3:30 he was always back at the bank, attending to the tiresome chore of signing, so practiced now in this mechanical movement of his hand that his mind was left free, and he could talk as he wished, send for employees, give answers, and settle deals without ceasing to sign. Until 6 o'clock he went on receiving visitors, then finished off the day's work and prepared that of the morrow. When he went back up to Madame Caroline, it was for a meal more copious than the one at 11 o'clock, delicate fish, and especially game, and his whims about the wine meant he dined with Burgundy, Bordeaux, or Champagne in accordance with the fortunes of the day. "Just dare to say I'm not behaving myself," he would cry sometimes, with a smile. "Instead of chasing women and going to clubs and theaters, I live here at your side, like a good bourgeois. You must write and tell your brother to reassure him." He was not quite as well behaved as he claimed, since he had recently taken a fancy to a little singer at the Bouffes, and he had even had his turn with Germain Kerr who, however, had given him no satisfaction. The truth was that by the evening he was half dead with fatigue. Anyway, he was living in such a state of desire and anxiety for success that his other appetites would remain diminished and paralyzed until he could feel triumphant at having indisputably mastered fortune. "Bah," Madame Caroline would cheerfully answer. "My brother has always been so well behaved that good behavior for him is more a natural condition than a merit. I wrote to him yesterday that I had persuaded you not to re-gild the boardroom. That will please him more." It was on a very cold afternoon in the early days of November, when Madame Caroline was just giving the head painter the order simply to clean the paintwork of the boardroom, that a servant brought her a card, saying that the person concerned was very insistent on seeing her. The rather grubby card bore the crudely printed name of Bush. The name was unknown to her, but she gave the order for the visitor to be sent up to her brother's study, where she received callers. If Bush had been patient for nearly 6 months, not using the extraordinary discovery he had made of Saccard's natural son, it was mainly for the reasons he had foreseen. The rather poor result it would be to get only the 600 francs from the notes given to the mother, and the extreme difficulty of blackmailing Saccard to get more, say a reasonable sum of some thousands of francs. A widower, with no encumbrances, no fear of scandal. How could one terrorize him? How make him pay dearly for this ugly gift of a natural child, raised in the midst of filth, and who could turn out to be a pimp or murderer? Of course, Lamacane had laboriously drawn up a long list of expenses, amounting to about 6,000 francs, consisting of several loans of 20 sous to her cousin Rosalie Cheval, the boy's mother, then the cost of the unfortunate mother's illness, her burial, the care of her grave, and finally what she herself had spent on Victor since he had become her charge, his food and clothing, all sorts of things. But if Saccard turned out to be unsentimental about his fatherhood, wasn't it likely that he would just send them packing? Nothing on earth could actually prove his paternity, except the child's resemblance to his father, and all they would get from him then would be the money for the notes, and that only if he failed to declare them nullified by the lapse of time. On the other hand, if Bush had waited so long, it was because he had just endured some weeks of appalling anxiety looking after his brother Sigismund, now bedridden, laid low by consumption. Indeed, for a whole fortnight this bustling man of so many concerns had neglected everything, simply forgetting about all the myriad tangled trails he was following, not even appearing at the bourse, not tracking down a single debtor, not once leaving the bedside of the sick man, watching over him, caring for him, and changing him, like a mother. For all his disgusting meanness, Bush had become quite prodigal, sending for the best doctors in Paris and wanting to pay the pharmacist extra for the medicines, if this could make them more effective. And since the doctors had totally forbidden any work and Sigismund refused to obey, he kept hiding his papers and books. It had become a war of wiles between the two. As soon as his guardian fell asleep, overcome with fatigue, the young man, soaked in sweat and consumed by fever, would find a stub of pencil in the margin of a newspaper and go back to his calculations, distributing wealth in accordance with his dream of justice, granting everyone a share of happiness in life. And Bush, when he awoke, would get angry at finding him in a worse condition, broken-hearted to see him devoting to his dreams what little life was left to him. He had allowed him to play with these fantasies when he was well, as one allows a child to play with puppets, but for him to kill himself with his wild, impractical ideas was really lunatic. At last, having agreed out of affection for his brother to be more sensible, Sigismund had regained some strength and was beginning to spend some time out of bed. It was then that Bush, getting back to work, declared it was time to settle the Saccard affair, all the more so since Saccard had returned to the Bourse victorious and was once more a person of unquestionable solvency. The report from Madame McCain, whom he had sent to the Rue Saint-Lazare, was excellent. However, he was still hesitant about attacking his man directly, and was temporizing, still trying to think of a tactic that would defeat him, when a chance word of La McCain about Madame Caroline, the lady who ran the household, whom all the local shopkeepers had mentioned to her, set him off on a new plan of campaign. Was this lady perhaps the real mistress, the one who held the keys not only of the cupboards but of the heart? Bush often obeyed what he called the flash of inspiration, giving way to a sudden intuition and setting off in full cry on the merest hint of assent, ready to wait until later for facts to give him certainty and resolution. And so it was that he went to the Rue Saint-Lazare to see Madame Caroline. Up in the workroom, Madame Caroline was surprised to find herself facing this big, ill-shaven man with a dull, grubby face, dressed in a handsome, greasy overcoat, with a white cravat. He inspected her thoroughly, down to her very soul, finding her to be just what he had hoped for. So tall, so healthy-looking, with her wonderful white hair which seemed to light up her still young face with a joyous sweetness. And he was particularly struck by the expression of her rather large mouth, an expression of such goodness that he made up his mind at once. "Madam," he said, "I was hoping to see Monsieur Saccard, but I was just told that he's not here." He was lying. He had not even asked for him, for he knew perfectly well that Saccard was out, having waited for him to leave for the Bourse. "So I took it upon myself to call upon you, even rather preferring that, for I am not unaware of who it is I am addressing. This is a communication of such gravity and delicacy." Madame Caroline, who until then had not asked him to sit down, pointed him to a chair with uneasy haste. "Speak, sir, I am listening." Carefully lifting the skirts of his coat as if fearful of getting it dirty, Bush put it to himself, as a point definitely established, that she was sleeping with Saccard. "The fact is, madam, that this is not at all easy to say, and I confess that at the last minute I am still wondering whether I'm doing the right thing in telling you such a thing. I hope you will see, in this endeavor of mine, only the desire to allow Monsieur Saccard to repair the wrongs of the past." With a wave of the hand she set him at ease, having, for her part, realized what sort of person she was dealing with, and wanting to cut short the futile protestations. Anyway, he did not insist, but related the old story in considerable detail. Rosalie seduced in the Rue de la Harpe, the child born after the disappearance of Saccard, the mother dying in debauchery, and Victor left in the charge of a cousin too busy to look after him, growing up in the midst of total depravity. She listened, astonished at first at this tale she was not at all expecting, for she had imagined it was going to be about some shady financial affair. Then she visibly softened, touched by the sad fate of the mother and the abandonment of the child, and deeply moved in her maternal feelings as a woman who had borne no children. "But, monsieur," she said, "are you certain of these things you're telling me? Really strong proof is needed, absolute proof, in stories of this sort." He gave a smile. "Oh, madam, there is blinding proof in the extraordinary resemblance of the child to Monsieur Saccard. Then there are the dates. Everything fits and proves the facts without the shadow of a doubt." She sat there trembling, and he observed her. After a silence he went on. "Now you understand, madam, why I was so reluctant to address myself directly to Monsieur Saccard. For myself, I have no interest in the affair. I came only in the name of Madame McCain, the cousin, who was placed on the track of the father by the merest chance, for, as I've mentioned, the 12 notes for 50 francs each, which were given to the wretched Rosalie, were signed with the name of Sickerdot, a fact I do not presume to judge, quite excusable. My word, in this awful life of Paris. Only, do you see, Monsieur Saccard might have misinterpreted the nature of my intervention, and that's when I had the inspiration to come and see you first, madam, and leave it entirely to you to decide what should be done, knowing your concern for Monsieur Saccard. There, you have our secret. Do you think I should wait for him and tell him everything today?" Madame Caroline's emotion was more and more evident. No, later. But given the strangeness of this revelation, even she didn't know what to do. He continued to study her, pleased to see the extreme sensibility that put her in his power, and he was now adding the finishing touches to his plan, certain of getting more out of her than he would ever have got from Saccard. "The thing is," he murmured, "a decision has to be made." "Well, yes, I'll go. Yes, I'll go to this property of hers. I'll go and see this Madame McCain and the child. It is better, much better, that I should go and see things for myself." She was thinking aloud and resolving to make a thorough investigation before saying anything to the father. Later, if she was convinced, there would be time enough to tell him. Wasn't she there to watch over his house and peace of mind? "Unfortunately, it's quite urgent," Bush went on, leading her gently to where he wanted her to be. "The poor child is suffering. He is living in abominable surroundings." She had stood up. "I shall put on my hat and go this minute." He also now rose from his seat and added casually, "I haven't said anything about the little bill that will have to be settled. The child has involved expense, of course, and there's also the money lent to the mother while she was alive. Oh, I don't know how much exactly. I didn't want to be involved in any of that. All the papers are over there." "Good, I shall see them." Then he seemed to be moved himself. "Ah, madam, if you only knew all the peculiar things I see in the course of business. It's the most honest people who have to suffer eventually for their passions, or even worse, for the passions of their relatives. I could even give you an example. Your unfortunate neighbors, the Beauvilliers ladies." In a sudden move, he had gone over to one of the windows and was directing his ardently curious gaze down into the next-door garden. He had no doubt been planning this bit of espionage ever since he came in, for he liked to know his battlegrounds. In the matter of the promissory note for 10,000 francs, signed by the Count for Leonie Cron, he had guessed right. Information sent from Vendôme confirmed what he had imagined. The seduced girl, left without a sou after the death of the Count, with just her useless scrap of paper and consumed by longing to get to Paris, had ended up leaving the paper as a security with the usurer Charpier, for about 50 francs perhaps. But though he had found the Beauvilliers quickly enough, he had had La McCain scouring Paris for 6 months without managing to get hold of Leonie. She had first found a job as a maid in the house of a bailiff, and he had been able to follow her through 3 other jobs. Then, sacked for egregious misconduct, she seemed to disappear, and he had searched in vain through the gutters of the city. What exasperated him still more was that he could not try anything with the Countess until he had the girl, as a living thread of scandal. But he went on nursing the case, and he was happy to be standing there at the window, looking at the garden of the mansion, of which he had previously seen only the facade from the street. "Do those ladies also have some trouble hanging over them?" asked Madame Caroline with anxious sympathy. He played the innocent. "No, I don't think so. I was simply referring to the wretched situation brought upon them by the bad behavior of the Count. Yes, I have friends in Vadome. I know their history." And as he at last decided to come away from the window, he suddenly, in the midst of his pretended emotion, felt a singular backlash of feeling of his own. Still, when it's only money troubles, but when death enters a household. This time he had real tears in his eyes. He had just thought of his brother, and he was choking. She thought he must have recently lost one of his family, and out of tact asked him no questions. Until that moment she had not been deceived by the base concerns of this personage, who filled her with revulsion. But these unexpected tears convinced her far more than the cleverest tactics would have done, reinforcing her desire to go straight away to the Site de Naples. "Madam, I can count on you then. I'm going at once." An hour later Madame Caroline had taken a cab and was wandering about behind the Butte Montmartre, unable to find the site. At last, in one of the deserted streets that run through to the Rue Marcadet, an old woman pointed it out to the coachman. At the entrance it was like a country lane, full of potholes, blocked by mud and refuse, pushing on into a stretch of wasteland. And only by looking hard could one just make out the wretched constructions of earth, old planks, and old sheets of zinc, spread around the inner yard like heaps of rubble. On the street, a one-story house, built of breeze blocks but repulsively decrepit and filthy, seemed to govern the entrance as if it were a jail. Indeed, that was where Madame McCain lived, a vigilant owner, always on the watch, exploiting in person her little population of starving tenants. As soon as Madame Caroline had got down from the coach, she saw La McCain appear on the threshold, enormous, bosom and belly wobbling inside an old blue silk dress frayed at the folds and cracking at the seams, and her cheeks so puffy and red that her little nose, almost invisible, seemed to be cooking between two braziers. Madame Caroline hesitated, feeling very uneasy. Then the very gentle voice, with the rather shrill charm of a rustic flute, reassured her. "Ah, madam, you've been sent by Monsieur Bush. You're here for little Victor. Come in, come in. Yes, this is indeed the Site de Naples. The street is not listed, and we don't have any numbers yet. Come in. First we need to talk about things. My word, it's so upsetting and so sad." Then Madame Caroline had to accept a tattered chair in a black and greasy dining room, in which a red stove kept the heat and the smell at a stifling level. La McCain now went on about how lucky her visitor was to find her in, for she had so much business in Paris that she rarely returned home before 6 o'clock. Madame Caroline eventually had to interrupt her. "Excuse me, madam, I came about that unfortunate child." "Of course, madam, I'll bring him to you. You know his mother was my cousin." "Ah, I can certainly say I have done my duty. Here are the papers, and here are the bills." She went to a cupboard and pulled out a file of papers, neatly arranged in a blue folder like something from the office of a business agent. She talked on and on about poor Rosalie. She had certainly ended up living a quite disgusting life, going from one man to another, coming back drunk and bloodied after week-long binges. But after all, you had to be understanding, for she had been a good worker until the child's father dislocated her shoulder the day he took her on the staircase. And with her disability, she couldn't keep herself going in a decent life just selling lemons in the market. "You see, madam, it was in small sums, just 20 or 40 sous, that I lent her all that money. The dates are marked. June 20th, 20 sous. June 27th, 20 sous again. July 3rd, 40 sous. And then, look, she must have been ill at this point, because there's an endless series of 40 sous. Then there was Victor and the clothes I had to get for him. I've put a V beside all the expenses for the boy, not to mention that when Rosalie died, oh, so horribly, with a really filthy disease, he fell completely into my care. Then look, I've put 50 francs a month. That's very reasonable. The child's father is rich. He can easily spare 50 francs a month for his boy. Altogether, that makes 5,403 francs. And if we add the 600 for the promissory notes, we reach a total of 6,000 francs. Yes, the whole lot for 6,000 francs, and that's it. Though turning pale with nausea, Madame Caroline managed to comment. But the notes do not belong to you. They are the property of the child. Ah, I beg your pardon, madam, replied La Macaine sharply, but I advanced money on them. To help out Rosalie, I cashed them for her. You can see my endorsement on the back. In fact, it's very good of me not to be claiming interest. You will think it over, my good lady, and you won't want to take a sou away from a poor woman like me. When the good lady, with a weary gesture, accepted the bill, La Macaine calmed down, and it was with her former fluting voice that she said, "Now I'll send for Victor." But it was in vain that she sent, one after the other, 3 urchins who were prowling around. In vain that she planted herself in the doorway, waving her arms about. Clearly Victor was refusing to budge. One of the urchins even brought back a dirty word as his answer. Then she bestirred herself, as if intending to drag him back by the ear. But she returned alone, having no doubt decided on reflection that it would be a good idea to show the boy in all his horror. "If madam will kindly take the trouble to follow me," she said. And as they walked, she provided some details about the Site de Naples that her husband had inherited from an uncle. That husband had to be dead. No one had ever met him, and she never mentioned him except to explain the source of her property. A bad business. It would be the end of her, she said, for she got more worry than profit out of it, especially now that the prefecture was harassing her, sending out inspectors demanding repairs and improvements on the pretext that people were dying like flies there. Anyway, she was utterly determined not to spend a sou. Soon, no doubt, they'd be asking for mantelpieces with mirrors, in rooms that she was letting for only 2 francs a week. What she didn't mention was her own avidity about collecting the rent, throwing families out on the street the moment they failed to pay her 2 francs in advance, doing her own policing, and making herself so feared that homeless beggars would not have dared even to sleep leaning against one of her walls without paying. With a heavy heart, Madame Caroline looked around the yard, a devastated area pitted with potholes, which accumulations of filth had turned into a real midden. Everything was thrown into it. There was no cesspit or sewer. The yard was one ever-growing dunghill, poisoning the air, and it was lucky the weather was cold, for in the heat of the sun it exhaled pestilence. Careful where she placed her feet, Madame Caroline tried to avoid the vegetable peelings and bones while casting an eye over the dwellings on each side, like the dens of animals. Tumble-down shacks, ruined hovels, patched with the most heterogeneous materials. Several were only covered with tarred paper. Many, having no door, allowed a glimpse of black, cellar-like holes from which rose a sickening smell of penury. Families of 8 or 10 persons were huddled inside these charnel houses, often without so much as a bed. Heaps of men, women, and children, all rotting together like spoiled fruit, abandoned to their instinctive lust from earliest childhood by this most monstrous promiscuity. So the yard was constantly filled with bands of puny urchins with pinched faces, wasted by hereditary scrofula and syphilis, poor creatures growing on this dung heap, like wormy mushrooms, the accidental results of some embrace, with no one knowing exactly who their father might be. When an epidemic of typhoid or smallpox broke out, it at once swept half of the site into the cemetery. As I was explaining, madam, La Macaine went on, Victor has not had very good models to follow, and it's time to think about his education, for he is now almost 13. While his mother was alive, of course, he saw some unsuitable things, since she didn't bother about propriety when she was drunk. She brought men in, and everything took place right in front of him. And as for myself, I've never had time to watch over him closely enough on account of my business in Paris. He was always running about all day on the fortifications. Twice I had to go and collect him because he'd been stealing. Oh, only trifles. And then, as soon as he was able, He was with the little girls. His mother had shown him so much. Anyway, you'll see for yourself. He's already a man at the age of 12. In the end, just to make him work a bit, I gave him to Mother Eulalie, a woman who sells baskets of vegetables in Montmartre. He goes to the market with her and carries one of her baskets. The trouble is she has an abscess on her thigh at the moment. But we're here, madam. Please go in. Madame Caroline shrank back. There, at the far end of the yard, behind a veritable barricade of filth, was one of the most disgusting holes, a hovel seemingly squashed into the ground, like a pile of rubble held up by bits of planking. There was no window. The door, an old glass door lined with a sheet of zinc, had to be kept open so that one could see at all, and the cold came in, the terrible cold. In a corner she saw a straw mattress simply thrown on the bare earth. There was no other identifiable furniture in the jumble of broken barrels, pieces of torn trellis, and half-rotted baskets acting as tables and chairs. The walls were damp and sticky. A crack, a green gap in the black roof, let in the rain just at the foot of the mattress. And the smell above all, the smell was awful. This was utter human degradation at its most bleak. Mother Eulalie, cried Lama Kane. Here's a kind lady come to see about Victor. What's wrong with the little monkey, that he doesn't come when he's called? A shapeless bundle of flesh stirred on the mattress, under some ragged old calico that served as a sheet, and Madame Caroline made out the body of a woman of about 40, quite naked, having no nightshirt, and so flabby and wrinkled that she looked like a half-deflated balloon. The face was not ugly, still quite fresh, framed by little blonde curls. Ah, she groaned. Let her in, if she's come to do us good, for it can't just go on like this, God knows. Just think, madam, that I've been laid up here for a fortnight thanks to these filthy big sores digging holes in my thighs. So, of course, there's not a sew in the place. Impossible to go on with my trade. I had 2 nightshirts that Victor went and sold for me, and I really think that tonight we'd have starved to death. Then, raising her voice, come on out, little one. Don't be silly, the lady doesn't mean you any harm. And Madame Caroline shuddered, seeing a sort of bundle that she had taken for a heap of old rags rising from a basket. It was Victor, dressed in the remains of a pair of trousers and cotton jacket, with his bare skin showing through the holes. He was in the full light of the door, and she stood open-mouthed, stupefied by his extraordinary resemblance to Saccard. All her doubts vanished. The paternity was beyond question. I don't want anyone pestering me about going to school, he declared. But she went on looking at him, growing more and more uneasy. In this resemblance, which made such an impression on her, he was disturbing. This lad with one half of his face larger than the other, his nose twisted to the right, and his head looking as if it had been crushed against the step in the assault in which his mother had conceived him. Besides, he seemed prodigiously advanced for his age, not very tall, but stocky and fully developed at the age of 12, his face already hairy, like some precocious animal. His bold, greedy eyes and sensual mouth were those of a man. And in his evident childhood, his complexion still so pure, with some delicate, even girlish elements, this virility, so startlingly manifest, was disturbing and even frightening, like something monstrous. Does school really frighten you so much, my dear? Madame Caroline said at last. But you'd be better off there than here. Where do you sleep? With a gesture, he pointed to the mattress. There with her. Put out by the frankness of his answer, Mother Eulalie stirred, seeking to explain. I'd made him up a bed with a little mattress, but it had to be sold. You just sleep wherever you can, you see, when everything's gone. Lama Kane felt she should intervene, though she was perfectly aware of what went on. It's still not at all proper, Eulalie. And as for you, you little rascal, you could have come to sleep in my house instead of sleeping with her. But Victor planted himself firmly on his short and sturdy legs, squaring up in his precocious masculinity. Why, she's my wife. At this Mother Eulalie, wallowing in her soft flabbiness, decided to laugh. trying to mitigate the abomination by treating it as a kind of joke. And a tender admiration showed through in her words. "Oh, as for that, I certainly wouldn't trust him with my daughter if I had one. He's a real little man." Madame Caroline shuddered. She was overcome with an awful feeling of nausea. And what next? This urchin of 12, this little monster, with this ravaged and sick woman of 40, on this filthy mattress in the middle of all these scraps and terrible stench. Oh, how destitution destroys and rots everything. She left 20 francs and fled, taking refuge once more in the house of the owner in order to make a decision and come to a definite agreement with her. An idea had come to her in the face of such abandonment. The Work Foundation. Hadn't it been created for just such cases, for the wretched children of the gutter that one could try to reform through hygiene and work? Victor had to be taken out of this sewer as quickly as possible and placed in the foundation to make a new life for him. She was all of a tremble with the idea. And with this decision, she included a womanly delicacy, to say nothing as yet to Saccard, to wait until the monster was somewhat cleaned up before showing him to him. For she felt a sort of embarrassment for Saccard as the father of this fearful offspring. She suffered over the shame he would feel about it. A few months, no doubt, would suffice, and then she would speak to him when she was happy with the outcome. Lamacane found it difficult to understand. "My word, madam, just as you please. Only I want my 6,000 francs right away. Victor doesn't move from here until I have my 6,000 francs. This demand filled Madame Caroline with despair. She did not have that sum of money, and of course she did not want to ask the father for it. She argued and pleaded, but in vain. No, no, if I didn't have my security anymore I could kiss my money goodbye. I know how it is. At last, since it was such a large sum and she might end up getting nothing, Lamacane reduced her demands. "Oh well, give me 2,000 francs straight away, and I'll wait for the rest." But for Madame Caroline the problem was still the same, and she was wondering where she could find the 2,000 francs when she had the idea of applying to Maxime. She didn't want to think about it further. He would surely agree to keep the secret and would not refuse the loan of such a small amount, for which his father would certainly reimburse him. So she went away, saying she would come back for Victor next day. It was only 5 o'clock, and Madame Caroline was in such a fever of impatience to get this done that, on returning to her coach, she gave the driver Maxime's address in the Avenue de l'Impératrice. When she arrived, the valet told her that Monsieur was dressing, but he would announce her anyway. For a moment, she felt suffocated as she waited in the drawing room. It was a small house, but arranged with an exquisite refinement of luxury and comfort. Hangings and carpets were lavishly abundant, and a delicate scent of ambergris permeated the warm and silent rooms. It all looked pretty, tender, and discreet, although there was no woman there, for the young widower, enriched by the death of his wife, had organized his life around the exclusive cult of himself, avoiding, as a young man of some experience, any new sharing. He was determined that the enjoyable life he owed to one woman was not going to be spoiled by another. Disenchanted with vice, he only partook of it now as if it were a dessert forbidden to him because of his lamentable digestion. He had long abandoned the idea of entering the Council of State. He no longer even ran racehorses, being just as sated with horses as with girls. He lived alone, idle and perfectly happy, eating up his fortune with art and caution, and with the relentlessness of a son-in-law formerly depraved and parasitic, but now settled down. The valet now returned to say, "If Madame would please follow me, Monsieur will receive her at once in his room." Madame Caroline was on familiar terms with Maxime ever since he had seen her installed as a faithful housekeeper whenever he dined at his father's house. On entering the room, she found the curtains drawn and 6 candles burning on the mantelpiece and a side table, lighting with their quiet flames this nest of down and silk, a room too softly comfortable, fit for a beautiful courtesan, with its deep armchairs and huge bed of feathery softness. This was Maxime's favorite room, on which he had lavished every refinement, costly furniture and ornaments. marvels of the previous century, all melting and merging in the most delightful confusion of fabrics imaginable. But the door to the adjoining dressing room was wide open, and he appeared, saying, "What is it? What's happened? Papa isn't dead, is he?" After his bath, Maxime had put on an elegant white flannel suit, his skin fresh and sweet-smelling, his pretty girlish face already somewhat worn, and his eyes blue and clear over the emptiness of his mind. Through the door you could still hear the dripping of one of the bath taps, while a powerful scent of flowers arose from the softness of warm bath water. "No, no, it's nothing so serious," she replied, put out by the calmly bantering tone of the question. "But what I have to say is rather embarrassing for me. Forgive me for dropping in on you like this. It's true I am dining out, but I have plenty of time to get dressed. So what is it then?" He waited, and now she hesitated, stammering, struck by the great luxury and hedonistic refinement that she felt all around her. Cowardice took hold of her. She didn't have the courage now to tell the whole story. How was it possible that life, so hard for the child born of chance over there in the dunghill of the Site de Naples, should have proved so prodigal for this one in his cultivated wealth? So much vile squalor, hunger, and unavoidable dirt on one side, and on the other such a pursuit of the exquisite, such abundance, such a beautiful life. Could money then mean education, health, and intelligence? If the same human mire always existed under the surface, didn't all civilization lie simply in this superiority of smelling nice and living well? Oh dear, it's quite a tale. I think I'm doing right in telling you about it. Anyway, I have to, as I need your help. Maxime listened, standing at first, then sitting down facing her as his legs quite gave way in his surprise. And when she finished, What? I'm not the only son of his. Here's a horrible little brother dropping in on me out of the blue, without any warning." She thought he was speaking out of self-interest, and made a reference to the matter of inheritance. "Oh, Papa's inheritance." And he waved his hand in a gesture of ironic indifference that she didn't understand. What on earth? What could he mean? Didn't he believe in his father's great qualities, in the fortune he would certainly make? No, my affairs are all in order. I don't need anyone. Only really, it's all so funny, this business. I can't help laughing. He was indeed laughing, but vexed and vaguely uneasy, thinking only of himself, not having had time yet to work out what this event might bring him for good or ill. He felt quite detached from it all, and made a remark in which he fully and brutally expressed himself. "In fact, I don't give a damn." Standing up, he went into the dressing room and quickly returned with a tortoiseshell polisher, with which he began gently buffing his nails. "And what are you going to do with this monster of yours? You can't very well send him to the Bastille, like the man in the Iron Mask. Star." Then she told him about La McCain's bills, explained her idea of sending Victor to the Work Foundation, and asked him for the 2,000 francs. "I don't want your father to know anything about it yet, and you're the only person I can ask. You must lend this money." But he flatly refused. "To Papa, absolutely never. Not a so. Listen, this is a vow. If Papa just needed one so to get over a toll bridge, I wouldn't lend it to him. Get this clear. Some stupidities are just too stupid, and I don't intend to be ridiculous." Again she looked at him, disturbed by his ugly insinuations. In this emotional moment, she had neither the wish nor the time to get him to explain. "And to me?" she went on curtly. "Will you lend them to me, the 2,000 francs? To you. He went on polishing his nails with light and pretty motions, while still examining her with his clear eyes that could probe into the very hearts of women. "To you? Yes. All right, I will lend to you. You're an innocent. You'll see I get them back." Then, when he had got the 2 notes out of a little desk and given them to her, he took her hands and held them for a moment in his own, with an air of friendly jollity, like a stepson fond of his stepmother. "You have illusions about Papa. Oh, don't bother to deny it. I'm not trying to butt into your affairs. It's strange that women sometimes seem to enjoy offering devotion. Of course, they have every right to take their pleasure wherever they find it. No matter, if ever you should find yourself getting little thanks for it, come and see me, and we'll have a chat. When Madame Caroline got back to her cab, still suffocated by the soft warmth of Maxime's house and the scent of heliotrope that had permeated her clothes, she was shuddering as if she had just emerged from a house of ill repute, and frightened too by the son's odd reticences and jocular remarks about his father, which aggravated her suspicions about his shameful past. But she didn't want to know. She had the money, and she calmed down, planning what to do next day so that before nightfall the child would be rescued from his life of vice. So in the morning she set out, having all sorts of formalities to deal with to make certain that her protégé would be admitted to the work foundation. Her position as secretary of the supervisory committee, to which the Princess d'Orvieto, the founder, had appointed 10 ladies of standing, made the formalities rather easier, and by the afternoon she had only to go and collect Victor from the Site de Naples. She took suitable garments with her. She was not free from worry that he might put up some resistance, this child who didn't want to hear any mention of school. But Lama Kane, to whom she had sent a telegram and who was waiting for her on the threshold, gave her a piece of news which she said had greatly upset her in the night. Mother Eulalie had suddenly died. From what cause exactly the doctor had not been able to say. A congestion perhaps, or some dire effect of her infected blood. And the alarming thing was that the boy, sleeping beside her, had not noticed her death in the dark until he had felt the coldness of her body. He had ended the night in the house of the owner of the site, stunned by this drama, and plagued by a nameless fear, so he allowed himself to be dressed, and seemed happy enough at the idea of living in a house with a beautiful garden. There was nothing to keep him at the site any more, since the fatty, as he called her, was going to rot in the ground. However, Lama Kane, while making out the receipt for the 2,000 francs, laid down her conditions. "It's agreed, isn't it? I'll receive the whole of the 6,000 from you in one single payment, in 6 months' time. Otherwise, I'll go straight to Monsieur Saccard." "But," said Madame Caroline, "it's Monsieur Saccard himself who will be paying you. Today I'm just standing in for him." The farewells of Victor and his old cousin were not affectionate. A quick kiss on the hair, and the boy hastened to get into the cab while Lama Kane, who had been reproved by Bush for accepting a mere installment, went on dully chewing over her annoyance at losing her security. "Now, madam, be straight with me, otherwise I swear I'll make you sorry for it." On the way from the Site de Naples to the Work Foundation on the Boulevard Binot, Madame Caroline was only able to get a few monosyllables out of Victor as his shining eyes gobbled up the road, the wide avenues, the passers-by, and the rich houses. He couldn't write and was barely able to read, having always abandoned school in favor of jaunts on the fortifications, and his face, that of a child who has grown up too fast, showed only the frustrated appetites of his race, an eagerness, a violent urge for pleasure, aggravated by the compost of wretchedness and abominations in which he had grown up. In the Boulevard Binot his eyes, like those of a young wild animal, sparkled even more when, getting out of the cab, he crossed the central courtyard, with the boys building on the right and the girls on the left. He had already cast a searching look over the vast playgrounds planted with beautiful trees, the tiled kitchens from whose open windows came the smell of cooking, the refectories adorned with marble, long, and with high ceilings like church naves. All this royal luxury that the princess, bent on restitution, insisted on giving to the poor. Then, at the end of the courtyard, in the central block where the administrative staff were lodged, as he was taken from one department to another to be admitted with the usual formalities, he heard his new shoes clattering along the endless corridors, the huge staircases, and all those open areas flooded with air and light and palatially decorated. His nostrils quivered. All this would be his. But when Madame Caroline came back to the ground floor to sign a document, she took him down a new corridor and led him to a glass door, through which he could see a workshop in which boys of his age were standing at a bench, learning woodwork. "You see, my dear," she said. Here people work, because you have to work if you want to be healthy and happy. In the evening there are classes, and I can count on you, can I, to be good and do well at your studies? You will be deciding your own future, a future such as you never dreamed of. A dark furrow crossed Victor's brow. He made no reply, and his wolfish young eyes now cast only oblique and piratical looks of envy at this prodigal display of luxury. Eager to possess all this, but without having to do anything for it, to conquer it and feast on it by force of tooth and nail. From that moment on he was there only as a rebel, as a prisoner, dreaming of theft and escape. Now everything is settled, Madame Caroline went on. We'll go up to the bathroom. It was customary for each new boarder, on entry, to take a bath. The baths were upstairs, in little rooms next to the infirmary, which consisted of 2 small dormitories, one for boys and one for girls, near the linen room. The 6 Sisters of Charity attached to the community reigned here, in this superb linen room of varnished maple, with its 3 tiers of deep linen presses, in this model infirmary so spotlessly bright and white, cheerful and clean as health itself. The ladies of the supervisory committee also came there quite often and spent an hour or 2 in the afternoon, not so much actually to supervise as to give the work their devoted support. And in fact the Countess de Beauvilliers was there, with her daughter Alice, in the room between the 2 infirmaries. The Countess often brought Alice along, to offer her some distraction and give her the pleasure of doing charitable work. That day she was helping one of the sisters to prepare slices of bread and jam for 2 convalescent little girls who had been allowed a tea-time snack. "Ah," said the Countess on seeing Victor, who had just been sat down to wait for his bath, "here's a new boy." She usually behaved with some formality towards Madame Caroline, greeting her only with a nod and never speaking to her, for fear, perhaps, of being drawn into neighborly relations. But this boy Madame Caroline was bringing to the foundation, and the air of active kindness with which she was looking after him, doubtless touched the Countess and brought her out of her normal reserve, and they began talking quietly. "If you only knew, madam, from what hell I have just brought him. I recommend him to your concern, as I have recommended him to all the ladies and gentlemen." "Does he have any family? Do you know any of them?" "No, his mother is dead, and now he only has me. Poor boy. Ah, how very sad." Meanwhile, Victor was gazing avidly at the bread and jam. His eyes had lit up with ferocious desire, and from the jam, being spread by the knife, he looked upward to the slender white hands of Alice, onto her too thin neck, and then to the whole person of this puny virgin, wasting away in the long and futile wait for marriage. If only he'd been alone with her, he'd have given her such a headbutt in the stomach, how he'd have pushed her staggering against the wall and grabbed the bread and jam from her. But the girl had noticed his ravenous eyes, and after consulting the sister with a quick glance, "Are you hungry, my little friend?" "Yes." "And you don't hate jam?" "No." "So, it would suit you if I made you 2 slices of bread and jam that you could eat when you come out of the bath?" "Yes." "A lot of jam on not a lot of bread is what you'd like, isn't it?" "Yes." She was laughing and joking, but he remained serious and open-mouthed, his voracious eyes devouring her along with the bread and jam. At that moment shouts of joy and quite a violent racket came up from the boys' playground, where 4 o'clock playtime was just beginning. The workrooms were emptying, and the children had half an hour for their tea-time snack and to stretch their legs. "You see," Madame Caroline went on, taking Victor over to a window, "if there's work, there's also play. Do you like work?" "No." "But you like playing?" "Yes." "Well, if you want to play, you have to work. That will all get sorted out, and you'll be sensible, I'm sure." He did not reply. A flush of pleasure had warmed his face at the sight of his fellows let out into the yard, jumping and shouting, and his eyes went back to the bread and jam that Alice had just finished preparing and was putting on a plate. Yes, freedom and pleasure all the time. He wanted nothing else. His bath was ready, and he was led away. That's a little fellow who won't be all that easy to manage, I think, said the sister quietly. I'm suspicious of them when they have an irregular face. But he's not ugly, murmured Alice, and you'd think he was 18, the way he looks at you. It's true, said Madame Caroline, with a little shiver. He's very mature for his age. Before they left, the ladies decided to allow themselves the pleasure of seeing the little convalescent girls eat their bread and jam. One of them was especially interesting, a little blonde 10-year-old, already with knowing eyes and the look of a woman, the precocious and sickly flesh of the poorest areas of Paris. Hers was the usual story. A drunken father who brought in the mistresses he'd picked up on the street and who disappeared with one of them. A mother who had taken up with another man, then another, before herself becoming a drunkard. And the little girl in the middle of it all was beaten by all these males when they weren't trying to rape her. One morning her mother had to drag her out of the arms of a mason she had herself brought home the previous day. And yet they still allowed this wretched mother to come and see her daughter, for it was she who had begged them to take her away, since even in her degradation she still kept an ardent maternal love. And indeed she was there, a thin wreck of a woman with yellowish skin and eyelids red with weeping, sitting beside the white bed on which her child, very clean and propped up with pillows, was daintily eating her bread and jam. She recognized Madame Caroline, since she had once gone to Saccard for help. "Ah, madame, here's my poor Madeline saved once again. She's got all our misery in her blood, you see, and the doctor told me she wouldn't live if she went on being knocked about at home with us. But here she has meat and wine, fresh air and peace. I beg you, madam, please tell that good gentleman that not an hour of my life goes by when I don't bless him." A sob choked her, as if her heart was melting with gratitude. It was of Saccard she spoke, for, like most of the parents who had children at the foundation, it was only Saccard she knew. The Princess d'Orvieto was never on the scene, while Saccard had long been abundantly visible, populating the foundation, gathering up all the wretchedness of the gutter in order to see this great engine of charity, partly his own creation, getting to work as fast as possible, full of eager enthusiasm as ever, and distributing 5-franc notes from his own pocket to the miserable families whose little ones he was saving. And he remained, for these wretches, the one true savior. You will tell him, won't you, madam, that somewhere there's a poor woman praying for him? Oh, it's not that I'm religious, I don't want to lie, I've never been a hypocrite. No, between the churches and us it's all over, we don't even think of them anymore, they never did us any good, going there was just a waste of time. But even so, that doesn't mean there isn't something up above us, and it's somehow comforting, when someone has been kind, to call down the blessings of heaven upon him. Her tears overflowed, rolling down her withered cheeks. Listen to me, Madeline, listen. The little girl, so pale in her snow-white night-dress, licking the jam off her bread with the tip of a greedy tongue while her eyes shone with happiness, raised her head and listened carefully, without interrupting her treat. Every night, before going to sleep in your bed, you will put your hands together like this, and you'll say, Lord, please let Monsieur Saccard be rewarded for his goodness. May he have a long and happy life. Do you hear? You promise. Yes, Mamma. In the weeks that followed, Madame Caroline lived in a state of great moral agitation. She no longer knew what to think about Saccard. The story of Victor's birth and abandonment, that unfortunate Rosalie, seized on the step of a staircase with such violence that she had been left disabled, the promissory notes signed and never paid, and the unfortunate fatherless child growing up in such filth. All of that deplorable past made her sick at heart. She thrust aside the images that arose from that past, just as she had not wanted to provoke any indiscretions from Maxime. There were certainly some bad things in earlier years that frightened her and would, she thought, have given her too much pain. But then there was this woman in tears, joining together the hands of her little girl, making her pray for this man, this Saccard, adored like the god of all goodness and in fact truly good, having really saved souls in that passionate businesslike activity of his, which became virtue when the work he was doing was virtuous. So she ended up unwilling to judge him and telling herself, to ease her conscience as a well-informed woman who had done too much reading and thinking, that in him, as in all men, there was both the best and the worst. However, she had a secret pang of shame at the thought that he had possessed her. That still astounded her, but she reassured herself, vowing that it was over and done with, and that such a momentary surprise could never happen again. And 3 months went by, during which she went twice a week to see Victor, and one evening she found herself once more in the arms of Saccard, definitively his mistress, and allowing it to become a settled relationship. What was happening to her? Was she, like so many others, just curious? Was it those shady love affairs of yesteryear that she had stirred up that had given her the desire for sensual knowledge? Or was it rather the child who had become the link, the fatal bond, between her, the mother through chance and adoption, and him, the father? Yes, it must have been just a distorted effect of sentiment. In her great sorrow at being childless, looking after the child of this man in such poignant circumstances must have touched her so deeply as to overthrow her will. Each time she saw him again, she gave herself more freely to him, and her frustrated maternal longings lay at the heart of her abandon. Besides, she was a woman of clear common sense, and she could accept the facts of life without wearing herself out trying to explain their myriad complex causes. For her, that sort of untangling of mind and heart, that refined hair-splitting analysis, was only an entertainment for society ladies with nothing to do, no household to manage and no child to love. Phony intellectuals who try to find excuses for their sins and try to mask, with their science of the soul, the appetites of the flesh, common to duchesses and barmaids. She, with her overload of erudition, who had once wasted her time ardently longing to understand the whole vast world and join in the disputes of the philosophers, she had emerged from all that with a great disdain for those psychological pastimes that tend to serve as replacements for piano playing and embroidery, and which, she would say with a laugh, had depraved more women than they cured. So, on those days when there seemed to be holes in her very self, and she felt there had been a breakdown in her free will, she preferred, having once acknowledged it, to have the courage to accept the facts, and she relied on the work of life itself to remove the stain and repair the damage, just as the ever-rising sap of an oak tree renews both its wood and its bark. If she was now Saccard's mistress, without having intended it, and without being at all sure she respected him, she picked herself up again from this fall with the thought that he was not unworthy of her, charmed as she was by his qualities as a man of action, his energy for conquest, and believing him to be kind and helpful to others. Her initial shame had disappeared in that instinctive need one has to purify one's faults, and nothing was in fact more natural and peaceful than their relationship. A liaison more of reason than passion, he happy to have her there in the evening when he was not going out, and she almost maternal with her soothing affection, her lively intelligence, and her honesty. And for this rogue of the Paris streets, scorched and toughened in every kind of financial swindle, it was really an undeserved stroke of luck, a reward stolen like everything else, to have as his own this adorable woman who at 36 was so young and healthy under the snowy mass of her thick white hair, a woman of such bold good sense and natural wisdom, with her faith in life just as it is, in spite of all the mud it carries in its flow. Months went by, and it must be said that throughout all the difficult initial period of setting up the Universal Bank, Madame Caroline found Saccard very energetic and very prudent. Her suspicions about shady deals, her fears that he might compromise her brother and herself, vanished entirely on seeing him constantly struggling with difficulties, exerting himself from morning to night to ensure the perfect operation of this great new engine, with its machinery grating as if about to explode, and she was grateful, she admired him. The Universal Bank was not in fact working as he would have wished, for it had to contend with the silent hostility of the major banks. Ugly rumors were circulating, New obstacles constantly arose, immobilizing the capital and prohibiting big, profitable ventures. So Saccard had made a virtue of the slow progress to which he had been reduced, moving forward one step at a time on solid ground, looking out for pitfalls, and too busy avoiding a fall to dare launching himself into the hazards of speculation. He was eaten up with impatience, pawing the ground like a racehorse made to trot along slowly. But never had the early days of a new bank been more honorable and correct, and the whole of the stock exchange was talking about it in astonishment. So it was that they reached the time for the first general meeting of shareholders. It had been fixed for 25 April. On the 20th, Hamelin arrived from the east to chair the meeting, having been hastily summoned by Saccard, who was suffocating in the restricted space of the bank. Hamelin, anyway, brought excellent news. Contracts had been agreed for the formation of the United Steamboat Company. He had acquired concessions granting the exploitation of the Carmel silver mines to a French company. In addition, there was the Turkish National Bank, for which he had just laid the foundations in Constantinople, and which would be a real branch of the Universal. As for the big question of the Asia Minor railways, that had not yet matured, so must be set aside for the present. He would have to go back to continue his research the day after the general meeting. Saccard was delighted and had a long conversation with Hamelin and Madame Caroline, and he had no trouble convincing them that an increase in the company's capital was an absolute necessity if they were to provide adequately for these ventures. The most important shareholders, Dagermont, Harrit, Sedil, and Kolb, had been consulted and had approved the increase, so the proposal could be studied and presented to the board on the very eve of the meeting of shareholders. This extraordinary meeting was a solemn affair, with all the directors present in the austere room, tinged with green by the tall trees of the adjoining Beauvilliers garden. There were normally 2 meetings a month, the small, but most important meeting on the 15th, when only the top people, the business executives, would attend, and the big meeting, the ceremonial meeting, around the 30th, to which everyone came, the silent directors and the merely ornamental ones, to approve what had already been arranged and append their signatures. That day the Marquis de Beauhain, with his little aristocratic head, was one of the first to arrive, bringing with him, in his grand air of weariness, the approval of all the nobility of France. And the Viscount de Robin-Chagot, the vice-president, a man at once affable and avaricious, was given the task of looking out for the directors who had not been pre-advised and taking them aside to give them the orders of the manager, the real master. It was all a matter of course, and they all indicated their compliance with a nod. At last the session began. Hamelin made known to the board the report he was to read at the annual general meeting. This was the big task Saccard had been working on for some time, and he had just written it up in 2 days, adding the notes that Hamelin had brought, and he was now modestly listening to it with an air of lively interest, as if it were all entirely new to him. The report began by outlining the transactions of the Universal Bank since its foundation. They had all been good, just minor, everyday matters, carried out from one day to the next, the usual banking routine. However, handsome profits were expected on the Mexican loan, which had been launched the month before, after the Emperor Maximilian's departure from Mexico, a very muddled loan, with crazy premiums, and Saccard bitterly regretted not having been able to get deeper into it for lack of funds. All this was no more than ordinary, but the bank had survived. For its first period, which was only 3 months, from its foundation on October 5th to December 31st, the total profits only amounted to slightly more than 400,000 francs, which had allowed the bank to pay off a quarter of the startup expenses, pay the shareholders their 5%, and put 10% into the reserve fund. In addition, the directors had taken the 10% granted by the company's statutes, and there remained a sum of about 68,000 francs, carried over to the next financial period. But there had been no dividend. Nothing could have been more ordinary and honorable than this. It was the same with the share prices of the Universal on the bourse. They had slowly and steadily risen from 500 to 600 francs in the normal way, like the share prices of any self-respecting bank, and over the last 2 months they had remained stationary, there being nothing to raise them any further in the petty, everyday dealings in which the new banking house seemed to be quietly dormant. Then the report moved on to the future, and now there was a sudden expansion, with a vast horizon opening on to a whole series of grand ventures. The report laid particular emphasis on the United General Steamboat Company, the shares of which were to be issued by the Universal, a company with a capital of 50 million, which would have a monopoly of all the transport services of the Mediterranean and would be joined by the two main rival companies, the Phocian for the service through the Piraeus and the Dardanelles for Constantinople, Smyrna, and Trebizond, and the Maritime Company for Alexandria, via Messina and Syria, as well as some minor banking institutions which would also join the association, Camberel and Company for Algeria and Tunisia, Veuve-Henri Liotard also for Algeria, via Spain and Morocco, and finally the Ferrageru brothers for Italy, via Civitavecchia for Naples and the cities of the Adriatic. In creating one single company out of all these rival firms and banks that had been killing each other off, they were taking over the whole of the Mediterranean. Thanks to the centralization of the capital, they would be able to build their own boats of unprecedented speed and comfort. The services would be more frequent, and new ports of call would be created, making the Orient a suburb of Marseilles. And what importance might not the company later acquire when, with the completion of the Suez Canal, it would be able to create services for India, Tonkin, China, and Japan. Never had there been a safer or more wide-ranging enterprise. The next thing would be the supporting of the Turkish National Bank, on which the report provided lengthy technical details, all demonstrating its unshakable solidity. And this outline of future operations ended with the announcement that the Universal was also taking under its wing the French Carmel Silver Mines Company, with a capital of 20 million francs. Laboratory tests indicated a substantial proportion of silver in the samples or examined. But even more than science, the ancient poetry of the Holy Land seemed to send that silver streaming down like a miraculous rain shower, a divine and dazzling idea that Saccard had used at the end of a sentence and with which he was well pleased. Finally, after all these promises of a glorious future, the report concluded with the matter of the increase of capital. It would be doubled, raised from 25 to 50 million. The system adopted for the issue was of the utmost simplicity, so that everyone could easily understand it. 50,000 new shares would be created and would be reserved, share by share, for the bearers of the 50,000 initial shares, so there would not even be a public subscription. But these new shares would be 520 francs, inclusive of a premium of 20 francs, making a total sum of 1 million, which would be carried over to the reserve fund. It was quite fair, and indeed prudent, to impose this small tax on the shareholders, since they were being favored in the new issue. Besides, only a quarter of the price of the shares, plus the premium, would have to be paid on issue. When Hamelin came to the end of the report, a great hubbub of approval arose. It was perfect, no further comment was required. During the whole time of the reading, Dagermont, absorbed in a careful examination of his nails, had occasionally smiled at various vague thoughts, and the deputy Harrit, leaning back in his chair with his eyes closed, was half asleep, thinking himself at the Chamber of Deputies, while Kolb, the banker, had calmly, taking no pains to hide the fact, embarked on a lengthy calculation upon the sheets of paper that he, like every other director, had on the table before him. Sedil, however, anxious and distrustful as ever, decided to ask a question. What would happen to the shares abandoned by shareholders who chose not to exercise their right? Would the company hold them on its own account? And wouldn't this be illegal, since the legal declaration of increased capital could not be made by the lawyer until the whole of the additional capital had been subscribed? And if the company decided to get rid of them, to whom and how was it going to do so? But from the silk manufacturer's first words, the Marquis de Beauhain, noting Saccard's impatience, cut him short, declaring in his grand and aristocratic manner that the board left such matters of detail in the devoted and competent hands of the chairman and the manager. And then only congratulations were heard, and the meeting closed in the midst of general delight. The shareholders' meeting on the following day was the occasion for some really touching scenes. It was again held in the hall in the Rue Blanche, where a promoter of public dances had gone bankrupt, and before the arrival of the chairman. In the already crowded hall, the most favorable rumors were circulating, one especially being whispered to the effect that the minister Rugen, the manager's brother, having been violently attacked by the increasingly powerful opposition, was disposed to favor the Universal if the company's newspaper, L'Espérance, a former organ of the Catholic Party, would defend the government. A left-wing deputy had just raised the terrible cry, "The 2nd of December is a crime." And this had resounded from one end of France to the other, like a reawakening of the public conscience. Great deeds were needed to respond to this. The imminent Universal exhibition would create a tenfold increase in business, and huge gains would be made in Mexico and elsewhere with the triumph of the empire at its peak. In one little group of shareholders, who were being indoctrinated by Jantrou and Sabatani, there was a great deal of laughter about another deputy who, during the discussion of the army, had proposed the extraordinary idea that a recruitment system like that of Prussia should be established in France. The chamber had found this very funny. How deranged by terror of Prussia some people's minds must be after the Denmark affair *, and the resentment that Italy nurtured against us ever since Solferino *, but the noise of individual conversations and the general hubbub of the room suddenly ceased when Hamelin and the other officials made their appearance. Saccard, even more modest here than in the board meeting, had almost disappeared, lost in the crowd. And he did no more than give the signal for applause, approving the report which presented to the Assembly the accounts of the first quarter, checked and accepted by the auditors Laviniere and Rousseau, and which proposed the doubling of the company's capital. This meeting was solely competent to authorize the increase, and it did so with enthusiasm, utterly intoxicated by the millions of the United General Steamboat Company and the Turkish National Bank, and recognizing the need to bring the capital into line with the importance the Universal was going to assume. As for the Carmel silver mines, they were greeted with a religious thrill, and when the shareholders had separated, after votes of thanks to the chairman, the board, and the manager, they all dreamed of Carmel and that miraculous shower of silver raining down in glory from the Holy Land. 2 days later, accompanied now by the vice-chairman Viscount de Robin-Chigot, Hamelin and Saccard returned to the Rue Saint and to declare, in the office of Maître Lelaraine, the increase of capital which, they asserted, had been entirely subscribed. The truth was that about 3,000 shares, refused by the first shareholders to whom they belonged by right, remained in the possession of the company, which once more, with some juggling of the books, passed them over to the account of Sabatani. It was the same old irregularity, but aggravated, the system of concealing a certain number of its own shares in the coffers of the Universal as a sort of fighting fund, allowing it to speculate, to throw itself into battle on the bourse if needed, to maintain its share prices in the event of a coalition of bears intent on driving them down. Anyway, Hamelin, although he disapproved of this illegal maneuver, had in the end left all the financial operations to Saccard, and there had been a conversation on the subject between the two men and Madame Caroline, but only in relation to the 500 shares that Saccard had forced them to take in the first issue, which now, of course, were doubled in the second issue, making 1,000 in all, which meant, for the payment of 1/4 of the value plus the premium, a sum of 135,000 francs, which the brother and sister insisted on paying, since they had just received an unexpected inheritance of about 300,000 francs from an aunt, who had died of the same fever that 10 days previously had caused the death of her only son. Saccard let them do as they wished, without offering any explanation of how he was intending to pay for his own shares. "Ah, this inheritance," said Madame Caroline with a laugh. "It's the first stroke of good fortune we've had. I really think you are bringing us luck. My brother has his salary of 30,000 francs and substantial traveling expenses, and now all this money pours down on us. No doubt just because we don't really need it anymore. We're rich." She gazed at Saccard with her good-hearted gratitude, quite conquered now, trusting in him and losing a little more of her clear-sightedness with each passing day in the growing affection she felt for him. Then, carried away by her gaiety and frankness, she continued, "No matter, if I had actually earned this money, I assure you I would not be risking it in your ventures. But an aunt we scarcely knew, and money we had never thought of, it's like money found in the street. It's something that doesn't even seem quite honest, and I feel a bit ashamed about it. You understand, it's not close to my heart. I am prepared to lose it." "Quite so," said Saccard, similarly joking. "It's going to grow and will give you millions. There's nothing like ill-gotten gains for making money. Before a week is out you'll see how the price will rise." And in fact Hamelin, who had had to delay his departure, was able to observe the rapid rise of the universal share price. By the settlement at the end of May it had passed the 700-franc rate. This was just the usual result of an increase of capital. It's the classic move, the way to whip up success and set the share prices galloping with each new issue. But it was also due to the real importance of the ventures the bank was launching, and big yellow posters pasted up all over Paris, announcing the forthcoming opening of the Carmel silver mines, had further disturbed people's minds, lighting a spark of intoxication, a passion which would grow and carry away all common sense. The ground had been prepared, the imperial compost, made of fermenting rubbish and heated by exacerbated appetites, an extremely fertile ground for one of those mad surges of speculation which, every 10 or 15 years, choke and poison the bourse, leaving behind them only blood and ruins. Crooked firms were already springing up like mushrooms. Big companies were promoting risky financial ventures. An intense gambling fever was manifesting itself in the rowdy prosperity of the reign, all that razzle-dazzle of pleasure and luxury for which the impending exhibition would be a last blaze of glory, the mendacious grand finale of the show. And in the giddiness of the crowd and the flurry of all the other fine ventures everywhere on offer, the Universal was at last beginning to get started, like a powerful engine destined to madden and destroy everything in its path, while violent hands went on wildly heating it to the point of explosion. When her brother had again set off for the East, Madame Caroline found herself once more alone with Saccard, taking up again their life of close, almost conjugal, intimacy. She insisted on continuing to manage the household, making savings for him as a loyal housekeeper, even though both their fortunes had considerably changed. And in her good-humored quietness, her always even temper, she had just one worry, and that was her uneasy conscience about Victor, her hesitation about whether she should go on concealing the existence of his son from the father. At the Work Foundation, they were very unhappy about Victor, for he was causing serious trouble. His 6 months' trial was coming to an end, so was she going to produce the little monster before he was cleansed of his vices? There were times when she really suffered over this. One evening, she was on the point of speaking up. Saccard, more and more frustrated at the inadequacy of the premises for the Universal, had just persuaded the board to rent the ground floor of the adjoining house in order to enlarge the offices, until such time as he could dare to propose the construction of the luxurious building of his dreams. Once more he was creating new communicating doors, knocking down partition walls, installing new cash desks. And when she came back from the Boulevard Beno, distraught at the appalling behavior of Victor, who had almost bitten off the ear of one of his schoolfellows, Madame Caroline asked Saccard to come up with her to their rooms. "My dear, I have something to tell you." But when she saw him, one shoulder covered with plaster, delighted at a new idea he'd just had for further enlargement, by glazing over the courtyard of the adjoining house, as he had already done in the Orvieto house, she did not have the heart to upset him with the deplorable secret. No, she would wait a while yet. The dreadful lout had to be reformed. When faced by the suffering of others, she lost all her strength. "Ah, yes, my dear, It was about that courtyard. I'd had the very same idea. Chapter 6. The Offices of L'Espérance, the failing Catholic paper that Saccard had bought at Jantru's suggestion to help launch the Universal, were in the Rue Saint-Joseph, in a dark and damp old building of which they occupied the first floor at the far end of the courtyard. A corridor led off from the antechamber, where a gaslight was always burning. On the left was the office of Jantru the editor, then a room that Saccard had allocated to himself, whilst on the right were the communal journalist's room, the secretary's office, and various departmental offices. On the other side of the landing were the administrative and cashier's offices, linked to the journalist's room by an inner passage running behind the staircase. That day Jordan, who had installed himself early in the journalist's room to finish a column without being disturbed, went out just as it was striking 4 o'clock and came upon DeJoy the office boy who, in spite of the glorious June day outside, was avidly reading by the broad flame of the gaslight the bulletin from the Bourse, which had just been delivered and which he was always the first to see. "Tell me, DeJoy, was that Monsieur Jantru who just came in?" "Yes, Monsieur Jordan." The young man paused, feeling a momentary pang that made him pause a few seconds. In the difficult first days of his happy household, some old debts had fallen upon him, and in spite of his good luck in finding this newspaper where he could place articles, he was going through a period of grueling difficulty, all the worse in that his salary had been seized and he had, that very day, to pay another promissory note or else see his few bits of furniture sold. Twice already he had asked in vain for an advance from the editor, who had fallen back on the legal distraint which tied his hands. However, he was just making up his mind and approaching the door when the office boy added, "But Monsieur Jantru is not alone." Who is with him?" "He came in with Monsieur Saccard, and Monsieur Saccard told me to let nobody in except Monsieur Harrit, whom he's expecting." Jordan took a deep breath, finding the delay a relief since asking for money was so painful for him. "All right, I'll go and finish my article. Let me know when the editor's free." But as he was moving away, DeJoy held him back, with a shout of extreme delight. "You know, Universal shares have gone up to 750. With a gesture, the young man indicated his total indifference and returned to the communal room. Almost every day, after the Bourse, Saccard went on to the newspaper and often had meetings there in the room he had reserved for himself, dealing with some special and mysterious affairs. Jantru, anyway, although officially only the editor of L'Espérance, for which he wrote political articles in a very academic, polished, and flowery language, recognized even by his enemies as of the purest Attic style, was Saccard's secret agent, the complaisant performer of delicate tasks. Among other things, it was he who had just organized a vast publicity campaign for the Universal. From the myriad little financial papers that existed, he had selected and bought 10 or so. The best of them belonged to seedy banking houses, whose very simple tactics consisted in publishing, then distributing them for 2 or 3 francs a year, a sum which did not even cover the cost of postage. They made their money in another way, dealing in the money and shares of the clients that the papers brought them. Under cover of publishing the current stock exchange rates, the numbers drawn in the bond lotteries, and all the technical information useful to small investors, advertisements were gradually slipped in the form of recommendations and advice, at first modest and reasonable, but soon becoming extravagant, and with cool impudence spreading ruin among their gullible subscribers. From the great heap of the 200 or 300 publications that were wreaking their havoc across Paris and indeed France, Jantru had cleverly sniffed out the ones that had not yet lied too vigorously and were not already too discredited. But the big deal he had in mind was to buy one of them, the Cote Financière, which had 12 years of absolute probity behind it. But such probity was likely to be expensive. He was waiting for the Universal to get richer and reach the point at which a last trumpet blast can bring about deafening peals of triumph. His efforts, anyway, were not limited to creating a docile battalion of these special news sheets celebrating the glories of Saccard's works in every issue. He was also contracted to the main political and literary newspapers, keeping up a flow of pleasant notes and approving articles at so much a line, and assuring their support by gifts of shares when there were new share issues. All this in addition to the daily campaign he was running in L'Espérance, not a crude campaign of extravagant plaudits, but including explanations and even discussions, thus slowly taking hold of the public and strangling it in a very proper manner. That day it was to discuss the paper that Saccard had closeted himself with Jantrou. He had found in the paper that morning an article from Huret, so outrageously praising a speech Rugen had made the previous day in the chamber that he had flown into a rage and was waiting for the deputy to arrive to have it out with him. Was he supposed to be working for his brother? Was he being paid to allow the policy of the paper to be compromised by such unqualified approval of the slightest acts of the minister? When he heard him mention the policy of the paper, Jantrou gave a silent smile. However, he heard Saccard out very calmly, gazing intently at his fingernails, since it was not over his head that the storm was threatening to break. With the cynicism of a disillusioned man of letters, he had the most absolute contempt for literature, for the front page and page 2 as well, as he was apt to say, indicating the pages on which articles, even his own, appeared. And he showed no real interest in anything except the advertisements. Now he looked quite brand new, in a close-fitting, elegant frock coat with a buttonhole flourishing a brightly colored rosette, in summer carrying a thin, light-colored jacket over his arm, and in winter huddled in a 100 Louis asterisk fur coat. He was taking great care of his hair, and his hats were impeccable, with a mirror-like sheen. But with all that he still had a few gaps in his elegance, the vague suggestion of a persistent uncleanliness underneath, the old grime of the disgraced professor who had tumbled from the Bordeaux Lycée to the Paris Bourse, his skin saturated and stained with all the hideous filth he had endured for 10 years. And similarly, even in the arrogant confidence of his new fortune, he still showed some features of base submissiveness, quickly getting out of the way when gripped by a sudden fear of a kick on the backside as in former times. He was earning 100,000 francs a year and spending twice that, nobody knew on what, for he didn't appear to have a mistress, prey perhaps to some vile and secret vice which had got him dismissed from the university. Absinthe, in any case, was gradually destroying him, continuing its work from the infamous cafés of his former years of penury to the luxurious clubs of today, scything off his last strands of hair and giving a gray, leaden cast to his skull and face, a face in which his bushy black beard was the only remaining glory, the beard of a handsome man, still creating some illusion. When Saccard again referred to the policy of the paper, Jantrou interrupted him with the wearied gesture of a man who, not wishing to waste his time on futile emotions, had decided to talk about serious matters, since they were still waiting for Huret. For some time Jantrou had been hatching a few new ideas about publicity. First he had the notion of writing a brochure of 20 pages or so on the great enterprises being launched by the Universal, giving them the appeal of a novelette, dramatized in a popular style. He would then flood the whole province with this publication, which would be distributed free even in the remotest depths of the countryside. Then he thought of setting up an agency which would create and lithoprint a Bourse bulletin and send it to about 100 of the best regional newspapers. This bulletin would either be given away or else would cost a derisory sum, and soon they would have in their hands a powerful weapon, a force with which all the rival banking houses would have to reckon. Knowing Saccard, he went on murmuring these ideas in his ear until he adopted them, made them his own, and enlarged them to such an extent that he was really recreating them. The minutes slipped by, and the two men had dealt with the allocation of funds for publicity for the next 3 months, the subsidies to be paid to the main newspapers, the need to buy the silence of the terrible columnist of a hostile establishment, and what to do about the auctioning of page 4 of a very old and highly respected paper. And what emerged above all from their prodigality and all the money they were noisily throwing to the four winds in this way was their contempt for the public, the scorn they, as intelligent businessmen, felt for the dire ignorance of the masses, so ready to believe every tall tale, so ignorant of the complex operations of the stock exchange that even the most shameless of sales talks could excite passers-by and cause millions to rain down. As Jordan was still trying to find another 50 lines to complete his 2 columns, he was interrupted by Dajoy calling him. "Ah," he said, "Monsieur Jantru is alone now?" "No, Monsieur Jordan, not yet, but your wife is here, asking for you." Filled with anxiety, Jordan rushed out. For some months now, ever since the McCain woman had discovered he was writing under his own name in L'Espérance, he was being pursued by Bush for the 650-franc promissory notes he had formerly signed over to a tailor. He would still have paid the sum of 300 francs represented by the notes, but what exasperated him was the enormous amount of charges, the total of 730 francs and 15 centimes, to which the debt had now risen. However, he had made an arrangement by which he would pay 100 francs a month, and as he was now unable to do this, his young household having more immediate needs, the charges rose further every month, and the intolerable harassment began again. At the moment, he was going through another severe crisis. "What is it?" he asked his wife when he saw her in the antechamber. But she didn't have time to reply before the door of the editor's office was thrown open and Saccard appeared, shouting, At last, de joy, Monsieur Harrit." The office boy began to stammer in bewilderment. "My word, monsieur, he isn't here. I can't make him come any faster." The door was shut with an oath, and Jordan, who had taken his wife into one of the adjoining offices, was able to question her properly. "What is it then, darling?" Marcel, usually so cheerful and valiant, a plump little person with her dark hair, her bright face, laughing eyes, and pleasant mouth, always looking happy even in difficult times, now seemed thoroughly upset. "Oh, Paul, if you only knew, a man came. Oh, a horrible, ugly man who smelled awful and had been drinking, I think. Well, he told me it was all over and our furniture would be sold tomorrow, and he had a poster he insisted on sticking on the door downstairs." "But that's impossible," cried Jordan. "I've received nothing. There are other formalities." "Oh yes, but you know less about it even than I do. When papers arrive, you don't even read them. So, to stop him putting up the poster, I gave him 2 francs and ran to let you know straight away." They were in despair. Their poor little household in the Avenue de Clichy, their few little bits of furniture in mahogany and blue rep, paid for with such difficulty month by month, and of which they were so proud, even though they laughed about them sometimes, finding them to be in dreadful bourgeois taste. They loved it all because it had been a part of their happiness ever since their wedding night in these 2 tiny rooms, so full of sunshine, looking out to the space outside stretching away to Mont Valérien. And he had knocked in so many nails, and she had so cleverly arranged turkey-red cotton asterisk about the rooms to give them an artistic look. How was it possible that all of that would be sold, that they would be driven out of their happy nook, where even their poverty was delightful? "Listen," he said, "I was counting on asking for an advance. I shall do what I can, but I don't have much hope." Then, hesitantly, she told him her idea. "This is what I had thought of. Oh, I wouldn't do it without your agreement. But yes, I would like to appeal to my parents." He vehemently refused. "No, no, never. You know I don't want to be obliged to them for anything." Certainly, the Magendras continued to behave with every propriety. But Jordan could not forget the coldness they had shown when, after his father's suicide and the crumbling of his fortune, they had consented to their daughter's long-planned marriage only because she had insisted and had taken all sorts of wounding precautions, including their decision not to give them a sou, convinced that a fellow who wrote for the newspapers would devour everything. Their daughter would later inherit. And the Jordans, she just as much as he, had even taken a certain pride in enduring hunger without asking anything of the parents, apart from the meal they had with them once a week on Sunday evenings. "Honestly," Marcel went on, "it's ridiculous, these scruples of ours. After all, I'm the only child they have and everything will come to me one day. My father goes around telling anyone who'll listen that he's earned an income of 15,000 francs from his tarpaulin business at La Villette, and as well as that there's the little house they've retired to, with its lovely garden. It's stupid to give ourselves so much trouble when they have more than enough of everything. They've never been really nasty. I tell you, I'm going to go and see them. She was smiling cheerfully, looking quite determined and very practical in her desire to bring happiness to her husband who worked so hard, without getting anything yet from critics or public save a lot of indifference and a few slaps in the face. Money. She would like to have had loads of it to bring to him by the bucketful, and it would really be stupid to be so over-delicate about it when she loved him and owed everything to him. This was her fairy tale, her own Cinderella story, the treasures of her royal family which, with her own little hands, she would lay at the feet of her ruined prince to help him in his march towards glory and the conquest of the world. Look, she said gaily, with a kiss, I really must be allowed to be of some use to you. You can't keep all the trouble for yourself. He gave way, and it was agreed that she would straightaway go back up to the Rue Legendre in the Batignolles, where her parents lived, and return with the money so that he could still try to pay that very evening. And just as he was accompanying her as far as the landing, as anxious as if he were seeing her off on a very dangerous mission, they had to move aside for Harriet, who had arrived at last. When Jordan returned to finish his column in the contributors' room, he heard a violent noise of voices coming from Jantru's office. Saccard, powerful now and once again the master, expected to be obeyed, knowing he had a grip on all of them through their hope of gain and terror of loss in the colossal game of fortune he was playing with them. So there you are, he cried on seeing Harriet. Was it to present the great man with a framed copy of your article that you stayed so late in the chamber? I've had enough, you know, of these puffs of incense you're blowing in his face, and I've been waiting for you to tell you that that's all over. In future you'll have to give us something else. Stunned, Harriet looked at Jantru, but the latter, determined not to cause any trouble for himself by coming to his aid, was now running his fingers through his beautiful beard, his eyes far away. What do you mean, something else? Harriet finally asked. I've been giving you what you asked for. When you took over L'Espérance, that established paper of Catholicism and royalty which was running such a brutal campaign against Rugen, it was you who asked me to write a series of laudatory articles to show your brother that you had no hostile intent against him, and also to indicate in this way the new policy of the paper. The policy of the paper, yes indeed, Saccard went on more vehemently. It's of compromising the policy of the paper that I'm accusing you. Do you think I want to become my brother's vassal? Certainly I've never stinted my admiration and grateful affection for the emperor. I never forget the debt we all owe him and what I, in particular, owe him. But it's not attacking the empire. On the contrary, it's doing one's duty as a loyal citizen, to point out the mistakes that are made. And that's what the policy of the paper is. Devotion to the dynasty, but total independence with regard to the ministers and the ambitious personages who bustle about and fight for the favors of the Tuileries. And he launched into a review of the political situation to prove that the emperor was being ill-advised. He accused Rugen of having lost his authoritative energy, his former faith in absolute power, even of flirting with liberal ideas, with the sole aim of keeping his portfolio. For himself, beating his fist against his chest, he declared himself unchangeable, a Bonapartist from the very start, believing in the coup d'etat, and convinced that the salvation of France lay now, as always, in the genius and strength of one man. Yes, rather than helping along his brother's career, rather than letting the emperor commit suicide by making new concessions, he would make common cause with the Catholics to halt the rapid fall he saw coming. And Rugen should take care, for L'Espérance could take up again its campaign in favor of Rome. Harriet and Jantru listened, amazed at his anger, never having suspected him of such ardent political beliefs. Harriet decided to try to defend the government's most recent acts. But look, my dear fellow, if the empire is moving towards liberty, it's because all of France is pushing firmly in that direction. The emperor is being carried along, and Rugen has no option but to follow. But Saccard had already moved on to other grievances, without bothering to bring any logic into his attacks. And anyway, it's the same with our external situation. It's simply deplorable. Since the Treaty of Villafranca, after Solferino, Italy has borne us a grudge for not following through to the end of the campaign and not giving her the Veneto. So now she is allied with Prussia, in the conviction that the latter will help her to beat Austria. When war breaks out, you'll see what ructions there'll be and what trouble we'll have. All the more so in that we made the great mistake of allowing Bismarck and Kaiser Wilhelm to seize the duchies in the Denmark affair in contempt of a treaty signed by France. That was a slap in the face, there's no denying it, and all we can do is turn the other cheek. War is certain. You remember the big drop in French and Italian securities last month, when it was thought we might possibly intervene in the affairs of Germany. Within a fortnight, perhaps, Europe will be ablaze. Harrod, more and more surprised, grew quite passionate, which was rare for him. You're talking just like the opposition newspapers, but you surely don't want L'Espérance to fall in behind Le Siècle * and the rest. All you need do now is insinuate, as those papers do, that if the emperor allowed himself to be humiliated in the matter of the duchies, and if he allows Prussia with impunity to grow ever larger, it's just because he had immobilized an entire army corps for many months in Mexico. Look here now, let's be fair, Mexico is over and our troops are coming back. And really, I don't understand you, my dear fellow. If you want to keep Rome for the Pope, why do you seem to find fault with the hasty peace of Villafranca? Giving the Veneto to Italy means having the Italians in Rome * within 2 years. You know it as well as I do, and Rugen knows it too, even if he swears to the contrary from the platform. You see how wily he is, cried Saccard triumphantly. The Pope will never be touched, do you hear, without the whole of Catholic France rising up in his defense. We would take our money to him. Yes, all the money of the Universal. I have my plans. This is very much our concern, and really, exasperating me like this, you'd make me say things I'm not yet ready to say. Jantrou, very interested in all this, had quickly pricked up his ears, beginning to understand and trying to take full advantage of a word caught on the wing. In the end, Harrod resumed, I want to know where I stand, personally, with regard to my articles, and we need to come to an agreement. Do you want an intervention or not? If we are in favor of the principle of nationhood, what right would we have to go meddling in the affairs of Italy and Germany? Do you want us to run a campaign against Bismarck? Yes, in the name of the threat to our frontiers. But Saccard, beside himself and on his feet now, burst out. What I want is for Rugen to stop treating me like a fool. What? After all I've done, I buy a newspaper which was his worst enemy and make of it an organ devoted to his policies, allowing you to sing his praises month after month. And never once does the beggar give us a hand. I'm still waiting for the slightest favor from him. Timidly, Harrod remarked that over there in the east the minister's support had greatly helped the engineer Hamelin, opening doors for him and putting pressure on certain people. Oh, don't bother me with stuff like that. He couldn't do otherwise. But has he ever warned me when there's going to be a rise or fall in the market? He who is so well placed to know such things? Remember, I have asked you so many times to sound him out, you who see him every day, and you have yet to bring me one real bit of useful information. It wouldn't be very hard, just one little word that you'd repeat to me. No doubt, but he doesn't like doing that. He says it's skullduggery, and one always ends up regretting it. Come now, does he have such scruples with Gunderman? He goes on about honesty with me and gives information to Gunderman. Oh, Gunderman, no doubt. They all need Gunderman. They would never be able to get a loan without him. Saccard at once clapped his hands in a violent gesture of triumph. Now we get to it. You admit it. The empire has sold out to the Jews, the dirty Jews. All our money is condemned to fall into their grasping claws. All the Universal can do is crumble before their omnipotence. and he gave vent to his hereditary hatred, repeating his accusations against that race of traffickers and usurers, marching for centuries through whole peoples, sucking their blood like the parasites of scabies and ringworm, going on even when spat upon and beaten, on to their certain conquest of the world, which they will one day possess through the invincible power of gold. And he was especially furious against Gunderman, yielding to his long resentment and his unrealizable and mad desire to bring him down, and this in spite of a foreboding that Gunderman was the stumbling block over which he would crash if it ever came to a struggle with him. Ah, that Gunderman, inwardly a Prussian, although born in France. For of course he was on the side of the Prussians. He would gladly have supported them with his money. Perhaps he even already did so in secret. Had he not dared to say, one evening in a salon, that if ever a war broke out between Prussia and France, France would be defeated. I've had enough, do you understand, Harriet? And get this firmly into your head, that if my brother does nothing for me, I intend to do nothing for him either. When you bring me a helpful word from him, by which I mean a bit of information we can make use of, I shall let you resume your dithyrambs in his favor. Is that clear? It was all too clear. Janshru, on finding once more under the political theorist the sack card he knew, had again started to comb his beard with his fingers. But Harriet, upset in his prudent Normandy peasant scheming, looked very troubled, for he had banked his fortune on the two brothers and was anxious not to quarrel with either of them. You're right, he murmured. Let's play it down a bit, especially as we need to see how things turn out. And I promise to do all I can to win the great man's confidence. The first bit of news he gives me, I'll leap into a cab and bring it to you. Sackcard, having played his part, was already joking. It's for all of you that I'm working, my good friends. For myself, I've always been ruined, and I've always got through 1 million a year. And returning to the matter of publicity. Ah, by the way, Janshru, you could really brighten up your Bourse bulletin a bit. Yes, you know, some jokes and puns. The public likes that sort of thing, nothing like wit to help people to swallow things. Isn't that so? A few puns. It was the turn of the editor to be put out. He prided himself on literary distinction, but he had to promise. And when he invented a story about some very respectable ladies who had offered to have advertisements tattooed on the most delicate parts of their person, the three men, laughing very loudly, became once more the best of friends. Meanwhile, Jordan had at last finished his column and was very impatient to see his wife return. Some contributors arrived, and he chatted to them, then returned to the antechamber. There he was slightly shocked to find DeJoy with his ear planted against the director's door, listening while his daughter, Natalie, kept watch. Don't go in, stammered the office boy. Monsieur Sackcard is still there. I thought I heard someone calling me. The truth was that, bitten by a fierce desire for gain since he had bought 8 fully paid-up shares in the Universal with the 4,000 francs of savings left by his wife, he now lived only for the joy of seeing those shares rising, and in total subservience to Sackcard, gathering up his lightest remark like the words of an oracle, he couldn't resist, when he knew he was there, his need to know what Sackcard really thought, what the god said in the secrecy of the sanctuary. But it was not selfishness, he was thinking only of his daughter, and he was elated by the calculation that, at the rate of 750 francs, his 8 shares had already made him a profit of 1,200 francs which, added to the capital, made 5,200 francs. With a rise of only 100 francs, he would have the 6,000 francs he dreamed of, the dowry required by the cardboard manufacturer to allow his son to marry Natalie. At this thought his heart melted, and he looked, with tears in his eyes, at this child he had brought up, whose real mother he had been in the happy little household they had made together since her return from the wet nurse. But in his embarrassment he went on talking, saying anything at all to try and cover up his indiscretion. Natalie dropped in to say hello to me, and just bumped into your wife, Monsieur Jordan. Yes, the girl went on. She was just turning into the Rue Feydeau. My goodness, she was really running. Her father allowed Natalie to go out as she pleased, having confidence in her, he said. And he was right to count on her good behavior, for she was really too cold and too determined to ensure her own happiness to compromise the long-planned marriage by any foolishness. With her slight figure and large eyes and a pale and pretty face, she loved only herself, with a selfish and smiling obstinacy. Jordan, surprised and not understanding, cried out, "What was that? In the Rue Feydeau?" And he didn't have time for any other questions, for Marcel arrived, breathless. He at once took her into the nearby office, but found the law court reporter there, so he simply sat with her on a bench at the end of the corridor. Well, my dear, it's done, but it wasn't easy." He saw she had a heavy heart despite her satisfaction, and she told him everything, talking quickly and quietly. She had promised herself she would hold some things back from him, but in vain, for she could not keep secrets. For some time the Magendras had been changing their behavior towards their daughter. She had been finding them less loving, more preoccupied, slowly taken over by their new passion, speculation. It was the usual story. The father, a stout, bald, and rather placid man with white whiskers, and the mother, lean and energetic, having earned her share in their fortune, both now living altogether too comfortably on their income of 15,000 francs, and bored with doing nothing. He had had no other distraction than getting his money. In those days he used to thunder against every kind of gambling, and would shrug his shoulders in anger and pity at the poor fools who got themselves robbed in a heap of stupid and dirty swindles. But a little later, having been repaid a substantial sum, he'd had the idea of using it for loans to speculators. That wasn't gambling, it was merely investment. But from that day on he had acquired the habit of carefully reading the share prices on the bourse after breakfast. And the evil had started there. The fever had gradually taken hold, as he watched the giddy dance of the prices and lived in that poisoned air of speculation, his imagination haunted by the idea of millions to be made in 1 hour, when he had spent 30 years just to earn a few 100,000 francs. He couldn't help talking about this with his wife at every mealtime, telling her what gains he might have made if only he hadn't sworn never to gamble. And he would explain the whole operation, manipulating his funds with the cunning tactics of an armchair general, always triumphing over his imaginary opponents in the end, for he prided himself on having become a real expert in the matter of premiums and speculative loans. His wife became anxious and said she'd rather go and drown herself right away than see him risking a sou, but he reassured her. What did she take him for? He would never do that. However, an opportunity had arisen. For some time they had both been madly longing to have a little greenhouse built in their garden, for 5,000 or 6,000 francs, and one evening, his hands trembling with a delightful emotion, he had placed on his wife's sewing table the 6 notes needed, saying he had just won them on the bourse. It had been a sure thing, an extravagance he'd promised never to repeat, and he had risked it simply because of the greenhouse. She, torn between anger and astonished delight, had not dared to reprove him. The following month he launched into some transactions and options, explaining that he had nothing to fear so long as he was limiting his loss. And anyway, what the devil? There were after all some good things to be found. It would be really stupid of him just to let others profit from them. And, inevitably, he had begun to gamble seriously, in a small way at first, then gradually getting bolder, while his wife, still agitated by her anxieties as a good housewife, but with her eyes lighting up at the slightest gain, went on warning him that he would die in the poorhouse. But it was Captain Shave, Madame Magendra's brother, who particularly scolded his brother-in-law. Unable to manage on the 1,800 francs of his pension, he did indeed play the market, but was extremely clever about it. He went to the bourse like a clerk going to his office, working solely in cash, and delighted when he took home his 20-franc coin in the evening. His were daily, very safe transactions, so modest that they were beyond the reach of disaster. His sister had offered him a room in her house, too big now that Marcel was married, but he had refused, wanting to be free to indulge his vices, and he occupied one room at the bottom of a garden in the Rue Nollet, where the swish of skirts was often heard. His winnings were spent on sweets and cakes for his lady friends. He had always warned Majendra, telling him not to speculate but to enjoy life instead, and when the latter cried, "What about you?" he would gesture vigorously and say, "Oh." For him it was different. He didn't have an income of 15,000 francs, otherwise. And if he was speculating, the fault lay with the filthy government that grudged old soldiers the enjoyment of their old age. His main argument against speculation was that the gambler is mathematically bound to lose. If he wins, he has to deduct brokerage and stamp tax. If he loses, he still has to pay these same taxes on top of his loss. So even if he wins as often as he loses, he is still out of pocket for brokerage and stamp tax. At the Paris Bourse, these taxes annually produce the enormous sum of 80 million francs. And he insisted on this figure, 80 million francs, collected by the state, the brokers, and the bucket shops. On the bench at the end of the corridor, Marcel was relating a part of this story to her husband. "My dear, I have to say it was a bad time to arrive. Mama was quarreling with Papa over a loss he'd made at the Bourse. Yes, it seems he's there all the time now. It seems so strange to me, he who only believed in work." Well, they were arguing, and there was a newspaper, La Cote Financière, that Mama was shaking under his nose, shouting at him that he had no idea and that she herself had foreseen the fall. Then he went to get another paper, L'Espérance in fact, and tried to show her the article in which he had got his information. Just imagine, the whole house is full of newspapers. They are buried in them from morning till night. And I think, God forgive me, that Mama is also beginning to gamble, in spite of looking angry. Jordan could not help laughing. So comically had she mimed the scene in her distress. Anyway, I told them of our hardship and asked them to lend us 200 francs to stop the proceedings against us. And you should have heard how they protested, 200 francs, when they had lost 2,000 on the Bourse. Was I joking? Did I want to ruin them? I've never seen them in such a state. They who used to be so good to me, who would have spent anything on earth to give me presents. They must really be going mad. For there's no sense in ruining their lives like that when they're so happy in their lovely house, with no worries and nothing to do other than enjoy at their leisure the fortune they worked so hard for. "I hope you didn't insist," said Jordan. "I certainly did insist, and then they started on you. As you see, I'm telling you everything. I had promised to keep that to myself, but it just slipped out. They repeated that they had foreseen it, that writing for the newspapers was not a proper job, and we'd end up in the poorhouse. Then, since I was beginning to get angry too, I was just going to leave when the captain arrived. You know he has always adored me, Uncle Chafe. Faced with him, they became reasonable, especially as he was exulting, asking Papa if he intended to go on getting himself robbed. Mama took me aside and slipped 50 francs into my hand, telling me we could gain a few days' reprieve with that. Time to sort things out. 50 francs. A pittance. And did you accept?" Marcel tenderly took his hands, calming him down with her quiet good sense. "Come now, don't be angry. Yes, I accepted. And I so clearly understood that you would never dare take it to the bailiff that I went there myself straight away, you know, to the Rue Cadet. But just imagine, he refused to accept it, saying he had strict orders from Monsieur Bush, and that only Monsieur Bush could stop the proceedings. Oh, that Bush! I don't hate anyone, but how he exasperates and disgusts me, that man. No matter, I ran to his house in the Rue Feydeau, and he had to content himself with the 50 francs. So there we are. We can look forward to a fortnight of not being harassed." Jordan's face had tensed in the grip of powerful emotions, while the tears he was holding back were dampening his eyelids. "You did all that, my little wife, you did all that." "Yes, I didn't want anyone pestering you anymore. I don't care about having to listen to a lot of rubbish, so long as you're allowed to work in peace." And she was laughing now, telling him of her arrival in Bush's office, with all his filthy files, and the brutal way he had received her, threatening not to leave them so much as a rag if they didn't pay the whole debt there and then. The amusing thing was that she had given herself the treat of infuriating him by contesting his legal right to recover the debt. Those notes for 300 francs, now increased, with all the extras, to 730 francs 15 centimes, when they had cost him maybe 100 sous in some bundle of old rags. Bush was choking with rage. First of all, he had paid a lot for those notes. Then there was the time he'd lost, and the effort of 2 years running about just to discover the signatory, and the intelligence he'd had to use in that manhunt. Didn't he have to be reimbursed for all that? So much the worse for those who got themselves caught. In the end he had, after all, taken the 50 francs, since his prudent doctrine was always to compromise. "Ah, my little wife, how brave you are, and how I love you," said Jordan, allowing himself to kiss Marcel even though the editorial secretary was just passing. Then, lowering his voice, "How much is there left at home?" 7 francs. "Good," he replied, well pleased. "We can manage for 2 days on that, and I'm not going to ask for an advance, which would anyway be refused. That's really too painful. Tomorrow I'll go and see if I can place an article with Le Figaro. If only I had finished my novel and it was selling a bit." Marcel now kissed him back. "Yes, go on, we'll manage very well. You'll come back with me, won't you? That will be nice. And for tomorrow we'll buy a smoked herring at the corner of the Rue de Clichy, where I saw some splendid ones. This evening we have bacon and potatoes." After asking a colleague to check his proofs, Jordan left with his wife. Saccard and Hurrit were also leaving. In the street a coupe was just stopping outside the newspaper office, and they saw Baroness Sandorf step out of it. She greeted them with a smile, then hurried upstairs. She sometimes came in to see Jantru. Saccard, always excited by her, with her big, bruised-looking eyes, almost decided to go back up. Upstairs, in the editor's office, the Baroness didn't even want to sit down. She was just dropping in to say hello, simply to ask him if he knew anything useful. In spite of his suddenly changed fortunes, she still treated him as she did when he used to come every morning as a jobber, bending over double to beg an order from her father, Monsieur de Ladrecourt. Her father had been an appallingly brutal man, and she could not forget the kick with which he had thrown Jantru out, in his anger at a large loss. But now that she saw Jantru at the very source of news, she had become familiar once more, trying to pump him. "Oh well, nothing new?" "No, indeed, I don't know anything." But she went on looking at him, smiling, convinced that he was just unwilling to say anything. Then, to force him into making confidences, she talked about the stupid war that was going to set Austria, Italy, and Prussia in conflict. The stock markets were panicking. Italian holdings had fallen terribly, as had all the other stocks for that matter. And she was very worried, for she didn't know to what extent she ought to follow this movement, as she already had substantial sums involved for the next settlement day. "Doesn't your husband keep you informed?" asked Jantru with a laugh. "After all, he's very well placed at the embassy." "Oh, my husband," she murmured with a dismissive gesture. "I don't get anything out of my husband any more." Jantru found this even funnier, and went so far as to refer to Delcombe, the public prosecutor, the lover who, it was said, paid her losses when she eventually decided to pay them. "And your friends at court and the Palais Justice?" She pretended not to understand and carried on, in pleading tones, not taking her eyes off him. "Come on, be nice. You know something. Once, some time ago, in his craze for everything in skirts that came his way, whether grubby or elegant, he had thought of treating himself to her, as he brutally put it, this gambling woman who was so familiar with him. But at the first word, the first gesture, she had drawn herself up, so full of loathing and contempt that he had sworn never to try again. This man, so often kicked by her father. Ah, never. She had not fallen that low. "Be nice? Why should I be? You're not at all nice to me." At once she grew serious again, and her eyes hardened. She was turning her back on him to leave when, out of spite and wanting to hurt her, he said, "You just met Saccard at the door, didn't you? Why haven't you asked him, since he'll give you whatever you want?" She immediately came back. "What do you mean?" "Heavens, whatever you choose it to mean. Come on, don't play the woman of mystery. I've seen you at his house, and I know him." A feeling of revolt rose in her. All the pride of her race, still alive, surged up from the murky depths, from the mire in which her passion was steadily drowning her, day by day. But she did not lose her temper. She simply said, in a harsh and clear voice, As for that, my dear sir, what do you take me for? You are mad. No, I am not the mistress of your sack card, because I chose not to be." He then bowed to her, with his elaborate literary man's courtesy. "Well, madam, you made a big mistake. Believe me, if the chance comes round again, don't miss the opportunity. You, who are always chasing after useful tips, you'd find them easily enough under that gentleman's pillow. Oh my word. Yes, the nest will soon be there. You will only have to poke your pretty fingers into it." She decided just to laugh, as if resigned to making allowances for his cynicism. But when she shook hands with him, he found her hand was quite cold. Had she really not gone beyond her unpleasant duties with the icy and bony Delcom, this woman with such red lips, who was said to be insatiable? The month of June went by. On the 15th, Italy had declared war on Austria. Meanwhile, with a sudden lightning march, Prussia had invaded Hanover and under a fortnight, conquered the two Hesses, Baden, and Saxony, taking by surprise unarmed populations that were not at war, and France had made no move. Well-informed people were quietly whispering at the Bourse that France had a secret agreement with Prussia. Ever since Bismarck had met the Emperor at Biarritz, there was confused talk of the rewards France would gain for her neutrality. But the markets went on falling unremittingly, disastrously. When the news about Zadova arrived like a thunderbolt on 4 July there was a collapse of stocks of all kinds. It was believed that the war would go on relentlessly, for though Austria was beaten by Prussia, Austria had defeated Italy at Custoza, and it was already being said that she was gathering the remnants of her army together and abandoning Bohemia. Orders to sell showered the trading floor, but there was no sign of buyers. On July 4th, Saccard, who had gone to the newspaper offices very late, towards 6 o'clock, did not find Janshru, whose passions for some time had been leading him astray. There were unexpected disappearances, binges from which he returned shattered and bleary-eyed, though it was impossible to say which, whether women or alcohol, was destroying him the more. At that time of day the newspaper office was emptying, and hardly anyone was left except DeJoy, who was dining on the corner of his table in the anteroom. After writing a couple of letters, Saccard was about to leave when Harriet stormed in, red in the face, and not even taking the time to close the doors behind him. My dear fellow, he spluttered. He seemed to be choking, and put his 2 hands on his chest. I have just left Rugen, he said. I've been running, because I didn't have a cab, but eventually I found one. Rugen has received a telegram from you-know-where. I've seen it. Such news. Such news. With a violent gesture, Saccard stopped him and rushed to close the door, having caught sight of DeJoy, who was already prowling about with his ears pricked up. So what is it then? Well, the Emperor of Austria cedes the Veneto to the Emperor of France and accepts his mediation. So the Emperor will now address himself to the kings of Prussia and Italy to bring about an armistice. There was a silence. So it's peace then? Evidently. Saccard, astonished and not yet able to think, let out an oath. Hellfire, and the whole of the Bourse still falling. Then, in a mechanical tone, he added, and this news, not a soul knows of it. No, the telegram is confidential. There won't even be an announcement in the Moniteur * tomorrow morning. Paris will certainly know nothing about it for at least the next 24 hours. Then came the lightning stroke of sudden illumination. Saccard ran once more to the door and opened it to see if anyone was listening. He was beside himself, and came back and stood in front of Harriet, clutching him by the lapels of his coat. Be quiet. Not so loud. We are masters of this situation if Gunderman and his gang are not forewarned. Not a word, do you hear? Not to a living soul, not your friends, nor your wife. And what a piece of luck that Janshru isn't here. We shall be the only ones who know. We shall have time to act. Oh, I don't mean to work solely for myself. You are in on it, and our colleagues at the Universal too. But a secret cannot be kept when there are too many people involved. All is lost if there is the slightest indiscretion before the opening of the bourse tomorrow. Harriet, very disturbed, overwhelmed by the grandeur of the coup they were going to attempt, promised to remain absolutely silent. Then they divided up the work between them, deciding that they must begin their campaign at once. Saccard already had his hat on when a question rose to his lips. "So it was Rugen who asked you to bring me this news?" "Of course." Harriet had hesitated, for he was lying. The telegram was simply lying on the minister's table, and, being left alone with it for a moment, he had dared to read it. But since it was in his interest to keep the two brothers in agreement, this lie seemed to him very adroit, especially since he knew they were not at all anxious to see each other and speak of such matters. "Well, there's no denying it. He's done me a good turn this time. Let's get going." In the antechamber, there was still only DeJoy, who had tried hard to listen but without being able to catch anything distinctly. Nevertheless, he seemed to them very agitated, having scented some enormous booty in the air, so excited by this smell of money that he went to the window on the landing to watch them crossing the courtyard. The difficulty was to act quickly but with the utmost caution. So they parted in the street. Harriet was to deal with the evening curb market, while Saccard, despite the lateness of the hour, went hunting for jobbers and brokers and other dealers to give them orders to buy. But he wanted to split these orders up and spread them around as much as possible, for fear of arousing suspicion, and above all, he wanted to make it seem as though he was meeting the dealers by chance, rather than tracking them down at home, which would have looked odd. Luck happily came to his aid, for on the boulevard he saw the broker Jacoby, with whom he stopped to chat, and to whom he gave a very substantial order without causing too much astonishment. A few paces further on he bumped into a tall, blonde girl whom he knew to be the mistress of another dealer, Delaroque, Jacoby's brother-in-law. And since she said she was expecting him that night, he asked her to pass on to him a card with a few words scribbled in pencil. Then, knowing that Mazad was going to a banquet with former colleagues that evening, he betook himself to the restaurant and changed the orders he had given him earlier that day. But his best stroke of luck was to be accosted, just as he was going home, by Mashes, who had just come out of the Theatre de Varietés. They walked together up to the Rue Saint-Lazare. This gave Saccard time enough to present himself as an eccentric who believed a rise was coming. Oh, not immediately, of course. He ended up giving Mashes numerous orders for Nathanson and various other dealers, telling him he was acting for a group of friends, which was true enough. By the time Saccard went to bed, he had taken up a bullish position for orders worth more than 5 million francs. At 7 o'clock next morning, Harriet was at Saccard's house, telling him what he had managed to do at the curb market on the pavement in front of the Passage de l'Opéra, where he had bought as much as possible, but with restraint, so as to avoid causing a rise in the share prices. His orders amounted to 1 million, and both men, thinking their coup to be still far too modest, resolved to continue their campaign. They still had the morning. But first they threw themselves upon the newspapers, trembling with fear that they might already have the news, a note, or a mere line that would send their plans crashing. No, the press knew nothing. The papers were full of the war, loaded with dispatches and detailed accounts of the Battle of Zadova. If no rumor emerged before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, if they had an hour after the bourse opened, or even just half an hour, they were made. They would make a clean sweep of the Jewish tribe, as Saccard put it. And they went their separate ways, each one rushing to throw further millions into the battle. Saccard spent that morning tramping the streets and sniffing the air, with such a need to walk that he had sent away his cab after his very first call. He went to Kolb's place, where the jingling of the gold was delightful to his ears, like a promise of victory, and he had sufficient strength of will not to say anything to the banker, who as yet knew nothing. Then he dropped in on Mazad, not to give him any new orders, but just pretending to be worried about the order he had given the previous evening. There, too, ignorance reigned. Little Florrie alone caused him some anxiety by the persistent way he kept hovering around, though the sole reason for this was the young clerk's profound admiration for the financial intelligence of the manager of the Universal Bank. And as Mademoiselle Choo-Choo was beginning to be very expensive and he was risking a few little speculations, Florrie longed to know what the great man was doing so as to follow his lead. At last, after a hasty lunch at Champeau's, where he had the pleasure of hearing the pessimistic moanings of Moser and even Pilleralt, predicting a further tumbling in the market, Saccard found himself at 12:30 in the Place de la Bourse. He wanted, as he put it, to see everyone come in. The heat was overpowering, a fierce sun beat directly down, bleaching the steps, and the warmth bouncing off them filled the peristyle with the heavy, burning heat of an oven. The empty chairs seemed to be cracking in the fiery heat, while the speculators remained standing and sought out the slender bars of shade cast by the columns. Under a tree in the garden, he noticed Bush and Lama Kane, who began to chatter excitedly when they saw him. It even seemed for a moment as if they were going to approach him, but then they thought better of it. Did they know something, then? These base ragpickers, always hunting through the refuse of the Bourse? He shuddered at the thought, but then a voice called his name, and he recognized Majendra and Captain Chave, sitting on a bench quarreling, for the former was now always jeering at the wretched pettiness of the captain's ventures, gaining a mere Louis for his cash, the sort of thing he might just as well have done in some obscure provincial café after a few desperate rounds of piquet. Honestly, couldn't he, that day, risk something more substantial on a safe bet? Wasn't a further fall certain, as clear as daylight? And he called Saccard to witness. Wasn't it true that there'd be a further fall? As for himself, he had bet very heavily on a fall, so convinced indeed that he had staked his entire fortune. Faced by this direct question, Saccard replied with smiles and vague shakings of his head, but felt remorseful at not being able to warn this poor man, whom he had known when he was so industrious and clear-headed, still selling his tarpaulins. But he had sworn himself to absolute silence and had the ruthlessness of a gambler determined not to risk disturbing his luck. Just then he was distracted by seeing the coupe of Baroness Sandorf passing by. He followed it with his eye and saw it stop, this time in the Rue de la Banque. Suddenly he thought of Baron Sandorf, counselor at the Austrian embassy. The Baroness must surely know, and she was probably going to wreck everything with some misguided womanly act. He at once crossed the road and hovered round the coupe, now still and silent as if dead, with the coachman sitting stiffly on his box. But one of the windows was lowered, and he bowed gallantly and moved forward. "Ah well, Monsieur Saccard, so we're still going down." He thought this might be a trap. "Why, yes, madam," he replied. Then, as she was looking at him anxiously, with a certain wavering of the eyes that he had often seen in gamblers, he realized that she knew nothing. He had a rush of hot blood to his head, flooding him with delight. "So, Monsieur Saccard, you have nothing to tell me?" "Indeed, madam, doubtless nothing you don't already know." And he left her, thinking, "You haven't been very nice to me, and it will greatly amuse me to see you get your comeuppance. Perhaps another time it will make you more agreeable." Never had she seemed to him more desirable. He was certain he would have her when the time was ripe. As he returned to the Place de la Bourse, the sight of Gunderman in the distance, coming out of the Rue Vivienne, set his heart a-quiver once more. Though foreshortened by the distance, it was certainly he, with his slow walk and his head so straight and pale, looking at no one, as if he were alone in his royalty in the midst of the crowd. And Saccard followed him in terror, trying to interpret his every movement. Seeing him approaching Nathanson, he thought all was lost. But the dealer moved off looking crestfallen, and hope returned. He definitely felt the banker had his usual everyday look. Then suddenly his heart leapt for joy. Gunderman had just entered the sweet shop to make his usual purchase of sweets for his little granddaughters, and that was a certain sign, for he never went there on a day of crisis. 1 o'clock struck, and the bell announced the opening of the Bourse. It was a memorable Bourse, one of those great days of disaster, One of those disasters caused by a rise in the market, disasters so rare that they are remembered as legendary. In the overpowering heat, prices at first continued to fall. Then some sudden, isolated purchases, like the shots of skirmishers before the battle begins, aroused astonishment. But trading was still sluggish amid general distrust. Purchases increased and bids were heard on all sides, at the curb market under the colonnade and on the balustrade. Now the voices of Nathan Sohn under the colonnade and Mazad, Jacobi, and Delaroc on the trading floor made themselves heard, shouting that they would take any stock, whatever the price. And then there was a sort of tremor, an ever-increasing groundswell. But with no one daring to take a risk in the confusion of this inexplicable turnaround. Prices had slightly risen, and Saccard just had time to give new orders to Mashes for Nathan Sohn. He also asked little Flory, who was rushing past, to hand Mazad a card on which he instructed him to buy and go on buying. So Flory, filled with confidence after reading the card, at once followed the lead of the great man and bought on his own account. It was then, at 1:45, that the thunderbolt burst upon the busy Bourse. Austria was surrendering the Veneto to the emperor. The war was over. Where did the news come from? Nobody knew. It seemed to come from every mouth, seemed to surge from the very paving stones. Someone had brought the news, and everyone repeated it, in a clamor that grew ever louder, like the surge of the equinoctial tide. Prices began to rise in furious leaps and bounds amid a frightful uproar. Before the bell rang for the closing of the Bourse, they had gone up 40 or 50 francs. It was an indescribable frenzy, one of those battles into which everyone rushes in confusion, soldiers and officers alike, deafened and blinded, all trying to save their skin, with no clear idea of the situation. Sweat streamed from their brows, and the implacable sun beat down on the steps, pitching the Bourse into the blazing heat of a conflagration. On settlement day, when it became possible to assess the extent of the disaster, it looked immense. The battlefield lay scattered with wreckage and wounded. Moser, the bear trader, was one of the most damaged. Pilleralt had been severely punished for his weakness just this one time when he had despaired of a rise. Majindra lost 50,000 francs, his first serious loss. Baroness Sandorf had to deal with such heavy debts that Delcom was said to be refusing to pay for her, and she was quite white with rage and hate at the very mention of her husband, the counselor at the Austrian embassy, who had had the telegram in his hands even before Rugen and had told her nothing. But the big bankers, the Jewish bank especially, had suffered a terrible defeat, a real massacre. It was said that Gunderman, for his part, had lost 8 million francs. And that was truly amazing. How was it that he had not been warned? He, the undisputed master of the market. He, for whom ministers were no more than clerks, and who held whole states in his sovereign fiefdom. It had been one of those extraordinary combinations of circumstances that create huge strokes of fortune. It was an unforeseen, idiotic collapse, beyond all reason and logic. Meanwhile, the story spread, and Saccard was seen as a great man. In one stroke, he had raked in almost the whole amount of the money lost by the bear traders. He had personally pocketed 2 million. The rest was going into the coffers of the Universal, or rather was going to disappear into the hands of its directors. Saccard had great difficulty persuading Madame Caroline that Hamelin's share in this booty, so legitimately wrested from the Jews, amounted to 1 million francs. Hurrit, having taken part in the operation, had cut himself a regal share. As for the others, the Dagermonts, the Bohanes, they needed no persuading to accept whatever was coming to them. There was a general vote of thanks and congratulations to the eminent manager. One heart especially burned with gratitude to Saccard, that of Flory, who had gained 10,000 francs, a fortune, enough to live with Choo-Choo in a little apartment on the Rue Condorcet, and go out in the evening to join Gustave Sedil and Germaine Kerr in expensive restaurants. At the newspaper office, Jantru, furious at not having been forewarned, had to be given a present. De Joy alone remained melancholy. he would feel eternal regret at having scented the mysterious and vague presence of fortune in the air, all in vain. This first triumph of Saccard's seemed like a sort of blossoming of the empire at its apogee. He became part of the luster of the reign, one of its glorious reflections. The very evening when he was thriving so well in the midst of shattered fortunes, and when the Bourse was no more than a desolate field of rubble, the whole of Paris was being bedecked and illuminated as if for a great victory. Festivities at the Tuileries and rejoicing in the streets all celebrated Napoleon III as master of Europe, so lofty, so great, that kings and emperors chose him as arbiter in their disputes, and gave him whole provinces to share out between them. In the Chamber of Deputies there had been some protests. Some prophets of doom were confusedly predicting a terrible future. Prussia made stronger by all that France had tolerated, Austria defeated, and Italy ungrateful. But laughter and shouts of anger smothered these anxious voices, and Paris, the center of the world, set all her avenues and monuments ablaze with light on the morrow of Zadova, not yet seeing the dark and freezing nights to come, the nights with no gas, nights lit only by the red flashing of shells. That evening Saccard, overflowing with success, paced the streets, the Place de la Concorde, the Champs-Élysées, all the pavements lit by lanterns. Carried along in the growing flood of people, his eyes dazzled by the lights which were bright as day, he was able to imagine that the lights were in his honor, for was he not also the unexpected victor, the one who rose to new heights in the midst of disasters? Just one annoyance marred his joy, the anger of Rugen who, in a terrible fury, had sent Harrod packing when he realized the source of the coup at the Bourse. So it wasn't the great man, then, who had shown himself a good brother by sending him the news. Would he therefore have to do without that high patronage, and even be obliged to attack the all-powerful minister? Suddenly, in front of the Palace of the Legion of Honor, which was surmounted by a huge cross of fire glowing in the blackness of the sky, Saccard boldly decided that he would indeed do so as soon as he had sufficient strength. Then, intoxicated by the chanting of the crowd and the flapping of the flags, he returned, through a blazing Paris, to the Rue Saint-Lazare. 2 months later, in September, emboldened by his triumph over Gunderman, he decided to give new momentum to the Universal. At the annual general meeting held at the end of April, the balance sheet for the year 1864 had shown a profit of 9 millions, inclusive of the 20-franc premium on each of the 50,000 new shares issued when the capital was doubled. The cost of the initial setting up had now been completely paid off. The shareholders had been paid their 5%, the directors their 10%. A sum of 5 million had been put into the reserve fund in addition to the regulation 10%, and with the remaining million it had been possible to pay a dividend of 10 francs per share. It was a handsome result for a company less than 2 years old. But Saccard operated in feverish leaps and bounds, applying the methods of intensive farming to the financial terrain, heating and overheating the soil at the risk of burning the harvest. And he persuaded first the board of directors, then the shareholders, by means of an extraordinary general meeting on September 15th, to accept a second increase of capital. It was doubled yet again, raising it from 50 to 100 million francs by creating 100,000 new shares, reserved exclusively for existing shareholders, share for share. But this time the shares were issued at 675 francs, that is, with a premium of 175 francs, which was to be paid into the reserve funds. The increasing successes, the profitable deals already made, and above all the grand ventures the Universal was about to launch were the reasons given to justify this enormous increase of capital, now doubled twice over, for it was essential to give the bank an importance and strength appropriate to the interests it represented. Moreover, the result was immediate. The shares, which had remained steady at the Bourse at an average rate of 750, rose to 900 francs in 3 days. Hamelin, who had not been able to return from the Orient to preside at the extraordinary general meeting, wrote a worried letter to his sister expressing his fears about this way of driving the Universal at the gallop, in a mad rush. He had a shrewd suspicion that false declarations had once again been made in Maître Lellerain's office. Indeed, the new shares had not all been legally subscribed. The bank had retained for itself the shares rejected by the shareholders, and since the payments had not been made, these shares had been transferred, by juggling the books, to the account of Sabatani. In addition, the use of other cover names, names of directors and employees, had allowed the bank itself to subscribe to its own share issue, so that it now held nearly 30,000 of its own shares, amounting to a sum of 17.5 million. Not only was this illegal, but the situation could become dangerous, for experience has shown that any bank that gambles with its own stock is lost. But Madame Caroline nevertheless responded no less cheerily to her brother, joshing him that he had now become the nervous one, and it was she, formerly so suspicious, who had to reassure him. She said she was still keeping an eye on things and saw nothing shady going on, but, on the contrary, was amazed at the great things, all of them clear and logical, that she was witnessing. The truth was that she, of course, knew nothing about what was being kept from her, and in addition was blinded by her admiration for Saccard and the feelings of sympathy aroused in her by that little man's activity and intelligence. In December, the share price rose to more than 1,000 francs. Then, in the face of this triumph of the Universal, the big banks began to be concerned. Gunderman was seen on the Place de la Bourse, walking as if absent-mindedly, and rather automatically, into the sweet shop to buy sweets. He had paid up his 8 million loss without a murmur, and not one of his friends or family had heard a word of anger or resentment pass his lips. When he lost like this, a rare event, he would usually say that it served him right and would teach him to be less careless, and everyone smiled, for carelessness from Gunderman was scarcely imaginable. But this time the hard lesson must have lain heavy on his heart. The idea that he, so cold, so much the master of facts and men, should have been beaten by Saccard, that reckless and passionate madman, must certainly have been unbearable. So from that time on he began to watch Saccard closely, certain of getting his revenge. At once, given the widespread infatuation with the Universal, he had taken up a position as an observer convinced that over-rapid successes and dishonest prosperity always led to the worst disasters. However, the 1,000-franc rate was still reasonable, and he was waiting to start to bring it down. His theory was that one could not provoke events on the bourse. The most one could do was foresee them and profit by them once they occurred. Logic was the sole master of events, and truth, in speculation as everywhere else, was an all-powerful force. As soon as the share prices became too inflated, they would collapse. A fall was then a mathematical certainty, and he would simply be there, ready to see his calculation fulfilled and to pocket his profit. Already he had fixed on the rate of 1,500 francs to begin the war. So, when the share price reached 1,500, he began to sell universals, just a little at first, but slightly more at each settlement day, following a predetermined plan. There was no need for a syndicate of bear dealers. He alone would be sufficient. Sensible people would clearly perceive the truth and follow his lead. That rowdy Universal, that Universal which was so rapidly taking up so much room in the market and rising up threateningly against the big Jewish banks, he would coolly wait for it to crack all by itself, then, with a shove of his shoulder, cast it to the ground. It was said later that it was Gunderman who secretly facilitated Saccard's purchase of an ancient building in the Rue de Londres, which he intended to demolish and replace with the mansion of his dreams, the palace which would provide sumptuous accommodation for his bank. He had managed to persuade the board of directors, and the work began in mid-October. On the very day when the first stone was laid, with great ceremony, Saccard was at the newspaper office at about 4 o'clock waiting for Jantrou, who had gone to take reports of the ceremony to some friendly papers, when he received a visit from Baroness Sandorf. She had first asked for the editor and then, as if by chance, had come upon the manager of the Universal, who had gallantly offered his services for whatever information she required, leading her into his own room at the end of the corridor. And there, at the first brutal attack, She surrendered like a prostitute on the divan, resigned in advance to the event. But a complication arose, for Madame Caroline, out shopping in Montmartre, called in at the newspaper. She sometimes dropped in like this to answer some query of Saccard's, or just to get the news. Besides, she knew DeJoy, having got him his job, and always stopped for a minute to chat, happy in the gratitude he showed her. That day, not having found DeJoy in the antechamber, she entered the corridor and bumped into him just as he was getting back from listening at the door. This had now become a real malady. He trembled feverishly and pressed his ear at every keyhole, trying to surprise the secrets of the Bourse. But this time what he overheard and understood had rather embarrassed him, and he smiled vaguely. "He is here, isn't he?" said Madame Caroline, wishing to get past. DeJoy stopped her, and, not having time to invent a lie, stammered. "Yes, he's there, but you can't go in." "What do you mean, I can't go in?" "No, he is with a lady." She had turned quite white, and DeJoy, knowing nothing of the situation, with multiple winks and nods and expressive mimicry, indicated what was happening. "Who is this lady?" she asked curtly. He had no reason to hide the name from his benefactress, so he leaned over to whisper in her ear. "Baroness Sandorf." "Oh, she's been hanging round him for some time." Madame Caroline stood quite still for a moment. In the gloom of the corridor, the livid pallor of her face remained invisible. She had just felt a sharp and cruel pain in her heart, of a sort she could not remember ever having felt before, and it was stupefaction at this appalling wound that rooted her to the spot. And now what would she do? Break into the room? Fall upon that woman? Hit them both with a scandal? She was still standing there, indecisive and dazed, when Marcel, who had come to get her husband, approached her gaily. The young woman had only recently made her acquaintance. "Ah, it's you, dear lady. Just imagine, we're going to the theater this evening." "Oh, it's quite a business. It has to be very cheap. But Paul has discovered a little restaurant where we can eat for 35 sous each." Jordan arrived and interrupted his wife with a laugh. "2 courses, a carafe of wine, and as much bread as you like." And, Marcel went on, "We're not taking a cab. It's such fun to walk home when it's very late. And since we're rich this evening, we'll get an almond cake for 20 sous to take home. Such a celebration. A fantastic treat." She went away full of delight, on her husband's arm, and Madame Caroline, who came back with them to the antechamber, had now recovered enough strength to smile. "Have a lovely time," she murmured in a tremulous voice. Then she also left. She loved Saccard, and this caused her both astonishment and pain, as if it were a shameful wound she was unwilling to reveal. Chapter 7. 2 months later, on a mild, gray November day, Madame Caroline went up to the workroom straight after lunch to get to work. Her brother, now in Constantinople and busy with his Grand Oriental Railways project, had asked her to look up the notes he had made on their first trip and then to draw up a sort of report, to serve as a historical record. And for a good 2 weeks now, she had been trying to get totally absorbed in this task. It was so warm that day that she let the fire go out and opened the window, and before sitting down again, she gazed for a moment at the tall, bare trees in the garden of the Hotel Beauvilliers, purplish against the pale sky. She had been writing for almost half an hour when the need for a particular document took her off on a long search among the files piled up on the table. She got up and rummaged among some other papers, then went back with her hands full and sat down again. And as she sorted through a few loose pages, she came upon some religious pictures, an illustrated view of the Holy Sepulchre *, and a prayer framed by the instruments of the Passion *, a sovereign guarantee of salvation in those moments of distress when the soul is in peril. Then she remembered that her brother, like the pious grown-up child that he was, had bought these images in Jerusalem. Her feelings suddenly overcame her, and her cheeks became wet with tears. Ah, that brother of hers, so intelligent, so unappreciated for so long. How lucky he was to have his faith, and not want to smile at this naive, chocolate box picture of the Holy Sepulchre, How fortunate to be able to find serene strength in his belief in the efficacy of this prayer with its sugary verses. She could see him now, too trusting, too easily taken in perhaps, but so upright, so steady, so free from rebellion or conflict. She, on the other hand, no longer a believer, had endured 2 months of suffering and struggle, her mind burned by reading and battered by arguments, and how passionately she had wished in her hours of weakness that she had remained simple and ingenuous like him, able to soothe her bleeding heart by repeating 3 times, morning and evening, that childish prayer framed by the nails, the lance, the crown, and the sponge of the Passion. In the days that followed the brutal accident through which she had learned of Saccard's affair with Baroness Sandorf, she had steeled herself, by a great effort of will, to resist the urge to keep watch on them and find out more. She was not the wife of this man, nor did she wish to be the passionate mistress, jealous enough to provoke a scandal, and the worst of it was that she still could not bring herself to refuse him in the intimacy of their everyday life. This was because of the quiet, simply affectionate way in which she had at first viewed their affair, a friendship that had inevitably led to her giving herself, as often happens between a man and a woman. She was no longer 20, and she had acquired a great deal of tolerance after the harsh experience of her marriage. At 36, as she was so sensible, and believed herself to be quite without illusions, couldn't she just shut her eyes to things and behave more like a mother than a lover toward this friend, to whom she had surrendered herself late in life, in a momentary moral lapse, this friend, who was himself well past the age of romantic heroes? She had frequently remarked that people often attached too much importance to these sexual relations, sometimes mere encounters, which were then allowed to complicate their entire lives. But then she was the first to smile at the immorality of her remark, for didn't that mean that all sins were permitted, and every woman could belong to every man? And yet so many women are sensible enough to accept sharing with a rival, that the good-natured character of current practice seems better than the jealous demand for sole and total possession. But these were all just theoretical ways of making life bearable, and although she forced herself into abnegation, continuing to be the devoted housekeeper, the unusually intelligent servant, willing to offer her body when she had already given her heart and mind, it was all in vain, for her body and her passion rose in revolt, and she suffered dreadfully from not knowing everything, not violently breaking with Saccard, and flinging in his face the terrible wrong he had done her. She had, however, mastered herself sufficiently to be able to hold her tongue, remaining calm and continuing to smile, and never in her whole existence, harsh as it had been, had she felt the need of so much strength. For a moment longer, with the smile, sad but full of tenderness, of a non-believer, she gazed at the sacred images she still held in her hands. But she was no longer seeing them. She was trying to work out what Saccard might have been doing the day before, and what he was doing this very day, in an endless and irresistible churning of her mind, which instinctively returned to this inquisition once she allowed it to be less than fully occupied. He seemed anyway to be leading his usual life, his mornings spent dealing with his managerial responsibilities, his afternoons at the bourse, and in the evening dinner engagements, first nights, a life of pleasure, and a few theater girls, about whom she felt no jealousy. But she had the feeling that he had some new interest, something that occupied the hours he had previously spent in other ways. It was that woman, no doubt, and meetings with her somewhere she would not allow herself to know about. All this made her suspicious and distrustful, and she began once more, in spite of herself, to act the policeman, as her brother had laughingly called it, even about the affairs of the Universal, that she had quite ceased to keep an eye on, so great for a time had been her confidence in Saccard. Certain irregularities now struck her forcibly and upset her. Then she found to her surprise that she didn't really care, and didn't have the strength to speak up or act, so totally gripped was she by the one anguish, that betrayal she had tried to accept, but which was choking her. Ashamed to feel tears overcoming her again, she hid the pictures away, mortally regretting that she could not get on her knees to find comfort in a church, and weep for hours until she had no more tears to shed. After 10 minutes, Madame Caroline had calmed down and was working on the report again when the valet came in to tell her that Charles, a coachman who had been dismissed the day before, was insisting on speaking to her. Saccard himself had engaged him, but had caught him stealing from the oat store. She hesitated, then agreed to see him. Tall, good-looking, clean-shaven, and swaying his hips with the confident, conceited air of a man that women spend money on, Charles came in, full of insolence. "Madam, I've come about my 2 shirts that the laundress has lost and refuses to account for. Madam surely can imagine that I can simply accept such a loss. And since Madam is the person in charge, I want Madam to reimburse me for my shirts. Yes, I want 15 francs. Madame Caroline was very strict on such household matters. She would perhaps have given him the 15 francs, just to avoid an argument. But the effrontery of the man, caught red-handed the day before, quite revolted her. "I owe you nothing, and shan't give you a sou. Besides, Monsieur warned me about you and absolutely forbade me to do anything for you." At this, Charles took a step forward, threateningly. "Ah, so that's what Monsieur said. I thought as much, and Monsieur was wrong, because now we'll have some fun. I'm not so stupid as not to have seen that Madame is his mistress." Flushing, Madame Caroline stood up to send him away, but he didn't give her the chance and went on. "And perhaps Madame will be happy to know where Monsieur goes from 4 o'clock to 6, 2 or 3 times a week, when he's sure of finding a certain person alone." She had suddenly turned very pale, as if all her blood was flowing back to her heart. She made a violent gesture, as if to force back into his throat this information she had been avoiding for the last 2 months. "I absolutely forbid you." But he shouted over her. "It's Madame the Baroness Sandorf. She is kept by Monsieur Delcombe, and to enjoy her in comfort, he rents a little ground-floor apartment in the Rue Comartin, in a building with a fruit stall in front, near the corner of the Rue St. Nicholas. And Monsieur goes along to take his place while it's still nice and warm." She had reached for the bell to get the man thrown out, but he would certainly have carried on speaking in front of the servants. "Oh, when I say warm, I have a friend there, Clarice, the chambermaid, and she has watched them together and seen her mistress, a real icicle of a woman, doing all sorts of filthy things with him." "Be quiet, you wretch. Here, take your 15 francs. And with a gesture of unspeakable contempt, she gave him the money, realizing it was the only way to get rid of him. And indeed, he at once became quite polite again. "For myself, I only want to help Madame. The building with the fruit stall. The steps at the back of the courtyard. Today is Thursday, and it's 4 o'clock, if Madame wants to catch them." She pushed him toward the door, her lips tightly pressed together, her face livid. All the more so today, when Madame would perhaps witness something really amusing. Not likely Clarice is going to stay in such a place. And when one has had good masters, one leaves them a little souvenir, isn't that so? "Good afternoon, Madame." At last he was gone. Madame Caroline stood stock still for a few seconds trying to understand and realizing what sort of scene awaited Saccard. Then, drained of strength, she gave a long groan and slumped over her work table, while the tears that had been choking her for so long flowed freely. This Clarice, a skinny blonde girl, had simply betrayed her mistress, offering Delcombe the chance to surprise her with another man in the very apartment he was paying for. She had first asked for 500 francs, but as he was very miserly, she'd been forced to haggle, and finally settled for 200 francs to be paid cash in hand, the moment she opened the bedroom door for him. She herself slept in the apartment, in a little room behind the dressing room. The Baroness had taken her on for the sake of discretion, to avoid having the concierge in to do the housework. Most of the time Clarice lived a life of idleness in the empty apartment, with nothing to do in between the assignations, just keeping out of the way and disappearing as soon as Delcombe or Saccard arrived. It was in this building that she had met Charles, who for a long time had been coming in at night to share with her the big bed in the master bedroom, with the sheets still in disarray from the day's debauchery. And it was indeed she who had recommended Charles to Saccard as a solid, honest fellow. Since his dismissal, she had shared in his resentment, especially since her mistress was not playing fair with her, and she had found another job which would pay her 5 francs a month more. At first Charles had wanted to write to Baron Sandorf, but she had thought it would be more amusing and more lucrative to arrange a surprise with Delcombe. So that Thursday, with everything prepared for her big plan, she waited. At 4 o'clock, when Saccard arrived, Baroness Sandorf was already there, stretched out on the chaise longue in front of the fire. She was usually very punctual, like a businesswoman who knows the value of her time. On the first few encounters, Saccard had felt disillusioned at not finding the ardent lover he had hoped for in this woman, with her dark hair, bruised eyelids, and the provocative allure of a wild bacchante. She was like marble, tired of her useless quest for a sensation that never happened, wholly absorbed by her gambling, the stress of which at least warmed her blood. Then, having felt that she was curious, free of disgust, and resigned even to revulsion, if she thought it might offer some new thrill, he had depraved her to the point where she would give him caresses of any and every sort. She talked about the stock exchange, prized bits of information out of him, and as she had been winning, chance no doubt playing its part. Since their affair began, she regarded Saccard rather as a lucky charm, something you pick up and kiss, even if it's dirty, because it brings you luck. Clarice had made such a big fire that day that they didn't get into bed, preferring the extra pleasure of staying on the chaise longue in front of the leaping flames. Outside, night was about to fall, but the blinds were closed, the curtains carefully drawn, and 2 large lamps with frosted glass globes and no shade threw their stark light upon them. Saccard had hardly entered the room before Delcombe, in turn, alighted from his carriage. The public prosecutor Delcombe, a personal acquaintance of the emperor and on his way to becoming a minister, was a thin, sallow man of about 50, tall and solemn in stature, his clean-shaven face deeply furrowed and severely austere. His rugged nose, like an eagle's beak, seemed as devoid of weakness as of forgiveness. As he mounted the steps at his usual pace, measured and grave, he had the same cold and dignified air as he had in the courtroom. No one in the building knew him, for he generally came only at night. Clarice was waiting for him in the tiny antechamber. "If monsieur will just follow me, and I strongly urge monsieur to make no noise." He hesitated. Why not enter by the door that opened directly into the bedroom? But she explained very quietly that it would almost certainly be bolted, so they would need to break it down, and if she were forewarned, Madame would have time to rearrange herself. No, what she wanted was to let him catch her just as she herself had seen her one day, when peering through the keyhole. To this end she had devised a very simple plan. Her own room had formerly communicated with the dressing room by a door now kept locked, and since the key had been thrown into a drawer, she had only had to retrieve it and reopen the door. So, thanks to this unused and forgotten door, it was possible, without making any noise, to enter the dressing room, which was separated from the bedroom simply by a screen. Madame would certainly not be expecting anyone to come in from there. "Just trust me, monsieur. Don't I have every reason for this to succeed?" She slipped through the half-opened door, disappearing for a second, leaving Delcombe by himself in her tiny maid's bedroom, with its unmade bed and its bowl of soapy water. Clarice had already sent off her trunk in the morning, so as to be ready to leave as soon as the job was done. Then she came back, closing the door quietly behind her. "Monsieur will need to wait a while. It's not time yet. They're just talking." Delcombe remained dignified, not uttering a word, but standing there quite still under the slightly mocking glances the girl directed at him. However, he was tiring, and a nervous tic was twitching all the left-hand side of his face, as repressed anger flooded up to his brain. Beneath the icy severity of his professional mask, the hidden raging male, with ogre-like appetites, now secretly began to growl with anger at this flesh that was being stolen from him. Let's get on with it. Let's get on with it, he repeated, hardly knowing what he was saying, his hands trembling feverishly. But when Clarice, after disappearing once more, returned with a finger to her lips, she begged him to wait a little longer. I assure you, monsieur, be sensible, otherwise you'll miss the best of it. In a moment or two, they'll really be at it. And Delcambre, his legs suddenly giving way, had to sit for a moment on the maid's little bed. Night was falling, and he stayed there in the dark, while the chambermaid, listening carefully, captured every slightest sound from the bedroom, sounds which he also heard, but so amplified by the buzzing in his ears that they seemed like the tramping of an army on the march. At last he felt Clarice's hand groping along his arm. He understood, and without a word gave her an envelope into which he had slipped the promised 200 francs. And she walked in first, drew aside the dressing-room screen, and pushed him into the bedroom, with the words, "Look, there they are." In front of the roaring fire with its glowing coals, Saccard was lying on his back on the edge of the chaise longue, wearing nothing but his shirt, which was rolled up, right up to his armpits, exposing, from his feet all the way to his shoulders, his dark skin which age had covered with animal-like hair, while the Baroness was on her knees, completely naked and toasted quite pink by the flames. And the two big lamps lit them both up with so brilliant a light that the slightest details stood out, thrown into extravagant relief. Gaping and gasping at this unnatural flagranti delicto, Delcambre had stopped, while the two others, as if thunderstruck and stupefied at seeing this man coming in from the dressing-room, remained quite still, with wild, staring eyes. "Ah, you filthy pigs," the public prosecutor at last stammered out. "Pigs. Pigs." It was the only word he could find, and he kept repeating it, emphasizing it each time with the same jerky gesture to give it more force. The woman had now leapt up, frantic at her nakedness, turning this way and that, looking for the clothes she had left in the dressing-room, where she couldn't go and get them, and having managed to grab a white petticoat which was lying there, she covered her shoulders with it, gripping the two ends of the waistband between her teeth to pull it round her neck and over her bosom. The man, who had also got up from the chaise longue, pulled down his shirt, looking very put out. "Pigs," Delcambre repeated again. "Pigs. And in this room that I'm paying for." And shaking his fist at Saccard, growing more and more furious at the idea that these filthy activities were taking place on furniture bought with his money, he raged at them. "This place is mine, you filthy pig. And this woman is mine. You are a pig and a thief." Saccard, who wasn't angry, would have tried to calm him down, feeling very embarrassed at being caught like this in his shirt, and thoroughly annoyed by the whole affair. But the word thief offended him. "Lord, monsieur," he replied, "when one wants to have a woman all to oneself, the first thing you do is give her what she needs." This allusion to his meanness was the ultimate provocation for Delcambre. He became unrecognizable, frightening, as if the human animal, all the hidden priapism within him, was bursting out through his skin. That face, so dignified and cold, had suddenly turned red and was swelling, bulging, protruding like the muzzle of a furious beast. His rage was releasing the carnal brute within, in the awful pain of all this stirred-up filth. "Needs? Needs?" he spluttered. "What she needs is the gutter. Ah, the slut." And he made such a violent gesture at the Baroness that she took fright. She had remained standing, motionless, only managing to hide her bosom with the petticoat by leaving her belly and thighs exposed. Realizing that this display of her guilty nudity was enraging him further, she retreated to the chaise longue and sat on it, with her legs together and knees drawn up in such a way as to hide as much as she could. Then she just stayed there, without a gesture or word, her head lowered, casting sly, sidelong glances at the battle, a female being fought over by men, waiting to become the prize of the victor. Saccard had bravely thrown himself in front of her. "At least you're not going to strike her." The two men were now face to face. "Come now, monsieur," Saccard went on, This has got to stop. We can't go on rowing like cabbies. It is indeed true. I am Madame's lover. And I tell you again, if you paid for the furniture here, I have paid for. For what? Lots of things. The other day, for instance, the 10,000 francs owing on her old account with Mazad that you had absolutely refused to pay. I have the same rights as you. A pig, possibly, but a thief? Oh no, you will withdraw that word. Beside himself, Delcambre shouted. You are a thief, and I'm going to smash your face in if you don't clear off this instant. But now Saccard, too, was growing angry. As he pulled his trousers back on, he protested. Ah, that's enough. You're seriously annoying me now. I shall go if and when I choose. And it certainly won't be a fellow like you who'll frighten me away. And when he had put his boots back on, he firmly stamped his feet on the carpet and said, There, I'm all fixed now, and here I stay. Choking with rage, Delcambre moved nearer, his face thrust forward. Filthy pig, will you get out? Not before you, you old scoundrel. And if I give you a good slap across the face, then I'll give you a good kick somewhere else. Nose to nose and teeth bared, the two men barked at each other, quite forgetting themselves, making a nonsense of their education. Caught in the flow of filthy mud in this rut they were fighting over, the magistrate and the financier were reduced to rowing like drunken carters, hurling appalling words at each other, seeking ever fouler language. Their voices were strangled in their throats. They were frothing at the mouth with filth. On the chaise longue, the Baroness was still waiting for one of them to throw the other one out. Now that she had calmed down and was thinking of the future, the only thing still bothering her was the presence of the chambermaid, whom she knew to be waiting behind the dressing-room door, enjoying the scene. As the girl craned her neck, with a satisfied chuckle at hearing these gentlemen saying such disgusting things, the two women caught sight of each other, the mistress huddled up in her nudity, the servant standing there all neat and tidy, with her little flat collar, and they exchanged a look that blazed with the age-old hatred of female rivals, in that equality that levels farm girls and duchesses when they have no clothes on. But Saccard too had seen Clarisse. He angrily finished getting dressed, pulled on his waistcoat, turned back to fling another insult into Delcambre's face, pulled on the left sleeve of his coat, yelling another insult, then the right sleeve with yet more, and more again, hurling them out by the bucketful. Then suddenly, to bring things to an end, Clarisse, come on in. Open the doors, open the windows, so the whole house and the whole street can hear. Monsieur the public prosecutor wants people to know he's here, and I'm going to make sure they do. Turning pale, Delcambre stepped back when he saw him moving towards one of the windows as if to undo the catch. This terrible man was quite capable of carrying out his threat, since he didn't give a hoot about scandal. Ah, you scoundrel, murmured the magistrate. You make a great pair, you and that trollop. I leave her to you. That's right, clear off. You're not wanted here. At least her bills will get paid, and she won't have to moan about poverty any more. Here, do you want 6 sous for the omnibus? At this insult, Delcambre paused for a moment in the doorway of the dressing-room. He had now regained his tall, lean stature and his pallid face, furrowed by rigid lines. He stretched out his arm and made a vow. I swear you'll pay for this. Oh, I'll get back at you, just look out. Then he disappeared. Immediately behind him came the sound of a skirt hurrying away. It was the chambermaid who, fearing a row, was making her escape, greatly amused at the thought of what fun it had been. Saccard, still shaken and shuffling his feet, went and closed the doors, then returned to the bedroom, where the Baroness still sat as if glued to her chair. He strode around, poked a falling ember back into the fire, and only then noticing her, so strangely and scantily clad, with that petticoat over her shoulders, he now behaved with great decorum. Come, get yourself dressed, my dear, and don't be upset. It's a stupid business, but it's nothing at all. We'll meet again here, the day after tomorrow, and sort things out, all right? I have to go now. I have an appointment with Harriet. And as she was at last putting her underwear back on, and he was just leaving, he called out from the antechamber. And remember, if you buy any Italian stock, don't do anything silly. Only buy if they're offering a premium. Meanwhile, at that very moment, Madame Caroline was sitting with her head slumped over the work table, sobbing. The brutal information from the coachman, this betrayal of Saccard's that she could no longer ignore, stirred up in her all the suspicions and all the fears she had tried to keep buried. She had forced herself to remain serene and hopeful about the dealings of the Universal, and blinded by her feelings, had colluded in all the things she was not being told, the things she didn't try to find out. Now she reproached herself with savage remorse for the reassuring letter she had written to her brother at the time of the last annual general meeting. For she knew, now that jealousy had reopened her eyes and ears, that illegalities were still happening and constantly getting worse. The Sabatani account had grown, and under cover of this frontman the bank was speculating more and more. In addition, there were the massive and mendacious advertisements, the foundations of sand and mud on which they were building the whole colossal enterprise, while its rapid, almost miraculous rise filled her with more terror than joy. What worried her above all was the terrible pace of it all, the way the Universal was being urged along at such a gallop, like an engine crammed with coal, launched along diabolical rails until the point when everything would shatter and explode in one final crash. She wasn't naive, nor was she a simpleton, easily fooled. Even if she was ignorant about technical banking operations, she well understood the reason for this overdoing of things, this feverish pace, all intended to intoxicate people and whirl them into the epidemic madness of the dancing millions. Every morning had to produce a rise in the price. People had to be made to believe in ever greater success, in monumental cash desks, enchanted cash desks, that took in streams of gold and sent back rivers, oceans of gold. Her poor brother, so gullible, so beguiled and enthused. Was she really going to let him down, abandon him to this flood that threatened one day to drown them all? She despaired at her inertia and helplessness. Twilight now was darkening the workroom, not even lit by a glow from the now dead fire, and in the deepening shadows, Madame Caroline wept even more. It was feeble to cry like this, for she knew full well that such a flood of tears did not come from anxiety over the dealings of the Universal. Saccard alone was driving this terrifying gallop, lashing the beast with such ferocity and extraordinary lack of moral conscience, even at the risk of killing it. He was the sole culprit, and it made her shudder when she tried to see into his mind, into the dark soul of this money man, that soul unknown even to himself, in which darkness hid further darkness, in an infinite mire of every kind of degeneracy. What she couldn't yet see clearly she already suspected, and it made her tremble.